wanted to have a drink in the Faltering district. But it seems you're the one showing no respect.
Stop her! Don't let her in!
Closed isn't a good enough reason to turn away a guest. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me. Where is Santique?
Report. First assault team has sealed all exits of the bar.
Report. Second assault team has confirmed the target's position. Closing in now.
Looks like my performance has drawn some special guests.
The show's over. Santique, surrender and confess your crimes.
You really think you can take me?
The snow falls as the horn of the winter crown sounds its call. Some have been poised for this moment, waiting to reclaim the throne. Others thought victory was guaranteed, yet were unaware they had already been outsmarted. The winter battlefield is charged with uncertainty and unforeseen variables. No one can claim an unassailable fortress. No one can simply pluck this rhyme tiara. This grand spectacle is never short of stories. Let's take a bet. This time, who do you believe will stand in the final? Theamelia?
The lament of death has never ceased in this world. The stars have granted us new life, guiding us home. We listen with compassion, with prayer, with mourning. Some offer hymns to bless the living. But I toll the bell to soothe the departed. I weep for the wandering rootless souls. For the agony of the fallen. I listen. I respond. In this realm of life and death, I shall lead the departed souls to the far shore. Together, we rebirth.
Deep within every heart, the seed of nightmare lies dormant. When it sprouts and blooms, it sheds every false dream and forces you to see everything about yourself. Inferiority, cowardice, fear. Once the nightmare takes hold, there's no escape. Give up the struggle. Cry your heart out, Shinyu. Offer me everything you are, and you'll fear no more.
Why do you always
She
cause trouble?
doesn't seem
You
smart
shouldn't
enough
be
to
working
learn
at a
anything.
bank like this.
This will
You're
only
not
bring
suited
shame
for
to
it.
Mr. Kokardi.
I'm sorry.
Don't cry, Shinya. I will protect you.
Sister?
Don't always try to be
Everything is
strong
done
alone,
step by
okay?
step.
We're friends.
If you have any
I'll help
problems,
you.
you can always come to
believes
me.
in you.
Mistakes aren't scary. What's scary is doing nothing. Come with me, Shenyu.
Mr. Kokardi. Fear, terror, they're valid. Because I want to do well. Because so many people are hoping I'll succeed. They've never truly given up on me. So, I will never give up either. Palin, the nightmares you've conjured end here.
I just wanted to have a drink in the Faltering District. But it seems you're the one showing no respect.
Stop her! Don't let her in!
Closed isn't a good enough reason to turn away a guest. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me. Where is Santique?
Report. First assault team has sealed all exits of the bar.
Report. Second assault team has confirmed the target's position. Closing in now.
Looks like my performance has drawn some special guests.
The show's over. Santique, surrender and confess your crimes.
You really think you can take me?
The snow falls as the horn of the Winter Crown sounds its call. Some have been poised for this moment, waiting to reclaim the throne. Others thought victory was guaranteed, yet were unaware they had already been outsmarted. The winter battlefield is charged with uncertainty and unforeseen variables. No one can claim an unassailable fortress. No one can simply pluck this rhyme tiara. This grand spectacle is never short of stories. Let's take a bet. This time, who do you believe will stand in the final? The Amelia?
The lament of death has never ceased in this world. The stars have granted us new life, guiding us home. We listen with compassion, with prayer, with mourning. Some offer hymns to bless the living. But I toll the bell to soothe the departed. I weep for the wandering, rootless souls, for the agony of the fallen. I listen. I respond. In this realm of life and death, I shall lead the departed souls to the far shore. Together, we rebirth.
Deep within every heart, the seed of nightmare lies dormant. When it sprouts and blooms, sheds every false dream, and forces you to see everything about yourself. Inferiority, cowardice, fear. Once the nightmare takes hold, there's no escape. Give up the struggle. Cry your heart out.
always
She
cause trouble.
doesn't seem
You
smart
shouldn't
enough
be
to
working
learn
at a
anything.
bank like this.
This will
You're
only
not
bring
suited
shame
for
to
it.
Mr. Kokardi.
I'm sorry.
Don't cry, Shinya. I will protect you.
Sister?
Don't always try to be
Everything is
strong
done
alone,
step by
okay?
step.
We're friends.
Do it.
If you have any
I'll help
problems,
you.
you can
Mr.
always come to
believes
me.
in you.
Mistakes aren't scary. What's scary is doing nothing. Come with me, Shenyu.
Mr. Kokardi. Fear, terror, they're valid. Because I want to do well. Because so many people are hoping I'll succeed. They've never truly given up on me. So, I will never give up either. Palin, the nightmares you've conjured end here.
I just wanted to have a drink in the faltering district. But it seems you're the one showing no respect.
Stop her! Don't let her in!
Closed isn't a good enough reason to turn away a guest. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me. Where is Santique?
Report. First assault team has sealed all exits of the bar.
Report. Second assault team has confirmed the target's position. Closing in now.
Looks like my performance has drawn some special guests.
The show's over. Santique, surrender and confess your crimes.
You really think you can take me?
The snow falls as the horn of the winter crown sounds its call. Some have been poised for this moment, waiting to reclaim the throne. Others thought victory was guaranteed, yet were unaware they had already been outsmarted. The winter battlefield is charged with uncertainty and unforeseen variables. No one can claim an unassailable fortress. No one can simply pluck this rhyme tiara. This grand spectacle is never short of stories. Let's take a bet. This time, who do you believe will stand in the final? Theomelia?
The lament of death has never ceased in this world. The stars have granted us new life, guiding us home. We listen with compassion, with prayer, with mourning. Some offer hymns to bless the living. But I toll the bell to soothe the departed. I weep for the wandering, rootless souls, for the agony of the fallen. I listen. I respond. In this realm of life and death, I shall lead the departed souls to the far shore. Together, we rebirth.
Deep within every heart, the seed of nightmare lies dormant. When it sprouts and blooms, sheds every false dream, and forces you to see everything about yourself. Inferiority, cowardice, fear. Once the nightmare takes hold, there's no escape. Give up the struggle. Cry your heart out, Xingyu. Offer me everything you are, and you'll fear no more.
Why do you always
She
cause trouble?
doesn't seem
You
smart
shouldn't
enough
be
to
working
learn
at a
anything.
bank like this.
This will
You're
only
not
bring
suited
shame
for
to
it.
Mr. Kokardi.
I'm sorry.
Don't cry, Shinya. I will protect you.
Sister?
Don't always try
Everything
to be
is
strong
done
alone,
step by
okay?
step.
We're friends.
If you have any
I'll help
problems,
you.
you can
Mr.
always
Cardi
come to
believes
me.
in you.
Mistakes aren't scary. What's scary is doing nothing. Come with me, Shenyu.
Mr. Kokardi. Fear, terror, they're valid. Because I want to do well. Because so many people are hoping I'll succeed. They've never truly given up on me. So, I will never give up either. Palin, the nightmares you've conjured end here.
Welcome everybody to the Etheria World Summit Regional Qualifiers for the international server. This is the finals for the international server here. I'm Excoundrel and I'm joined by Car6. I am so excited, Car6. Not only do I get to cast with you again, but we get to see the very best of the international server once more, and there are some familiar names too.
That's right, Excoundrel. Glad to be back, glad to be with you, and I'm so excited for 2025 Etheria World Summit.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really awesome. And obviously, as you guys know, we're going to have the grand finals. Everybody that's playing in this is qualifying for the grand finals as well. A total of 16 players will advance to our offline grand finals in 2026, including two names that you're probably going to recognize. Keka, who won the Global Invitational around 6 months ago in around June, July 2025, and Carrie, who won the Asia Invitational as well. Now, not only that, there'll be top 4 from the global qualifiers, top 4 from the China server qualifiers. There will be 2, the champion and runner-up from the Japan server qualifiers. The same for Korea. They'll have 2 qualifications, and then 2 from the Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Macau server qualifiers too. So in this broadcast, we're going to hopefully see 4 people advance to those grand finals. And of course, the winner of each will receive 1,000 USD. But only that, the prestige of being the best on their server heading into the grand finals taking place next year. It's going to be really exciting. Obviously, the global server has got a lot of really good players on it as well, Car6. So I'm really excited to see how this tournament shapes up, who advances to that top 4, and who we're going to welcome alongside Keka and Carrie next year.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Excoundrel. So Kecker, the Global Invitation Champion, he's always been known as that guy since the start, right? The OG, you were casting there at the live finals where he took it all. That's why he is directly invited. However, we have many players here that are also well known, and one of them actually, Excoundrel, we casted for, I think it was a Hyperlink Season 1, and he actually beat Kecker. So there are definitely some great names in here that can take it all.
Yeah, absolutely. We should take a look at the players that we have on our broadcast today. We have 8 fantastic players taking place in the global server qualifiers, and we'll go through them now, and obviously afterwards I'll sort of ask you to highlight anybody. But we've got INM, we've got Bread, we've got The Dark, we've got Myoshin, we've got Ronnie, we've got Yongyo, we've got Solo Zed, and we've got Bok. Anybody here that is like particularly stand out for you, Car6?
Oh yeah, well, Bread was the one I was hinting at. He and Kecker have gone back and forth many, many times. However, other names that, at least for me, are very standouts are my favorite players. Ronnie plays, he's been grinding, he's a beast. Yongo is also an OG alongside Kecker. This guy is super exciting, Excoundrel. His playstyle always varies, really well known as like a DPS kind of cleaver. However, the meta has been shifting, and I'm sure we'll talk about that more later, but I'm curious to see what he has in store, especially with this latest round of balance, as well as Bok. Bok is another standout player for me. I love this guy. He's one of the nicest dudes, has some amazing tech choices in terms of playstyle, and I think he's going to do really well tonight.
Well, let's see how these guys match up, because it's really important, these first matchups. INM versus Ronnie, Bread versus Yongyo, The Dark versus Solo Zed, and then we have Myoshin versus Bok. Now, if you win this first matchup, you get into the top 4. So this is possibly the most important match you are going to play today, which is kind of crazy to think about, that we're kicking off with that much excitement at the start of the tournament. But you can see here, everybody that wins their first match advances to the upper bracket round 1. At that point, we enter into a double elimination format with a lower bracket as well, going all the way to the grand finals, which are a best of 5. I have had it confirmed there is no advantage, no winner's side advantage for this. So anybody that makes it to that best of 5 regional finals, they will just have a straight best of 5 to see who they crown as the champion. But if you make it through that first round, you're top 4. That's it. You're locked in.
Yeah, that's the big one, like you mentioned. Just being in that top 4 spot is going to give you that comfort to kind of relax a bit. Now, that being said, this is a huge tournament. You want the prestige of taking it all so you can say that you won the 2025, top 8 qualifiers. And there is a loser's bracket, like we mentioned. So when we get there, it's going to be pretty exciting.
The competition's really going to heat up in that top 4. I guess you'll get to see the guys flex a little bit, knowing that they're feeling pretty secure in that top 4 position. Let's take a look at our first matchup, though. We have INM kicking things off. Anything interesting that stands out to you about kind of his picks or his playstyle?
Not too much here, actually. Just the most used animations are very, very powerful. Lowen is something, Excalibur, you and I, she was not available back when we were, you know, very, very heavy into it. However, I've seen this character pull off some crazy stuff. So you're going to see a lot of her today, I'm assuming. The new D-Ting, amazing as well. And then we should all know Fusho, one of the strongest healers. That being said, I want to talk about the Jackal Guard, one of the OG shells, still tried and true, still here, does so much damage, especially aligned with characters like Plume that can, you know, amplify damage. It's just a very, very strong shell, super versatile, and one of the best still to this day.
Yeah, let's take a look over the other side then. Let's have a look at Ronnie's lineup. We've seen Ronnie play quite a few times. He is obviously a very skilled player. One of the most prolific YouTubers, one of the most well-known YouTubers for Etheria as well. He's got a really dedicated fan base. And I really love to see YouTubers that end up going on to do well competitively too. Just showcases they have that knowledge. They really are just some of the best people to follow in the game for this kind of content. And you can see a little bit of difference. He goes Amber as one of his most used shells, and obviously has a Raymary in the most used Animus slot as well. Someone that I know that when that was about when I'd stopped grinding every single banner, and I know that when she was releasing, she was considered going to be like game changing for the PvP scene. Obviously, we've had a lot of changes since then, but I know Raymary at the time was very heavily considered a game changing pick.
Yeah, and I think she still is. The players, I'm sure, have adapted to it, kind of pick around her. But, you know, you still see a lot of that early Lowen, early Raymary, early D-Ting, Plume. All these characters are still very powerful. So we'll see how they adapt. The shells that you were talking about, the Amber, is still extremely powerful. I know a lot of players wanted to see that balance a bit more because you see a ton of it, not just on, you know, carries, but also as a support style shell as well.
Absolutely. Well, we are going to be very shortly heading into the pick and ban phase here. So obviously, as all of you know who've been watching competitive Etheria, we have a pick and ban phase in this format, just like Summit Arena, where you have the ability to ban things out. You have a protected pick in the middle as well, so you get a guaranteed pick that you can't lose to a ban. You get a pre-ban and then you get a post-ban. So in Summit, you obviously just get the post-ban. You get a pre-ban in competitive format, which allows you to ban an Animus so it can't be selected. There is a protected pick, which you have to select as your third Animus, and then there is a post-ban, so you get to ban as normal once the pick and ban phase has gone through. Looks like Tiamat and Heinrich. That's interesting. I was not expecting that. Obviously buff strip is kind of a big thing at the moment. Like a lot of the meta is revolving around either debuffing, buffing, that kind of thing. But Ronnie staying true to his most picked Animuses goes for Raymary. Plume does get prioritized on the other side. Plume was, back in the Hyperlink Cup days, still a first pick, first ban type of thing. And it's going to be Lowen straight away coming in from INM.
Just what we were talking about, the tried and true characters, the Fusho, Raymarys, Plumes, Lowens, all picked out. Now, Ai is also a character that sometimes will get pre-banned, just an insanely strong support unit, a lot of turn meter push, some cleansing, resets. She does everything. Lily is something you want to... Oh, guys, look at this. Lily plus Lilium is something you want to take note of. Ronnie knowing a little bit more for like the tank style. You can see he pre-bans the Heinrich. Iron instead bans the Tiamat. However, if Lily and Lilium get going, Excalibur, if Lilium is something on like a Tiger Yin, you can see some big damage coming out early.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. Lily, I haven't seen a while where Lily is getting kind of locked in as the protected pick. Like, obviously, she was pretty hotly contested in the early phases of competitive, where she obviously the speed meter buff that she provides, the advancement that she provides is really strong. But we're going to see Santic coming through here as well. So I guess another newish Animus that's coming to the table. Yeah. I know you were just talking about him before we were going live. He does get locked in. And then Bjorn. Bjorn. Now, Bjorn did get a small rework a couple of months ago. And sort of, I get a couple of buffs, I guess you would say, with Bjorn a couple of months ago. And he kind of floated in and out of the meta a little bit, kind of as kind of like an answer to Tiamat sometimes. But he is going to get locked in now here as Ronnie's final pickup of this roster. Now, INM's going to have to go for his last pick.
Yeah, the Santic Born combo at the very end there from Ronnie. I like this. Santic is one of those newer characters that, like we were talking about, has a bit of healing, has a little bit of cleansing, has buffs as well. And so he's going to be able to do a lot for his team. Now, Yelly comes out for Iron here, really threatening that aggression, having the Lilium plus Yelly combo. Raymary getting banned out. And it seems like Iron's going to have the initiative. Ronnie's going to try to survive here and see if he can kind of clap back.
Yeah, that's really interesting to see the immediate knockout of Raymary. So obviously Iron knew exactly who he wanted to get rid of, and Ronnie's really thinking about it at this point. So he actually ends up getting rid of the Lilium here. I don't mind that at all. Lilium can be a real pain, especially when she's kind of really focusing down single targets. And it will be the Yelly here as well. So Yelly Plume, kind of a tried and tested combo. We'll have to see. It will be the Lily that gets the first advancement here. So she will have very high speed and she'll get the chance to go first. So obviously the shoes on the right foot for Iron to kick things off.
Well said. Well, here we go. All initiative on the side of Iron. He needs to come out big, come out swinging, because the longer the match goes, it's definitely going to favor Ronnie Plays. Next up, we have the Lowen coming up, and she has a lot of defense scaling abilities, a lot of taunts, debuffs. She really does so much for your team. Now, her S3 is single target. We see it land there. Now the Yelly comes out big time. Let's see the damage. Okay,
Ooh,
not
it's
super
actually
impactful. The follow-ups, though.
Yeah, the double follow-up. That is about... So do you know the average follow-up for a Yelly? Oh my god, he's already conceded. The average follow-up for a Yelly is 2.5 attacks. So in general, you can expect Yelly to follow up 2.5 times. So it's about the average there. It's kind of to be expected. Love it. Love the holographs. You can see the hologram images of the animuses that were just picked there. But Ronnie immediately knew no way that he can get through when his Beyond gets taken down that quickly, and he just gracefully concedes that first one. Maybe has picked up some key information that he might want going into this next game, and that's the important thing. The information is going to be the so important thing coming into this next pick and ban phase, because Ronnie has one more loss and he's not making it to grand finals. That's crazy to say, but one more loss and Ronnie's, you know, parking it. Stats, not much you can say about
not too
that.
much to talk about.
Literally had Lily into Yelly and not much you could really say. But yeah, nonetheless, Iron just with an old combo, pretty old school combo. The Plume, the Lily, and the Yelly together, probably one of the oldest combos that has been around. Since Plume and Yelly have been in the meta, and it just shows that it still works.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm not talking about the total actions and damage dealt there from the side of Iron. It's just, you know, we talked about the Lily on that band protection spot, and Ronnie didn't really have a way to interrupt. And unfortunately, the Yelly had those follow-ups, and it was able to do enough damage to take out that Born. That being said, don't count Ronnie out just yet. This guy knows what he's doing. I need to see some adaptations for him, though. If he wants to play that tank down style, he needs to make sure he has either some kind of interrupts or, you know, the Yelly isn't able to run free and just do that much damage to his team.
Yeah, well, we have to see how this next pick and ban phase goes. What do you think you're looking at? What big changes we're going to say? Get rid of the Lily, get rid of the Yelly. Like, what's the biggest problem do you think that he was going into there?
There's a lot of answers you can do. You just, you know, we need to be able to survive past that first turn, because we play that bruiser style from the side of Ronnie. So any type of interrupt, if he wants to speed contest, he can do that. Maybe take the Lily. There's a lot of other speed contesters in the game too. Just make sure you have some sort of interrupt, so you're not taking that blunt force trauma straight in, you know, turn one, where we can't even sort of have any kind of answers.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think. Yeah, I think if I'm thinking about how fast that Lily was, you've seen how fast that Lily was. Now she was really fast, like almost probably faster than you can deal with, and you know that Lily's going to make it a big problem. She's actually going to ban. That's interesting. It's completely changing up the bans this time round.
I like that.
Yeah, no, that's kind of interesting. I think that's not a bad move. It means it leaves more open. We'll get the Fushu and Raymarie lock-in immediately from Ronnie here. And now we're going to see the answer from Iron. He will go to get that protected pick. The Lily still is on the table if he wants to go for that protected pick once more. He's obviously got the Plume already. So we'll have to see if that shakes out the way he's thinking about it here.
Yeah, that was such a strong showing from Iron in game one. Ronnie, though, doesn't seem deterred. This time he does. We were talking about they changed up. Oh, look at this. The Nahor comes through. Nahor. We were talking about buffs, right? This guy got a lot of love in the past, and now he is a real threat. Crowd control, defense breaks, and with that Heinrich, Ronnie has to watch out. The Doki is a perfect answer there on the band protection spot. Also, you know, that got some buffs too. I don't know if she needed it, but, you know, she has that kind of dual operation between cleansing, between speed, initiative, utility. And so I think that is an awesome answer for Ronnie to kind of answer Iron's aggression.
Yeah, Doki coming in straight away, and like you said, really, really strong debuffer, one of the strongest in the game. And if we're going down like a Fushu Tiamat kind of build where you're expecting to maybe stall this out for a few turns, like Doki's only going to get stronger and stronger, but that is a pick that we don't see too much of here. Mio coming in. Now, Mio, super strong CC. If she can land it, the percentages are pretty damn low. But also has great turn meter control. So really, really good turn meter control. Immediately gets banned by Ronnie, like immediately taken out. Like Mio can be really fast, and she can basically just ruin your team's turn meter on the first go. So like understandably getting rid of that here.
Also has access to wounds, so Ronnie, definitely respecting it and having to get it out of the picture.
Yeah.
With units like Tiamat, you don't want to have that wound on, especially if you're on something like Amber. The interaction there is still very, very annoying to deal with, but let's see how this one goes.
It will be Raymarie that gets taken out here again, respected by Iron. It looking like a kind of a bruisery cleanse build coming out from Ronnie this time around. So maybe hoping just to keep that Doki Doki alive, build the stacks up, and make it difficult for sort of the debuffs to come through. Immediately does have that ultimate that gets locked in, but Heinrich will take his chance to go now.
Yeah, Heinrich up to bat. Does get, the Doki did get her skills off, so she'll be able to start doing her job. Fu Shou, though, right now is going to be able to take turn, press that skill 3, and this is such a strong unit. One of the best supports still to this day between turn meter pushing, just giving that survivability. We got to watch out for all those debuffs that Heinrich applied, and now we have Plume coming up to bat.
Yeah, Plume going to apply a massive amount of debuff and strip buffs as well, and plenty of buff strip on the side.
Here we go.
We'll see. Yeah, Nahor's going to drop his as well. He will freeze everybody, but it looks like Bjorn did get cleansed out a bit. So Doki actually coming in pretty clutch here.
That's right. That was clutch. That's what the kind of thing you need so that Iron just doesn't get to give, his game plan going unhindered. Have that little bit of interruption.
Wow.
And look how quick these matches are, Scoundrel.
Wow, what a clapback from Ronnie that time round. Just really adjusted his draft, went down. I love the Doki Doki pick there. I just, I actually didn't see what shell Ronnie Bjorn had on, but I'm assuming it was the Doki cleanse that came in clutch in that situation. Just shows you how well that pick came in from the protected side from Ronnie.
I believe it was on Dark Moon, I saw a hit go into that Lillian, but it was very well played from Ronnie. Answering back, now 1-1, that's exactly what he needed. Just some way to kind of mitigate, or at least, take that initiative back. You can't full tank down a lot of times. The cleave has gotten good enough, the control has gotten good enough that if you just let your opponent take full, control of the game, quote-unquote control, but initiative, then a lot of times you're in for a lot of trouble. So well answered from Ronnie. I like that adaptation.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see also managing to actually win with the lower damage dealt, the less actions taken, but obviously that's kind of the way that these tank builds work. They're not looking to deal a huge amount of damage. They're looking to absorb a lot of damage, grind you down, and then just prey on the fact that you won't have the sustain and the HP pools to compete with them. So yeah, really strong play from Ronnie. Great old school kind of a Tiamat build there. Probably something you would have seen from even 3 or 4 months ago. Obviously Bjorn getting a couple of buffs, so that's why he's getting included there. But yeah, great stuff from Ronnie to clap back and go 1-1 in this series.
Yeah, that's right. I love it from Ronnie. Now, Iron, I was very impressed with game 1, but now we're on the other foot, right? Now, Iron has been shown that he can't just, have this kind of aggressive style where he'll just take turn 1, do a ton of damage, and Ronnie just dies. Ronnie has adapted, so I want to see what Iron will do now in response. Will we kind of scale it back? Will we keep the aggression going? I want to see him still keep it, but maybe adjust the beginning parts of the draft so that he can be more flexible and see how Ronnie responds.
Yeah, I mean, I think Plume's a very flexible opener pick for Iron, but obviously not something that Ronnie's particularly bothered about because it's not being contested or banned away. Obviously, Iron seems to like that. His Plume's not particularly quick though. Like I've always felt with Plume, like, you either play her like really quick to get the debuffs on, or obviously you play her a little bit slower to maybe get the buff strip. But not exactly. Doesn't feel like it's been a really linchpin part of the composition so far for Iron. Really felt like to me like the Lily was his kind of like goated pick. Like that kind of felt like the pick where you're gonna move before everybody else. You're gonna be able to boost someone's action turn to take the next slot. We'll see the Mio ban early here from Ronnie, and we're actually going to see the Tiamat ban come through. So Plume and Lowen immediately. It's going to be Raymarie, Fu Shou. Now Iron's going to get the chance for that protected pick. I wonder if he just goes Lily again in this situation, given that he's got rid of Tiamat. It will be the Mizumi Aya, which you said is a kind of an interesting pickup. Yeah, kind of interested to see how that comes through. Obviously, like you said, plenty of healing and turn meter control, so very heal heavy so far with Fu Shou and Mizumi Aya if that gets locked in.
Yeah, just a good answer to Plume. You were talking about Plume, and I agree with pretty much everything you said. I think Plume, a lot of times, though, it's not just to have her, but you don't want your opponent to have her as well. She really limits what what kind of units you can bring to the table. That being said, it's looking like we're going back, reminiscent of Game 1. Lily's going to be here, so now Ronnie needs to watch out for units like Yeli, Lilium coming out on 4 and 5, and having just, a repeat of history. So I want to see the adaptations made here, from both players, actually.
Yeah, and I'm wondering what we're pairing up with Lily here, whether we're going down a path of, okay, maybe it's just Lilium into Yeli again. He knows that Yeli's very unlikely to get picked up by Ronnie in this situation, just doesn't fit Ronnie's comp whatsoever. So he looks like he's just running it back with the game one comp. Oh, Kokadi. I tell you what, Ronnie was one of the biggest, he was one of the biggest Kokadi fanboys when Kokadi first came out. I know he was spamming it, getting rank 1 on ladder, just going crazy with Kokadi. So I know he kind of likes this as a pocket pickup for him. I wonder whether Iron just is going to row it back with the Ellie here. It's something that obviously worked for him last time. There are other options as well. Like you maybe could consider. I mean, I was going to say you could maybe consider a Messiah. Kind of fills a similar role. Passive ignores as well, but it looks like it's going to be the Nahor. So maybe looking for a really quick CC control with Lillian to Nahor. We'll have to see what Ronnie chooses to ban in this situation though, because if you ban Lillian, where's the damage coming from? Like, there isn't that much damage on your team at this point. So that's maybe a bit of a worry for Iron.
Yeah, not only that, the Lilium plus low end, a lot of their, mostly Lilium, they have single targets. You got to watch out for units like Kakardi. So Rain Mary gets banned out. Kakardi's going to get through. You're talking about how Ronnie loves his character. I think Kakardi is an amazing character if you pick him later on in the draft. But I'm so excited to see this one. Best of 3. We're on, we're down to the wire. Let's see how it goes.
Here we go. We got Lily. I guess he's going to buff up Lilium. So Lilium's going to go for the single target straight up, I guess, onto Kakardi.
No, she won't be able to target, but big damage onto the Aya. Yeah. Kakardi, one of his abilities, X, is that, when he has no debuffs, control debuffs, he cannot be targeted. So that's why units like Lilium, that was a great draft from Ronnie. And here we go, the follow-up, the AoE comes through, Reaper Steps activating, getting a little push, but look at that Jackal Guard, actually able to kill and land the final hit there.
Yeah, well, it looks like he's going to stick it out for the time being. Obviously, no res is from what we can see at the moment, but Bjorn maybe can get that one shot. Obviously has big damage potential, huge damage onto the Lilium here, but he got taunted. Of course, he got taunted up here, so he's not going to be able to make that AoE hit, but we will have Kakardi use his ultimate.
Big damage coming through, and Lilium gets taken out. Not looking too good for Iron, but you can't count out low, and her damage is still respectable, especially you have a lot of dupes in there. Lily now up to bat, does have a skill 3 available. However, unfortunately with our twin trick target out of the picture, things are looking a little rough, and now we have Kakardi scaling up on the count. His damage is going to get scarier and scarier as the match progresses. Yeah,
not looking great for Iron here. Ronnie maybe coming through clutch, losing the Lilium that early on is not great. Now we're just waiting to see what he tries to go for. He goes for the Lily, and it's huge damage coming out. Bjorn will have his ultimate, but he's going to get taunted up for 2 turns. Obviously, Lowen doesn't have a huge amount of HP to work with, only has the basic attack, and I really feel like Iron's in a rough spot for this time being. Does have the potential to go for the AoE to just try and do something in this situation, but is not doing a huge amount of damage either. We only have the single target coming through from Plume. We do have the ultimate from Lowen available, has to cycle back once more. Is it going to be enough to do anything meaningful here? I really feel like Kakardi's going to clean up.
I think so as well. It is enough to kill the Born. However, that Kakardi still waiting in the wings here, doing so much damage, and I believe his AoE effect is primed and ready. And if it's not, it's still looking very rough here for Iron. Units very low. How we have that Amber proc. So now Amber. He has some time to kind of come back. However, he's going to have to get through that Fu Show on the back of Plume and Lily. As long as they can get some tempo advantage, it's still anyone's game, I think.
Time to reel in the net.
Yeah, looking pretty close, actually. As you mentioned, the Ambers coming in clutch. You did say, obviously, people wanting to see Ambers get a little bit nerfed. We do have Kakardi back into the fray. That's a huge amount of damage out onto Kakardi there. And obviously, actually, Lily still has her Amber available as well. So can't count her out. Plume obviously has that Jackal Guard on top. This is going to be really close. Lily's still able to be locked up. She will go into the Amber state for the time being, obviously putting a lot of pressure onto the low end for the time being, but we'll have her ultimate available once more.
Decent damage coming out. You just see a lot of turns being taken from Iron, and slowly he's waiting for this Kakardi. Ronnie's waiting for the Kakardi to kind of come through, but look at this lap after lap, and the damage adding up. Fu Shou 1 hit left before she's taken out. Not enough damage to the Kakardi.
Oh, he's going to get the kill on now. That's only Kakardi versus the rest, and I really don't think he's going to be able to manage 1 versus 3. Now, he could take out the Lowen, and it might be enough, but you just feel like he's going to be too slow. He doesn't. He gets taken out with the Jackal Guard, and Iron gets through over Ronnie. That was such a back and forth battle. I really felt that the Kakadi was a strong pick in that situation, as you mentioned, but obviously Plume able to kind of deactivate that passive relatively quickly, but nonetheless seemed like a pretty interesting pick to go for. But brilliant turnaround. Amber actually being the MVP, you feel, for Iron in that situation.
Well said. That's what I was about to say. I think both of us a little bit underestimated the strength of Amber and how much it just stalls out the match, gives you that extra room to breathe for Iron there. Even though the initial, start of the match looked a little rough for him, Amber bought him the time for his low end to kind of take over, even though Lillian was a non-factor.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things where you kind of forget how good Amber actually is and why a lot of players are calling for changes to Amber, but like ultimately it does a particular job. You sacrifice a lot of in-combat stats to have that ability to kind of protect yourself from death and keep yourself going. So it's Iron M gonna win this best of 3. You can see the stats here. Big damage dealt. Obviously losing the Lilium early on wasn't great, but it did enough work with just a single ultimate to kind of put the playing field into a situation that was difficult for Ronnie to come back from. Obviously went for his protected pick in that Mizumi Aya, just took her out practically straight away. And then once that was down, I think it was always playing a little bit of catch up from Ronnie. You felt like there was maybe a comeback potential with the Kakadi there, but not quite enough.
Just, if the Ambers weren't there, I think Kakadi was definitely cleaning up as soon as he got that kill. But, that's part of the game, and Iron, well drafted, well played. I'm definitely going to put some respect on his name. Now that he's taken out the likes of Ronnie, I was actually thinking Ronnie was the favorite here.
Yeah, and I'm sad to see Ronnie bow out at this stage as well, because it's always nice to see a content creator do well. Rooting for fellow content creators to get out there and make it to those grand finals. But Iron is going to be that first person moving to our top 4 here of the global server qualifiers. So big congrats to Iron. Pretty swift best of 3 win for him as well. Pretty quick matches, that last one really being the longer of the 3, but he still managed to keep his head cool. Some really good drafting. Went back to what works for him. I like that protected Lily pick, obviously being a massive win factor for him with how quick she is. That Lily must be goated build, like, to be able to beat out Ronnie as well in terms of the speed stats. But yeah, fantastic stuff from him. Any sort of closing thoughts? Anything that you think about meta-wise that could be interesting to look at for the rest of the day?
Nothing in particular there, but from the first round, you guys can kind of see who the powerhouse characters are between units like Grey Mary, Plume, Lowen, and you're going to see cycles of those. However, you're noticing that every player is kind of have a sort of mishmash of playstyle. So you have bruisers, but you also need to flex into interrupting, into controlling, into doing damage. So I really like how the meta has adapted a little bit here. I think the recent changes are even more significant, but for this tournament, I'm excited to see where we go with it.
Yeah, and I think looking towards the rest of the day, I think next we're going to have Bread versus Yongyo, I believe. That's going to be an interesting matchup. Bread obviously being a hyperlinker winner. And then we have Yongyo from the Invitational in July, where that's going to be a close matchup. To me, that's my big matchup of these first 4. Yeah. Like, that feels like the sort of the star-studded matchup that we're looking at next.
That could be a grand finals match right there, X.
Absolutely. It really could. We are going to take a look at some highlights from that last best of 3, really big moments, and when we're back, we'll be jumping into this next matchup. Welcome back, everybody, here to the Global Server Qualifiers. This is an absolutely amazing day so far. We've had Iron versus Ronnie. Iron gets the win in a thrilling best of 3 matchup, but we are heading into our second best of 3 here in the quarterfinals, and it is going to be Bread versus Yongyo. And I've been super excited about this matchup card, not only because we've seen how good Bread is, but also because Yongyo is a familiar face, tried and tested. Let's take a look at Bread though, and you can see here Deeting, the new Deeting, coming in as one of his most used animuses. I'm really excited to see whether that comes through in this particular tournament as well.
Yeah, that unit is crazy. That Animus is so powerful, so unlike, you know, his counterpart, Sniper Deeting version, but he is going to bring a lot to the table in terms of provokes, in terms of unique buff effects with damage mitigation, as well as Torpor, which will, you know, stop your opponent from getting turn meter, which is huge as we've seen today. But you see the Jackal Guard, the Tried and True, you know, you see the usual suspects here, but Freya is actually one of Bread's top picks. You'll see him pick this a lot on the band protection slot. And like we were talking about, right, with Lily over there as well, you have Aya on 3. You want these kind of versatile units that can either sort of fix the initiative or provide some type of opening, because otherwise, you know, your opponent is going to have free reign to do whatever they want.
Yeah, and I'm looking to see over at Yongyo as well. The last time I saw Yongyo myself was at the Invitational 6 months ago, where Kekker ended up winning. But I'm excited to see he has got Hell Kid on his most used.
Yeah, look at that most used shells as well.
This guy has got a wild lineup for his most used animus. Obviously, Hellkid about 4 months ago had some pretty sizable buffs, but not enough to really catapult him into the point where most players were considering him. Obviously, he has got the ability to protect from debuffs, but only while his shield holds, which makes him a little bit more annoying. But Selintz being there as well is interesting. You don't see her that often in PvP lineups.
Yeah, a lot of these characters got changes since last time we were heavy into it. Both Hellkid, you know, you talked about those previous buffs, but I believe he got another round with some additional buffs on top of that too. Some effects that like stop, I think, crits happening if his attack is higher. Selintz, as we've seen, very strong with passive ceiling, but also now has like a shield at the start of the battle when you invest into her. Now, I know Yang is just a very, very big innovator. He's always been a fan of Hellkid, so I can't wait to see what he does with his newest round of buffs on this character.
I'm super excited. This is going to be a really interesting matchup. Yongyo was definitely one of the players that really stood out as kind of trying crazy things, trying something slightly different at those Global Invitational earlier in the year. So we're going to be heading into this second quarterfinal match. The pick and ban phase will be on the way shortly, and I think it's going to be one of the more interesting versions of the pick and ban phase. I think we're really going to see something kind of wild here. Yongyo, not the kind of player that you can easily ban against because he has got those kind of interesting lineups, those interesting picks. Bread has that versatility to play kind of anything that's thrown at him as well. Like he was able to pull out a wild variety of styles at the Hyperlinker Cups earlier in the year. So kind of, yeah, really excited to see how this one goes. We are into it already. It's going to be the Mio ban. It's going to be the Mizumi ban. It's going to be Raymarie and Selintz picked up by Bread. Now, Bread, obviously, as you can see, he picked Selintz as kind of his icon character for this show. So not something that we know that he's not avoiding picking. Freya will be the protected pick here for Yongyo, and Ling Luo and Fushu come through here for Bread.
Very, very defensive. You have a lot of cleansing, a lot of healing. The Selintz barriers will help because he knows Yongyo is going to be an aggressive player, and that's something you got to respect about Yongyo. He's just always stuck to what he likes to play. When everyone was doing bruisers, this guy was still out there grinding with revelations. So now you're seeing a little bit of an adaptation. We had the Freya on the lock that Bread likes to pick, but Bread took the Selintz and sort of an answer in terms of the damage. Now you have Nahor coming out. So Heinrich Nahor, we have the Linglo cleansing, but Bread still has to watch out for the damage coming through.
I'm going to see the final pickup from Yongyo, and then I think Bread will have his final pick. It will be the Hell Kid from Yongyo, so obviously something that we know that he likes. One of the few players in the world that will really routinely pick up Hell Kid in a competitive environment. And it will be the Tiamat that gets picked up as a final pickup for Bread here. Immediately going to lose the Heinrich, so Yongyo is going to lose access to that. And we'll have to carefully think about what we want to get rid of. Obviously, Raymarie has been the kind of like the choice ban for most people so far when it has appeared on the opponent's side, but obviously there are things to consider, like getting rid of the Tiamat. He's actually going to be getting rid of the Fushu here, so trying to limit some of the protection, the healing that Fushu provides, just dealing with the Ling Luo. Otherwise, heavy damage outside of that.
Yeah, definitely an interesting ban there. I think he's just, you know, trying to take advantage of the early game initiative. And if you have that Fusho, she really stops how much damage can come through. But here we go, Hellkid with the opener. Decent damage, but providing those much needed buffs for his team. Freya up next, and she's going to provide that turn meter push with that skill 3 alongside more buffs. Look at that. Look at the damage on that revelation coming through.
And it will be the Plume coming through now as well. We'll be able to get a load of debuff strip things. That is a massive amount of damage onto Ling Luo. She's so low. She will heal back up here. but the healing will be somewhat limited, it feels like. We do have an immediate proc for Tiamat because of how much damage came out, but just not doing enough to get through, as we have Nahor now jumping into the fray. We'll have that ability to lock people down as well.
Yeah, that was such a close turn one there. And with that, you know, Ling barely living, providing that healing. Now Young is going to have to try to deal with this Tiamat fully activated. Salin's coming out now from the side of Bread, activating the jellyfish. You see a lot of debuffs coming through, Forgetfulness being one of them, the passive seal.
Yeah, it's still holding up that shield on the side of Youngyo, still holding up really nicely for the time being. So both Helkid and Frey are pretty well protected. Looking to see what he's thinking about doing now. Has used the majority of his big hitting skills. So this is where, you know, the Ling Luo, the Tiamat teams like to be. Like, they get through that first wave of nuisances and they sort of come back into it. Now you're going to start to see, the damage chunking through. That is where Tiamat comes in big. We're going to have some buffs coming through from the Freya, but obviously she will become a bit more of a target as the Ling Luo starts to churn that HP back up to more positive scenarios. We will finally see Nahor use his ultimate. We'll see how many lockups he gets. He gets everybody except for Ling Luo here.
Yeah, Young definitely not giving up, but it's looking rough here. You know, Helkid able to do some damage, see some debuffs if he can keep controlling, but look how low he's getting. It was just unfortunate. You know, those revelations are an all-in strategy. Maybe he can cycle back with those freezes. Ray Mary now getting activated, those torment stacks building up, and Nahor is taken out.
Yeah, looking pretty rough now for Youngyo. Red has weathered the storm. It was a matter of, like, we're talking like sub 1% HP on the Ling Luo, then it could have been a completely different fight.
This may be all she wrote for Young. Yes, and there is the forfeit.
There we go, an immediate forfeit. I mean, that was close. I mean, you can't say that wasn't close. It really, really was. You know, you were looking at maybe sub 1, like I said, sub 1% HP on the side of that Ling Luo. If she had gone down, if she wasn't able to act on that turn, we could have looked at something completely different. That would have been a completely sort of a different battlefield. Everyone's lower HP. You wouldn't have had the Tiamat transformation because she wouldn't have had that HP heal. It would have been a very different fight. You're talking minimal damage numbers there for that to have gone in Youngyo's favor.
Well said. It was so close, and you can kind of see Young's game plan coming through. It almost came to fruition with the ban on the Fusho. If he just takes out that Ling Luo, he is sitting pretty with pretty much a secured victory. But Bread hanging on by the skin of his teeth, able to clutch it out. And that's how you're going to see a lot of these games go, when you see a clear aggressor and sort of the tank down turn 2 player. If you can survive that initial onslaught, typically you're going to be able to come back. Now, Yang is a super strong player. That was so close. I don't even know if he needs to back down that much. Might have just been a little bit unlucky.
Yeah, and I think that's hopefully the way the Youngyo is going to see that. Like, I wouldn't want him to think that his strategy was completely useless, because honestly, his strategy was solid. Like, you could see that it was very close to being super effective in that situation. Just again, sometimes the RNG and the damage rolls aren't 100% in your favor. A crit here, a crit there, it would have been very different. That Tiamat crit basically wiped out his team when Tiamat was able to actually land her second attack. So it can be that way when it comes to these battles in Etheria. We have that second pick and ban phase shortly coming our way here. Will Bread clutch this one out and go 2-0 versus Youngyo? Or will Youngyo bring it back again, just like Ronnie did, get himself back into the match and put himself on a level pegging heading into the final game of this series? Remember, if you win here, you're in the top 4. A lot of weight off your shoulders just by getting through this particular matchup. That's why the stakes are super high for these quarterfinals, and that's why these best of 3s, you've really got to think about that draft phase. You've really got to think about your strategies and make sure you're as prepped as you physically can be.
Most definitely. Now, both Bread and Youngyo are tournament goers. These guys have a ton of reps, a ton of experience. So the nerves, it's probably getting to them. However, they know how to kind of utilize that to their advantage. Now we see Young come out with the Ray Mary steal, and this is probably what we're going to see for most of the tournament. Yeah, this character is just so strong. It doesn't work just for turn 2. You can see it in almost all play styles. She just does so much for your team. And also, it's a similar thing with Plume. You just don't want to fight against her as well. So Plume, Ray Mary getting taken out. Bread once again going for that Silence. Let's see how Young adapts here.
Got a protected pick. Freya not going in the protected pick slot this time around for Youngyo. Ling Luo will be again looking like she's the protected pickup for Bread. So Plume, Silence, Ling Luo. Heinrich will this time be the protected pick. Now, you've got to remember this was switched with Freya last time round. So Heinrich wasn't protected, Freya was. This time round, Freya Heinrich looking like he will be the protected pickup for Youngyo and will not get banned by Bread heading into this next phase. Then obviously then we have the option to pick up something else here. So maybe Youngyo thinking about the Hell Kid once more, still looking like, you know, still has the same kind of rationale for the Hell Kid pickup, which he does go for. So yeah, I think that makes sense. And then, I mean, it's not hard to call when Youngyo loves Hell Kid. And then we have the final two pickups here for Bread. Fushu once more, and it will be Tiamat. So again, basically rounding out his comp exactly the same way he did before.
Oh,
and this is interesting. Now, obviously not the Awakened version of RC77. Can't have Awakened RC77 here, but could have normal RC77. Normal RC77 was seen a decent amount in PvP. It's not a pick that you would see in every single matchup, but has been seen a significant amount, especially against turn 2 type comps. So kind of interesting to see that get picked up here for Youngyo.
Oh, and look at this. You see a little bit of change up on the bans. Youngyo, instead of banning the Fusho, this time I'm going to ban the Salins. Maybe that barriers. He's thinking, if I just, you know, if Salins didn't have those extra barriers, I would have taken out that Ling and my game plan would have worked. RC, though, with that revelation, you see 3 revelations here. It's going to be a lot of damage coming through. Let me see what he's got.
Here we go. We've got the hit from Hell Kid that builds up that shield. And we do have an immediate Ling Luo, which will get people back up to good HP. It will be followed up by RC77 and Heinrich here. So Heinrich got some buff stripping, so can start to strip away that Whale Song, which can be a bit of a nuisance. Heinrich, RC77 does jump in here. Gets a bit of damage down.
Yeah, these interruptions might be a little rough. We have that cut in, gets that. Oh, Ray Mary actually getting a little counter effect there. Here we go, the revelation from the Heinrich.
Oh, a revelation Heinrich. This would be a big amount of damage. I was not expecting that. It's decent, but not a huge chunk. We will get the response here. And that's a big chunk, but actually not a huge amount going down.
Yeah, and it activates the Tiamat, and look at the damage from the side of Bread. That is rough. Both teams very, very low. Ray Mary, though, getting a follow-up as well. This is what he needs. Landing that kill. Look at her popping off. 2 in a row whenever she gets that kill, right? Procking the Amber as well. This is big time.
This is big. The Amber does get popped here. We will have Fushu that does use her ultimate, so we'll start to build back up just a little bit, but not a huge amount realistically. Doesn't feel super good. Obviously, most of the big skills have been used. We are going to see Plume go down now. Look, we can't count this out because this is still Tiamat and Fushu. Like I've seen Tiamat and Fushu solo entire teams before. They are super tanky. It is definitely not all out kind of despair. There is no healing on the side. We are going to see the ultimate come through. That will be Heinrich down.
Does get the proc because of the kill. Torment stacks up there. Hellkid very, very low here. Does land the stun. That's something. Gonna bypass returns. That's actually huge, but getting taken out now. And what a close one. The full health, though, I don't think Young is gonna have enough in the tank to outlast this Tiamat Fusho combo.
No, I don't think so either. I think just single target damage coming down here. I think there is an Amber to contend with on the other side. So the Amber will get procced, but I don't think that's going to change things here. Just not enough damage on the Raymarie to deal with the Fushu and the Tiamat. I feel like we are just slowly walking this one down. We'll have the we'll have the ultimate come out here, but it's just not going to be enough. It's just not going to be enough at this point in time. The damage just isn't there.
Exactly. She wants, you know, a little bit of help on her team. You saw earlier she popped off, you know, multiple turns in a row with big damage. But now that she's left alone, you're going to have much less activations, especially gathering the stacks. We can get some stuns, but I don't even think we can out damage the Fusho Tia, just them living. And look at the damage S1 alone. She is getting some stuns to kind of stall this out. But how do we get through this wall?
We don't. I think that's the. I think obviously, given what's on the line here, Youngyo is fighting this one out. But I mean, Bread just needs one more S1 from the Tiamat, and that will take place now. That should take down this this Raymarie, and that will be the win for Bread. A 2-0 victory for him versus Youngyo. That was domination. Just Youngyo not equipped enough with his revelation comps. That is the problem with these revelation style comps, with these comps that kind of rely on their S3s to kind of carry them through. Once those S3s have been burnt and they haven't achieved what you wanted them to achieve, you're kind of sitting duck for like 3 or 4 turns, and that's enough turns for like a Fushu and a Tiamat, like you saw there, to just tank it out. Literally just tank it out, get into a stage where they are nigh on unkillable. And unfortunately, even with Raymarie being as strong as she is, it wasn't enough to take down the tankiness and the damage output that Tiamat and the Fushu combo provides. And like I said, we've seen Fushu Tiamat take down entire teams by themselves, and they just did that once more.
Yeah, you know, there was a trade-off. Yang got the Ray Mary. Unfortunately, though, he lost the Freya, so you saw a lot more cut-ins. That Ling Lo able to just get that S3 very, very early. Plume able to activate as well before Yang was able to complete his entire cycle of damage, and that bought Bread the time to outlast, right? The Tiamat with that Amber, it's just too much to kind of chew through if you get any sort of help, and Bread got all the help he needed with those cut-ins.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with you, I think the cut-in from the Ling Lua was the biggest one. You know, obviously Bread would have loved, Yongyo would have been loved to be able to follow up immediately on the Hell Kid with more damage, especially with the Heinrich running the Revelation, but just not quick enough, not able to deal with the cut-ins as well. So a bit of a difficult one for him to have to navigate there. But Bread playing just as we thought he would. You know, one of the Hyperlinker Cup Season 1 champions coming through big, qualifies, gets himself to top 4. I'm sure Keka's going to be loving that. I know he's really fond of Bread. I know they play together a lot, so he's going to be excited to see him making his way to the grand finals as well. But massive congrats to Bread. Dominated that first matchup. He will be going into the winners bracket versus Iron. And so he will be taking on Iron in the top end of that winners bracket. So that's going to be a really interesting matchup as well.
Yeah, that'll be a great one. Big shout out to Bread, of course, for moving on. Big shout out to Yang, though, Scoundrel. I think this guy, I love his playstyle. I love that he sticks to his guns, and I want to see him. I think the latest round of characters is really going to favor players like Yongo. So don't let this get to you. I want to see him continue playing these tournaments, and big shout out. I think he still played well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yongyo deserves an applause here. I love it when players, like you said, bring something slightly different to the table, not just kind of running with what the meta tells them to run with. They're sort of developing their own style. Hellkid certainly is a unique pickup that not many other players bring to the table, and so Yongyo trying to pilot that really actually, you know, felt like in the first game Hellkid had got what he needed to get done. Like I said, it was you're talking like a sub 1% Ling Luo. If that Ling Luo had gone down, no Amber on it, so that could have been a completely different game. We're going to take a look at the highlights from that best of 3, guys. Probably be sure it was 2 quick games, but nonetheless, good to look back at how Bread has secured his place in the top 4. Welcome back, everyone, to the EWS Etheria World Summit Regional Qualifiers. We are here on the International Server Regional Final, and we are heading into our 3rd quarterfinal of the day. We've had 2 already. Both Bread and Iron have advanced to the top 4 of our competition. They will be claiming their spot in those grand finals, and we will now be going into our 3rd matchup of 2 players that I'm not as familiar with, if I'm honest with you, Car. Not people that I've seen a huge amount of in previous tournaments, but I really love seeing new players coming to the fray. We've got the Dark, one of them, but very high Summit Arena points, as you can see. Like sometimes there's a little stat here to see how they're doing in Summit Arenas. Really high Summit Arena points for the Dark, and you can see some of his shells that you're expected to see, like the Fushus, the Lowens, the Lilies, and the Tiamats.
Yeah, the tried and true. You talked about the Summit Arena points. This guy definitely grinds like a madman. So I can't wait to see what Dark has, in store for us. But the most used Animus, very similar to what we've seen today. Probably more of a turn 2 player that can flex into that speed if he needs to.
Yeah, and obviously he will be taking on Solos. So another player that we haven't seen a huge amount of in these tournaments before. We can take a look at Solo's stats to look at his most used shells and his most used animuses as well to get a brief insight into kind of play style that he likes. And that's interesting. So it's obviously Codex being his most used shell. That Codex kind of fell out of favor a little bit in PvP. I'm not expecting to see a massive amount of it, but Doki Doki being on there as well. So that's kind of cool to see.
Yeah, I think even though you see similar most used animuses, the Codex most used shell is very telling. He wants to opt for, big value in the early turn. So most likely we're going to see Solo be a little bit of the initiative aggressive player. But with these most used animus, I think both players are going to be still very well-rounded, taking the tried and true, the typical powerhouses on 1, 2, and kind of dancing around and seeing how each other react and respond in kind.
Yeah, really cool to see. And I'm kind of interested to see this one work. As you mentioned, like Codex is one of those the picks that, you know, 4 months ago everybody was running, but then it got to some pretty heavy nerfs in PvP specifically. And so kind of fell out of favor just a little bit. It is kind of similar to Revelation in the sense that you want to make use of it in the first few turns. If you don't, you've kind of got a dead shell on your hands. So you've really got to hope that your team is built heavily around speed, heavily around control, can definitely get 2 uses of an important skill off before the enemy can react. When you're running Codex, you're usually running a team that's not going to want the enemy to take a turn. So you're not expecting the enemy to take a turn in any way, shape, or form. So that kind of gives you a little bit of an insight into what kind of the gameplay we may be expecting from Solo here.
Well, just like Iron and Scoundrel, I'm excited for both of these players. I want to see what they have in store. If they're here in the top 8 qualifiers for the Etheria World Summit, you know that these guys are powerhouses. But I'm not super familiar with their game, so I'm really curious to see what they bring to the table.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, these guys, to make it this far, you're clearly doing something incredibly right. We're going to see a Messiah ban and a Raymarie ban. So the first Messiah ban that we have seen in the tournament. Now, Messiah is an interesting one. Obviously doesn't have a 3-hit, so can't make use of Revelation all the way like some of the characters can, but still has a really powerful effect. Obviously the immunity can cut through passives, which is also really important. So there is like certain situations where Messiah becomes really useful.
Oh yeah.
But we are going to see the Plume first pick and going into low end, so nothing out of the ordinary so far for both of these players.
But you were talking about Messiah, and I think that was some great points. He's still very relevant to this day. One of the premier cleave-style units. We saw Yelly kind of take over from the side of Iron. Messiah can definitely do that as well. Unfortunately, we won't see him in this matchup. And instead, Dark is going to be going with that Plume, Tia, Doki. So a very, very powerful lineup. You have your debuffs, you have your initiative, you have your cleansing, and you have that anchor tank down Tia. So Solo's going to have that in mind. He does have the Fusho, which is a great option to take away. You never want your opponent to have the Fusho plus Tia together. That Lily is also going to be a powerhouse unit on the band protected spot, so she's going to be able to enable certain units between resets, between push-ups, as well as provide that early turn initiative.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. Lily coming through here as a protected pick is really interesting. We're going to see the Holden locked in, not someone that we've seen a huge amount of. Obviously, again, another really strong buff stripper, can be really, really powerful in the right situations. But I think like nothing that's shouting out to me like massive Codex and Magic user right here for Solo so far. But we're going to see Ling Luo come through. So again, heavy healing. Again, losing Tiamat here wouldn't be good if you're the Dark. So you've got to think about what your final pick is going to be, in the sense that you can expect that Tiamat's probably going to be a target ban. So you can probably want something else outside of Tiamat that could function. Like obviously we used to have a Tiamat Bjorn. We used to have also Rahu. So Rahu used to be sometimes an option that people kind of would run in this kind of comp as well. So Picardi also something that is pretty interesting to think about in this situation. I like it. You needed the damage here because if Tiamat got taken out, like you really didn't have anything. So Picardi is a good final pickup from Dark.
Yeah, I think you put it well that with that Tiamat only showing, you need another damage dealer in case she gets banned out. Kakardi's a nice one here. We have the Holden that only has, mostly single target. He does have an AoE and S3. Low end, very similar. Big single target, a little bit of AoE, but if you can't kill him, right, he has enough support to keep that Kakardi going, and that Born is going to take him out. So now he's kind of stuck in a weird spot where, the T is very rough. With a backup healer, but Kakardi also, he doesn't have some direct answers to. So let's see what Solo's opts to ban out.
Yeah. I mean, this is interesting because I think you really have to probably take out. Yeah, I was going to say Ling Luo. I think Ling Luo makes the most sense, right? Like that's your only form of genuine sustain, and removing it makes Tiamat a little bit less powerful. Like without having sustain, Tiamat does become less powerful. You can't activate her. You can't activate her transformation as quickly. So I like that pickup and that change from Solos. I think that's a good option.
Yeah, that's right. We were talking about between the Tia, between the Kakardi. Who do you ban? You have 2 damage dealers, 2 kind of carries, but instead he's going to take out the support, chop their legs off from beneath them and try to come over the top. I like this adaptation from Solos. Let's see if it pans out.
See, and he's really thinking about this first move here. I don't blame him. There is so much on the line in these best of 3s. So really thinking about the first move he's going to aim for. Will just buff up, but Doki will take the next turn immediately here. We'll boost everybody back over to the front. We could go for a big taunt if we wanted to, and it will actually just be the S1 onto, I think, Loan here. So just gonna drop the S1 onto Loan. Right. We will see the S3. Yeah, we will see the S3 come through here and get some debuffs down. The counter attack does come through from Holden. Obviously, we've got to remember that is there to think about.
This is gonna be bad.
Now up.
Oh my god, she's
gosh.
taken out in no Amber this time around. She was on Jackal Guard, I believe, and that is not a good sign for Solo's already losing one of his linchpin characters off the rip.
Yeah, he will have Holden. And obviously Holden, again, similarly, can pull things out of the bag if he needs to. We will see him use that S3 here. How much damage is it going to? Not enough. That does not bode well for the rest of this fight. I really feel like if that's Holden's S3 damage, we are not looking at a big powerhouse Holden that's going to carry this fight.
He's put on the Amber, and you don't really see a lot of powerhouse Holdens anymore. A lot of times he's used for just supplemental damage, more for that utility, and losing that low end so early is going to be really, really rough. I don't know if he can kind of make a comeback here, but he's definitely not giving up just yet. That, you know, we do have some cards still on the table, but it's going to be a rough hill to climb. Look at that damage from the Kakardi pumping through.
That's kind of crazy. Maybe trying to push back some turn meter here from Holden. Let's see what he chooses to go for. Actually, just chooses to go for an S1 onto he gets procced into Amber. Yeah, he gets procced into Amber here, so the Tiamat does get the counter attack and then procs it into the Amber. But Doki Doki just looking very good for the time being, just really providing a huge amount of debuffs and speeding the team up. Holden back into the fight.
Cooldown resets,
so
everything. I think Dark is looking very, very well situated. This Tiamat still hasn't even been procced on Amber, and Solos is still trying to work on it. He's able to apply that twin trick, so maybe he can get some momentum going. But like, you know, he applied that twin trick earlier to the low end, getting taken out, kind of set him back big time. Now he's sort of scrambling. That being said, maybe there's a chance if he can get some. I don't know. The Kakardi looks like a tough unit to answer with just the Holden still available.
Yeah, everyone looking pretty healthy though for the time being. So it doesn't look like they're focus firing right now. Just looks like they are.
Excuse me. Yeah, the Amber. The Tia does get taken out.
That's a big deal actually. The Tia getting taken out here is basically all of the damage. Well, actually, there's still a Kakardi, but that is a massive deal. Actually, really well played from Solos. Get it on the counter attack as well. So that's quite a big moment to get rid of the Tiamat in that way.
Yeah, perhaps a reset came through that I missed, but here we go. Damage building up. Jackal Guard adding a little bit on top, little chip damage. Lily now up. Gets a twin trick. Damage coming out on the Plume.
And we're going to have the S3 from Holden. Actually, Solos turned this around pretty big, and we have to really hope that Kakardi can do the damage necessary. That's a huge amount of damage once again, but just not enough to take Holden down. But it will be finish.
Don't blink.
Wow.
That is huge.
Yeah, so coming back a little bit, but that 2-hit from the Kakardi into the fall from the Plume was all he needed to take.
That was absolutely nuts. You felt like somehow Solos had kind of clawed his way back into the fight there with the Holden, but again, Kakardi with the big hit, huge damage then coming out from the Plume just to finish them off. Actually, really smart play. Like, you might be able to tell this to me because maybe I'm wrong. I think he intentionally allowed the Tiamat to be low enough to then, when she got hit by a counter attack, that's what killed her. So that didn't proc the Amber in that way. I think, anyway, I have a feeling that was the interaction that he was looking for, because I don't think the Amber got procced before that. So I have a feeling that was a very intentional play from Solos. You might be able to correct me if I'm wrong. I can't remember if that's actually a thing or not.
You're talking about the damage share effect? Listen, these players might be pulling off something crazy. I sort of missed it. I actually thought it was still available. Could have been a skill reset too from Lily. There was a lot going on. That back and forth were insane. But that being said, whatever happened, even if the Tiamat still had it, right? I think, Dark was still in a position, Tiamat or not, to sort of take the whole thing. And he just drafted well. I like Solo. We were talking about, the ban and the Ling sort of being maybe a factor. But you know what? Both of these players really showing what they got.
Absolutely. Like, really good stuff from these guys. And I'm looking forward to this next matchup now as well. Dark, one win away from getting his place in the top 4 as well. Will Solos be able to respond? Dark felt like he had a sew-up on the draft, but showed off one of his crazy Codex of Magic comps. As you know, we saw in his stats that he does like to pick up the Codex of Magic here and there. So kind of interested to see whether Solos changes anything up. Will be the Raymery, and actually be the Plume Band, the first Plume Band that we've seen today, and it will be the low-end first pick for Solos here.
Yeah, between the game 1 and game 2, you see a lot of shifts in sort of the pre-bans, because now you have that turn 1 or pick 1 initiative, I should say. And so you see a little bit of a swap up between game 1, game 2, and then game 3, all respectively. But now we have the team at Fusho, Dark showing that his units are built very well. And if you leave these units alive, right, they are taking over the entire match. So Solos is going to have to either have enough damage this time around to sort of take it out. As we saw, just banning the healer, she was still able to do her job. The S1's doing so much damage to Lowen. The counters coming out. It was too much to deal with.
I'm going to see what the protected pick is going to be here from Dark, because he has an option to go for something like the Ling Luo, the Doki Doki does get taken away from him, it looks like. Solo's obviously being the guy that actually likes the Doki Doki more so than not on his team, so looks like Dark will lose out on the Doki Doki this time round, but has options like the Lily, like the Ling Luo that he could go for too. Ling Luo does, I think Ling Luo makes the most sense here. You've got Fushu open, so you don't want to lose Fushu. You want to make sure you have at least one healer on the table for Tiamat. The only downside is that you will now need to go for something like the Kakadi again. Like, you will need another big beefy boy basically to like kind of back up the Tiamat here. Because if you lose Tiamat and you're just stuck with like Fushu, Ling Luo, and a couple of other supports, it's not looking great. Yeah. But I like the idea of the Ling Luo here in the protected slot. It just means that you're guaranteed a Veronica.
So you're talking about some interesting things here with, you need another carry style damage dealer with Tiamat. However, Veronica is, if you guys have been playing Etheria for long enough, you've seen this character take over entire matches alone by just whittling down opponents. So she has a lot of buffs, survivability. She can do some good AoE damage as well on the S2 depending on the shells. So that's something we need to watch out from the side of Solos. That being said, Veronica's been banned out from a lot of the players here and there, especially in the pre-bans. So I'm curious to see how she does right now. Messiah Heinrich coming through though, X, and this is going to be big damage coming out. You saw the Messiah pre-ban in game 1, and maybe that is why Solos kind of went for that weird draft where it's, you didn't see a lot of what we saw in the character preview.
There's the Rahu. We talked about it in the last draft. It's like a good option to, when you don't have the Tiamat available. Rahu is kind of like the second go-to. This comp though, if it can survive Messiah, his opener and Holden's opener, you're looking at a team comp that's just going to scale like crazy. You've got an unbelievable amount of sustain. Everybody's tanky. Veronica whittles away, like you said. Yeah. It's going to be difficult to punch through how tanky this team is.
But he has all the initiative right here. You see the revelation. Shout out to Young this time around. The Heinrich coming out from Solos. Let's see the damage. Not bad. Gets those debuffs as well. Look at the Rahu counterattack. But this is the issue. We have that Veronica cut in. She has that ability caked into her kit. And now we're going to either be able to provide some shields or get that much needed soul ward. That being said, the Holden, it's a little awkward because he does have a strip available too, but he's going after the Messiah. So Messiah here has big skill 3. You see the count for the extra damage. Show it to me. Oh my God.
That's insane. Rahu just immediately deleted, and now we don't have any damage dealers left. Now, we are going to get some big heals coming through here, so we will start to churn our way back up. But still, losing Rahu this early on is not a great look.
Not a great look. However, maybe still there. It's still a little bit unfortunate that Veronica could not apply. She has that block ability, block debuff, I should say, on still. Solos now has to still, clean up his plate. He can't play with his food here. It's not over just yet. Veronica can definitely take over. So you're going to see some skill 2 get that resets. Heinrich still alive, very low, doing some more debuffs, good damage. But not, it's still pretty healthy on the side of Veronica.
Yeah.
Now we have the
we still have yeah, exactly, the Ling Luo as well. And not going to be a lot of healing going on to Veronica.
Did not get the right one.
Veronica's got the block.
The block, the wounds. This is why Heinrich is such a threat. Oh my God. And you know what? I think unless he really wants to grind this out, it's looking kind of tough because you'll have Doki and Holden still super healthy. Yeah, there's the forfeit.
Yeah, he doesn't want to play that. I mean, there's a potential that you could just slowly poke them down and heal your way out of that, but at the end of the day, eventually Messiah will just chunk through. Now you can see why the Messiah ban was a thing. That Messiah is well geared, does a lot of damage, and is very difficult to deal with. And as you mentioned, the block just being a nuisance for the Veronica there just made her basically a non-character for the majority of that fight. So lots to think about for the Dark going into this final game of the series here. Solos levels things up. Really great comeback. Really good comeback from Solos. It shows why he has a couple of those characters in his back pocket that were previously so hotly contested by the Dark. Dark now kind of knows that he probably is not going to leave either Heinrich or Messiah open again. that's not going to be a good winning strategy for him. So yeah, interested to see how he responds in this final game of the series.
Well, I think now that, I was talking about earlier when you have game 1 or game 2, Dark's going to go back to that, game 3 where he gets the first pick more than likely as he is the loser here. And so I think he'll be able to pre-ban the Messiah once again. We'll see what happens, but I really like what Solo's pulled out, really showing what he can do when he has his characters in play. Dark a little bit unfortunate on the speed tuning potentially. We saw the Veronica going right after, and so right before, so she couldn't apply her maybe skill 3 if he wanted that. I'm not sure what the game plan was, but Dark definitely needs to go back to kind of what he did in game 1.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with you. I think there's got to think about kind of going back to what worked. And it's exactly what Iron did. Iron did the same thing, kind of branched out a little bit into game 2, and then went back to exactly what worked. And he has rolled back. He has rolled back to the Messiah ban. We will actually see the Fushu ban here from Solos. So that won't be on the table this time round, but obviously Raymarie actually open, and the Dark is going to lock that in immediately.
Yeah, I think she was pre-banned last game, but now the Plume, the Low, and the Raymaries, you guys are going to get used to seeing these 3 characters always vied for in those early spots, no matter your playstyle typically too. You just want to have some of those characters on your team, because if you let your opponent have, 2, 3 of those, God forbid, it's looking real rough. But now we're going to see maybe some flex slots where the player's personalities can kind of shine through. Dark really showing that he's more of, the typical sort of tank down style, where Solos is kind of the one that can kind of flex into more aggression.
Low, and then we're going with the protected pick here as well. Tiamat not going to be protected this time, and Ling Luo will be, so they're going to be protecting Ling Luo once again. It will be Doki Doki once again by Solos. Now, if you remember looking back at the stats and the preferred animus for Solos, Doki Doki was up there. Heinrich going to be locked in once more. No Messiah this time round, but Heinrich definitely a problem. Where does Dark go from here? Could maybe look towards another Veronica and then get rid of the Heinrich. So maybe something to consider. But again, Dark has options on the table. Doesn't have the Fushu, which is obviously one of the nice combinations of Tiamat. But we'll have to think about, if he loses Tiamat, where is he building this comp towards? Is he building towards just kind of going with Raymarie? There's the Veronica, like we said. I imagine that does mean the way of thinking about a Heinrich ban, I would say. Low and Heinrich being the ban targets for me if I was Dark at this point in time. Just now looking to see how he rounds this comp out. Maybe needs another good support or damage dealer in this situation.
He has the Raymarie, right, with the Tia Veronica. He might be okay on damage. Instead, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head there. The Heinrich is sort of the X factor here, right, that we got to make sure we account for. We saw in the last game, between the buff block and the wounds, Veronica was really kind of nullified. You see Solence, and I kind of like this play. We saw how well she was, how effective she was in the last round. Gotten a lot of buffs. This character is really good at both slowing down your opponent, providing shields, also doing some decent damage, and debuffs as well between the passives.
Yeah, so a bit of a hybrid kind of damage dealer coming through here. That's to say, if we haven't, Raymarie can be really high damage output, but also we've seen her kind of lack a little bit of damage output in times as well. So it depends on the way the build comes through. Yeli coming through here, so that is something to think about. I mean, what it would say is, okay, Lowen goes down. Heinrich was Revelation Heinrich for Solo, so it was Revelation Heinrich. It wasn't a massive amount of damage. Still annoying, but it wasn't a massive amount of damage. Will be Lowen going down, but now you've got to think about whether Yeli and Heinrich together, is that going to be enough to burst through here?
It's going to depend, right? So the Doki, fortunately, will be able to push without, applying any hits, so that way Veronica's not cutting in too early. But he's got to be careful here, because now is where, he does damage. We need to see how much damage is done, as well as how many follow-ups we get, because that's where Dark is going to have some interruption time coming through. Only one
that's
follow-up.
Actually not a lot of... Yeah, not a huge amount of damage from the Yeli here, but we do have the Heinrich on Revelation as well, which will be a decent amount, but it doesn't actually get anybody down here. Now we will obviously see the plume come through. Everybody's taken their action. Everybody got to go without any cut-ins, and no one dies just yet. I say that, the Amber procs from the
Jackal Guard, that's right.
Yeah.
Now, fortunately, he did not apply the wound. So the Tiamat is still healthy. The Ember is out of there. But I think, as long as Dark can kind of hang on here, it is a tough ask for this Ling. There's so many debuffs in play. But I think depending on how this goes, maybe he kind of muster out a victory as he kind of got through the hardest part. You see these Jackal Guards adding up. And with Solos not having any direct sustain, the longer he, just grinds this out, the better it looks for the Dark.
An S2 here, going to be a plume rebuff from her ultimate coming through. So Doki Doki just trying to basically provide as much cooldown reduction on those big skills as physically possible, but there will be a round now where we're not going to have them available. So some downtime for this kind of bruisery team to think about what they're doing. Will be some wounds coming through here from Heinrich, so that's going to make it more difficult for Ling Lua to do her thing. One turn until Yeli gets her big burst damage back again. So one turn really to think about what you want to do on the side of the dark. Where are we focusing if we're Yeli? Remember, if we get really lucky with the follow-up shots, it could be lights out. Oh, it's not.
He went for it.
Yeah, if that was 3, that would have been it, right? If that was 3, it would have been it. I mean, I wonder, we go for the buff steal here, right? Or we don't go for the buff steal. Okay, not enough buffs to steal, it sounds like.
But that could have been big from the side of Solos. Unfortunately, did not get that third, what do you call it, that little kind of coin flip to seal the deal, giving Ling Lo a little more room to breathe now. The chip damage is adding up. Plume answering in kind, getting those S1s. Cool stacks adding up. Jackal Guard doing some good damage. I talked about this earlier, how much damage it does, but look at Heinrich activated again.
Yeah, and he will take down, and Yeli has her S3. I think this is it. I think this is Solos with Yeli's S3. Surely no way back from this situation. You just click the S3 and you go for it, right?
Oh, most definitely. He's sending it in. And with those debuffs, with how low they are, it's going to be brutal. Oh my god, even taking out the frozen Amber Tia.
I got to ask a question. Why no S3 and Veronica? I know there weren't that many buffs, right? But like, why no S3 and Veronica?
There was a lot of debuffs. Was maybe the buff block still present? I was more paying attention to the interactions otherwise. But yeah, I think these players, they're definitely not prone, or they're not immune to making mistakes. But usually, right, they kind of find the right, what do you call it, outs, especially when they're behind. So I'm assuming the S3 wouldn't have been that valuable there. Instead, maybe trying to get some extra chip. But unfortunately, Solo is taking it there. And you saw it's sort of like a reverse sweep a little bit with that being down a game. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if I was reflecting on that, I'd be thinking like, maybe banning the Yeli. Like, that's the big source of damage there. Like, I saw Heinrich wasn't exactly big damage in the previous round, so like I felt like I could deal with him. Yeli was the big problem, I think, in terms of that damage output coming from Solos there. It was huge, 70.1% damage dealt, as you can see. Just probably most of that coming from the Yeli, if we're realistic. And yeah, big congrats to Solos. He's going to be out dark and advance to the top 4, and I think that was a Codex of Magic Doki Doki, by the way. So
finally his favorite shell came through.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a Codex Doki Doki, so it just gives him loads of options coming into Doki Doki's second turn about what he wants to do. Like, do we go for skill cooldown reduction like he did, or are we going to sort of do a turn meter advance once more? So yeah, just well played from Doki. You can see that he really knows how to play Doki Doki well, and then uses it well in his team comp. So lovely stuff from him. Another kind of slightly different strategy to think about if you're him as well. And that puts him through as our 3rd player in our upper bracket. That's crazy, Car.
Yeah, let me just real quick, what I want to say is the what we're seeing right now, Scoundrel, between all 3 games this far is it's not just a bruiser domination. You see the typical, powerhouse units taken early 1 and 2. However, we're seeing some cleave come through. The Messiahs, the Yelis. Yang is the only one so far, not to call him out, but sort of fail at sort of that aggressive style. Whereas both Iron and Solos are showing, right, the Messiah, the Yelis are still enough to power through.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd love to look back at that best of 3 and have a look at some of the key moments. So those quick cleaves, as we saw from the Messiahs and the Yelis, they're going to be things to look back at. So let's see how Solos has locked his place in our top 4. Welcome back, everybody, into our last quarterfinal here. We will be closing out our top 8 into the top 4 after this best of 3, and we are going to see another really cool matchup. It is going to be I'm gonna have to say this right. Give me a second. It's gonna be Myoshin.
Excuse me. Let me cut in real quick. I got a DM not too long. I just couldn't find a good time to tell you, but this is actually a player that both of us know. This is Watchum, and he said hi, by the way.
Oh, hey, dude! Like, my God, I was not expecting that. Okay, well, great player. Watch him. I'm going to try and call him Myoshin. I don't know. Maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong, but yeah, but it's great to see another player that we know really well. A great player. You can see Amber here. He's very, very kind of into that bruisery style with the Ling Luos, the lilies. Like you're probably going to see a bit of Tiamat coming out from him. So watch him, a great player. He will be going up into Bok. I know you talked about Bok being a fantastic player as well. I haven't seen as much of him, but I know that he's just a really strong player all around.
Yeah, well, so watching, we both know him very well. We talked about his units. Bok is someone we're going to talk about here in just a second. That he is also Consecrator, which you said shout out to. Very, very strong player. So check out his content. And I can't wait to see the adaptations because this guy has some tech for days. Now, I'm not sure if he's going to bust out anything super crazy, as we talked about how important it is to make it through this top 8, best of 3, right? Not a lot of time to sort of experiment. You really, really got to make sure you come out the gate swinging. We saw some players go down 0-2. The games are so fast, but if this guy is left to his devices, he is super creative.
I think Bok might have the highest Summit Arena points on our graphics out of anybody in the tournament, right? I'm pretty sure he has got the highest with 4,025. That's higher than anybody else that I've seen today. He is a grinder. This man goes for it. He really, really grinds the ladder.
Yeah, and between his most used shells and most used animus, it is, our usual suspects, of course. But he does play some other characters, right? You're going to see maybe some Salins. I know he's a big fan of units like Born. And really take note of the draft phase, and we'll see how they sort of pick and choose, especially on the band protection spot. If both players have similar styles, we're going to see if they have, some homework, maybe some tech in terms of taking units away and seeing who can kind of win the draft better. Because when both players are evenly matched, a lot of times it's won in just the draft phase.
And absolutely, I agree. I think a lot of the games today have been won in that draft portion of the section. Pick and bans so important in terms of taking out away, really high priority picks. Even though we talk about the picks that are high priority in the meta, each of the individual players, they all have characters they're known for. Everybody has to build their characters. These are live built characters, right? So everybody is going to be known for characters like, I know his Lily's got insane gear on it. Or I know his Messiah is absolutely cracked. So like people will know the characters that these guys have built really well, and so that will also come into play when we're thinking about the pick and ban phase. It's going to be the Fushu and the Veronica ban here with the immediate Ray-Marie first pick for Watchum or Myoshin, as I will say.
No surprise there.
Watchum. Unless there's any Korean viewers watching us, unless there's any Korean guys watching us, I think I'm just going to call him Watchum.
Feel free to let us know in the comments in the chat. However, Ray-Marie, obviously, taken in the early game, you don't want to fight against her. You want to make sure she's on your side. Can be played in a lot of different play styles, and now we see the flex into the actual style of Watchum Tiamat Ling Lo, a very strong combo. A lot of times you'll see Fusho, but with that being pre-ban, we go for Ling, who's honestly very, very. She is so good today, Scoundrel. Good in terms of just keeping Tiamat alive. Good in terms of like cutting in between. We saw Gigabytes, we saw Reaper Steps, but being able to sort of cut in between the debuffs, the damage, and getting that much needed heal to give you the room to take over the rest of the match. She's been an all-star.
Interesting. Doki Doki getting locked in the protected slot, but here's a first pick character that we haven't seen today, which is the Nymphonial. Nymphonial, kind of similar to Hellkid in a way, like it's sort of somewhat similar in that sense. But yeah, interesting to see that Nymphonial getting picked up here. I know it is a character that some people really do like in the PvP setting, but Bok bringing it to the table must mean that he's got a plan for this character, because it is not a traditional pickup.
I love this character. I'm a big fan of Nymphonial. She actually got some buffs recently where not only does she give attack up, right? So her main claim to fame, she provides big damage, a little bit of support between shielding and a little bit of healing, but typically she only gives attack to the attack scaling characters. Now she can actually give defense buffs as well. If your defense is higher than your attack, she'll give defense buff, otherwise the normal attack. But also got some buffs as well. You see Messiah coming through once again. So damage showing for Bok. Let's see how Watchum responds.
Yeah, Messiah goes down, Ray-Marie goes down, so we're really looking at like a Kakadi, Tiamat, Ling Luo, Lily combo, which actually I'm kind of scared of. Like that's looking pretty scary realistically into the Plume Loan, Doki Doki, and Nymphonial. So you're kind of relying on Loan here for the majority of your damage output, and she's not exactly a massive damage dealer.
Yeah, she can definitely do some respectable damage, but not having a ton of AoE, it could be very, very dangerous for the side of Bach. But here we go. We have the Nymphonial coming out.
Exactly. We do have the Nymphonial. So that is going to be interesting. Obviously, the big attack buff up could be a big deal for the low end here. We'll have to see how much of a difference this is going to make.
And you see 2 codexes as well, so Bach is going to have a lot of early turn tempo, being able to back-to-back skill 3s if he wants. And look at that shiny, is that a shiny Jackal Guard on the low end? What is that? That looks awesome. I think that's one of the new things they added, is some shiny shells.
That is a shiny Jackal Guard right there. This man has been going for it.
That is very cool. All right, good damage coming out onto the Ling. But like you were talking about, right, we have the Kakardi, who we've seen do some big damage. The longer this guy stays alive, you see the first S3 not very impactful, but as he scales up, as he ramps, as he gets those additional follow-up hits going, that is where Bach is going to be a little bit afraid. That being said, the early turn damage coming on the Ling is huge for him, and this is exactly what he needs.
And there's no Amber there either, so if you take down this Ling Luo, that is Ling Luo that's gone for good, and that's going to be a big deal breaker for the Tiamat, because she's not going to be able to get the easy transforms back and forth. Does cut, but not enough. I think should just be able to focus down this Ling Luo here.
Oh,
that
does get the
transform,
activation
though.
Yeah, and gets the cut in, so some damage coming through. But now we have that low end up and ready. The Ling Luo 1 health in a dream. Goes for the AoE, does take him out.
Still a bit scary.
Let's see where we can go from here. Are we going to see enough damage from Kakardi? Obviously does have that big AoE available as well. We'll go for the ultimate once more. Oh, not enough there. That is a tanky. That is a tanky team on the side of Bach.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy.
Part of it is because of that defense buff I was talking about, the shields between the double Nymphonial S3. It's so tanky that look at that. Now we have the S2 follow up, the heal, I believe, got buffed as well. Nymphonial, just a standout character right now, where you were talking about, right? Not a super picked character in the past. You did see some players that like to bring like attack scaling bruisers. I know Bach and Brett have been big fans of her since the start, but now with their latest rounds of buffs, she's so much more versatile, and you're really seeing it. Bach is putting on a show for us.
Absolutely, and like the S2 is basically, obviously, as you know, like it's Valerian's ult, but you get it on your S2. So it's just, and it gets an additional heal now as well, like you said, the buffs that came through for it. So really just equalizing everybody out now. They're trying to focus down the low and knowing that she's the big target here. Low HP across the board. We've got another Amber proc, couple of Amber procs here. But not looking good. I actually really think a bit of an unsung hero in this situation has been the Doki Doki as well. Like, turn meter has been consistently in favor of our boy Bach. And we're going to get another S3 coming out from an Nymphonial here.
My God, and that's the power of the codexes, right? You have such big tempo, and even though he doesn't have like direct sustain, direct damage, just the amount of turns he's taking and the power that his units bring, he is systematically taking down the units one by one, starting with the problem unit, the Ling Luo. That's going to be your healer, your sustain for the Tiamat. We got rid of the Ambers. There's just raw damage from S2, random damage from Plume is enough to take out the Kakardi, and now Watchum is on his last legs.
Yeah, struggling a little bit here. It's going to be, he will just forfeit. Knows there's probably no way back in this situation with no Ling Luo, they're very low HP, no Amber, Tiamat, not going to be able to find his way back in. Bach, what a cool comp, dude. Like that was really well played. Well drafted. The Nymphonial was perfect in that situation. And yeah, Bach just kind of showing what he's capable of. There's a reason this guy has got so many summoning arena points. He is a big grinder on the ladder, knows a lot about the meta, has tested out a lot of stuff against some of the best opponents in the world, realistically. And yeah, looking dominant in their first matchup here. Great start for Bach.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of both of these players, but especially Bach because of those reasons I talked about. You know, I'm talking him up with those sort of tech picks, and you saw the Nymphonial and how effective it is between you know, you talked about the Doki Doki, both the codexes and both those characters. It's like an unsung hero in the back lines. They're not really the standout characters doing damage. That's the low end, but the support they provide was so overwhelming that Watchum just could not handle it at all.
There we go. We are heading into our potentially last game of the quarterfinals, depending on how Bach shakes things up. Obviously, you know, seen a lot of comebacks here, so Watchum's got a big run road to get himself back into this. But Bach looking incredibly dominant in that first game. We'll have the second pick and ban coming our way shortly, and that will be after this quarterfinal. By the way, we are looking at our top 4 locked going into the winners bracket. That is also the top 4 that get locked going to the grand finals. Like these guys, once they make it through their quarterfinal match, that is it for them. Like the pressure is somewhat off at that point. They can have a bit more fun, play comps that you maybe want to try out on the big stage. Still a lot to play for though. You still will have the money on the line for the winner, and obviously the prestige of being the #1 in your region. And when you're #1 on the international and the global server, that's a pretty big deal as well.
Yeah, both the fame as well as the money. You can breathe a little easier, but I still want to see these players, go for the victory. Because, Excounter, would you turn down $1,000? My God.
Absolutely not. Never in a million years. I would gladly play some Etheria restarts to get myself $1,000. So plenty on the line for these guys. We are just waiting to get into that second pick and ban phase here between Watchum and Bok. Obviously, some adaptations that do need to be made for Watchum, and we are already in here. So it looks like we're about halfway through the pick and ban phase. I actually had a Deeting ban, so not the original Deeting, it is the new Deeting. When I say new Deeting, I can't remember his full name. Oh, the Lumi Warden Deeting. Yes. The guy with the sword. I'm going to call him the Sword and Shield Deeting. He gets taken away here. We'll see Veronica dropped out, so it'll be Loan, Fushu, Lily, Ling Luo here. So Loan being kind of like the primary damage dealer for Watchum at the moment. I'm expecting maybe something like a Bjorn or maybe a Hikari to round things out, because Tiamat and Rahu have been taken away already. So maybe looking towards like a Bjorn or like I said a Hikari, but obviously other options available. You don't want to lose Loan and then have nothing here. So we're gonna have to see something coming out from Watchum.
Most definitely. And I think is this our first Rahu of the tournament? We saw some Holdens. Rahu was a standout. And did we see one earlier?
We saw one Rahu, but he got deleted by Yeli in 110.
Okay, so you might be right. Yeah,
we didn't see Rahu after that. It will be the
Rahu is a character that is still good, just like Holden. But in the past, like Hyperlink Cups, you saw this guy always, and we're getting frustrated with the RNG that he kind of puts out, either all in or not even awake. But that being said, he is picked a little less. However, with an Infonial new buffs, the defense scaling makes it a lot more viable as well.
We see the bans coming through here, so it will be the low one that gets taken away. So we're kind of relying on Holden to do the majority of your damage here if you're Watchum. So we'll see. There's actually quite a decent chunk of damage going on to Rahu there. So there is some hope. There is some hope for Holden.
Yeah, but behind the Twin Trick Delete, he can put out some damage, but we saw earlier not typically able to take over matches like, more typical carries. That being said, he does have elemental advantage, and behind the support of Lily, he's definitely, Watchum still has a chance for sure.
Got a lot of defensive support on the team as well, so there is that.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be, this could be our longest match of the night, and all the matches have been so quick in all honesty, but this one could be a bit of a grindier one.
Yep, we may be going down to the turn meter. What do they call it again? There's the arena limit in terms of turns taken.
I think there might be an actual, where the damage scales up. That's right. Yes.
So we could be moving that way now. There's a lot of damage coming out onto Holden already, but obviously he is on a team with Fushu and Ling Luo, so not expecting that damage to stick for very long, if I'm honest with you.
X, it's so funny because this is reminiscent of all the previous, Bruiser matches we used to cast together. It's been such a refreshing spin on, the new characters that were added. I think there was such a good job done in shaking things up. And now this is like, I'm getting flashbacks of these grindy Bruiser versus Bruiser, Rahu versus Holden, a Tiamat thrown in, double healers. It's gonna be a slobber knocker, if you will.
Slobber knocker. There you go. That's a word. I suppose I'm British. I should appreciate it. We've got a lot of damage coming out from the Tiamat, by the way. I don't know if you saw that. Chunked Holden pretty low. But like you said, I don't think there's any rush if you're Bok. Like you are happy chilling for the most part. You're not ridiculously threatened. You're gonna be happy just letting Rahu scale up. You have got your own healing in the form of Aya, so you kind of got that going for you as well. It's not like you don't have any sustain in your team, and he's not exactly, like you said, not exactly like Holden is known for chunking people out here. So this is going to be a grinder. We're going to see a grindy game coming out of these guys. Holden will have that buff strip available to him, which does give them a slight advantage here, but it's not going to be enough, really, I don't think, to kind of win this one outright.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to see a lot of just back and forth, going through the motions, kind of whittling away. Let's see who can kind of preserve their cooldowns for those extreme go turns. Maybe can kind of get an edge. It's really going to be a calculated and slow start. But as that Etheria effect kicks in, we're going to see some big pickups later on in the match. But for now, it's a tickle fest.
Tickle fest, wet noodle fight. That's what we. That's what we call it sometimes. The
a pillow fight.
Noodles being slapped against each other until we have the arena effect come in. And I think realistically, that is what we're going to see in this game. Holden not threatening enough by himself, and not enough damage on the side of Box Team to actually get through the sustain wall that they've got in the form of Fushu and Ling Luo. So really what they're looking at is just they're carefully thinking about where they want to focus the majority of their damage. Like it looks like Mizumi Aya is kind of like the target for the most part, but the more Wrath that gets built up, we do have a transformation for the first time here. So transformation does come through onto the Ling Luo. We'll get her a chance to do that. So we'll see how much damage she starts to put up.
Okay, not bad with that defense break. Fusho taking a bit, getting a follow-up, no crit, unfortunately. There is more damage on the side of Bach between the Tia and the Rahu, and less sustain. I would say just a little bit between Aya and Infonial. Fusho and Linglo, more of like dedicated healers. You see the Aya really taking a lot of damage, so we're finally getting a little bit of headway coming through. Can we secure any sort of significant advantage? Aya, very, very close to death, but we have an S2 equalizer coming out. And you talked about this one earlier, X.
Yeah, it's got buffed as well. You get the healing after the equalization as well, straight back up to full HP.
God.
So that is a nice situation to be in. We are one turn away from another ultimate as well. So it's looking pretty good across the board. I mean, we felt like there was some headway being made, and suddenly we were right back to square one here. I'd love to see the number of Wrath stacks built up on. It's 4, so we've got 4 on the Rahu for the time being. So not a massive amount, but he's starting to get there.
Oh, right, look at that. Yeah, this Aya is going to be the liability for the side of Bach. Now, even if she gets taken out, it's not over. You have that big type of damage building up between the Tiamat, the Rahu, especially if Artisan procs. Defense buffs go through from the Nifonial S3. We line up some big AoE damage. It's still possible, but Aya is looking like we do get a cleanse. She does have skill 3. Let's see. Big turn meter push.
Another Wrath, a couple of Wrath stacks built up there for Rahu, so starting to work his way up to being more and more threatening. Looks, that was a big hit on the Fushu here. So you're starting to see the Rahu's becoming more and more involved in the conversation. That's a nice hit from the Tiamat this time round.
Especially on that
Won't
Lily,
be in that transformation for too much longer, but I will say the Aya's looking pretty susceptible here.
But in kind, you see the Fusho Lily getting dangerously low, holding up to bat. Just has S1 available. Gonna do okay damage. Is it enough to take out the Aya if he goes for it? No, instead goes for that. Yeah, he gets that defense break onto that Rahu.
We heal up. Fushu does get quite a bit of HP back here. And we'll have her ultimate available too.
Yeah, well timed with that Supernova. Gonna get that additional healing. It's gonna be so much sustained barrier. Turn meter for his team. That's why Fusho is such a powerhouse unit. Aya still hanging on here. No abilities available. But does get that Rahu activation.
Still a bit scary.
Oh, they're going in. She is so low here. Holden should be able to take out the Aya in this situation.
Yeah, opposite just S2 instead of S3. Yeah, maybe scared of getting the rebuttal from the counterattacks. That could be a way that Watch him loses this when he's not expecting to. So I think playing a little bit more carefully is fine. It looks like he has an advantage. That being said, Infonial now ripping that big skill 3, and I think this is where Bach's gonna come in big.
He'll have to, because we are starting to get to a point where his sustain is starting to drop off here. And once that Aya goes down, they've only really got the Nymphonial S2, which is on a relatively long cooldown now. Going to be focusing down. Oh, she does go down the Aya here, so they were happy to do that with the second hit of the second turn of the Lily. We're now going for the Holden S3, so one person down for the time being. Rahu low, as is Tiamat, but we do have the health equalizer from the Nymphonial coming through after this, so that actually should bring things back to a relatively normal spot. But still, the damage not feeling like it's enough for the time being on the side of Bach.
Yeah, I think the stars just aren't aligning between the Rahu hits, between the AoE. It's staggered, and that's giving Watchum enough time in between, right? With those huge Ling Lo heals, burst healing, and the Fusho sort of sustain healing. Just a very strong combo. Even though Holden's not the strongest unit, especially in these kind of matchups, he is whittling down on the back of Lily, just getting those extra twin tricks, the S3s, it's adding up.
And Rahu, just not enough stacks, not enough counterattacks, really to do a significant amount. You can see actually just didn't even tickle Holden in this situation with Rahu. Yeah, with Rahu going down. I mean, Watchum, I think, has won this one out. That's going to bring it back. We are going all the way to a best of 3 here. What a comeback for Watchum. Well drafted. I like the comp with the sustain. Didn't feel like there was enough damage on the side of Bok, and he just couldn't make it work for him, couldn't get enough stacks. Rahu RNG not exactly in his favor on that fight either, and obviously they were very much kind of avoiding Rahu in terms of proccing any of that counter-attacking too. So yeah, just a good showing from Watchum. Shows that he can fight back against Bok, who looked so dominant in that first game, and I'm excited to see now we're going into that 3rd game of the series. This is the last game of our quarterfinals, and the winner is going to be the best of 1 winner to get through to our top 4.
That's right. Watch him showing signs of life. And I think one of the things is, we saw how effective the Nymphonia was in game 1, but in game 2, right, with her buffs, the Tiamat doesn't really get to take too much advantage between either the defense buff or the attack buff. So really a lot was on the Rahu Tiamat just giving a little bit of supplemental damage. But with the amount of sustain between the Ling Lo Fusho combo, you just can't break through.
Here we go. We are 1-1 between Watchum and Bok. This is kind of crazy. I was not expecting it given how Bok looked with that Nymphonia pick in the first round, but he let through the 2 premier sustain characters in combo with a Holden that was very difficult to take down, and just wasn't the damage like that Bruiser team. The problem with the Bruiser teams is that they're not known for the damage. Obviously they're known for grinding things out. They're known for out sustaining you, kind of getting through the big burst damage and dealing with those difficult turns, but they're not known for big damage. And so if you're going up into massive sustain, can't really break through it quickly, and Holden just able to kind of scale up nicely. We will see a Lowen ban and a Veronica ban. Raymarie instantly picked up by Watchum. Bok will go for the Fushu and Plume, so at least he's going to have one of those sustain options on his side of the table, and now Watchum's got the ability to lock in his protected pick as well.
Yeah, I think that's going to be very important. We're talking about the power of Ling plus Fusho.
I wouldn't be supposed to be Ling Luo.
Lily on the lock.
I was thinking maybe Ling Luo.
Yeah. He could still maybe pick, or it depends on what happens here, but maybe opting for that Lily and Protect. Just we saw how strong that was, I think, in game 1 from Iron. Being able to have a unit like Lily where it's going to put your opponent... Bok is a player that's not just strictly tank down, so having that kind of speed initiative is going to put him in potentially an awkward spot, because now he has to either acquiesce and sort of deal with the opponent having first turn. He's going to try with a Freya, which is a super versatile... Oh, look at this! We were talking about this earlier, X. The new D-Ting is coming through, and this character is really, really cool. But yeah, there's that Ling we were talking about earlier.
An interesting one. It's one that I've... Yeah, the Ling Luo does come through. So we've got the Tiamat, the Lily, the Raymarie, but the Luma Water D-Ting is something that I haven't seen, but I really wanted to, because basically it can stop turn meter manipulation on the enemy team, right? So basically, like, if you trigger the Torpor debuff, they can no longer gain turn meter effects. So that can be really, really impactful. Not only that, he's got loads of taunts, like an unbelievable amount of taunts in his kit as well, so he can really shut down anybody from doing any outside of the S1s. Can increase enemy animus skill cooldowns as well, which is a big deal. Also decreases the effects of any turn meter debuffs by 55% as well. So he's got a pretty good mitigation against turn meter effects, and also can stop the enemy manipulating turn meter effects. But
and just good mitigation
too. A ban here. Yeah. I mean, Celin's comes through. We see a Sylph come through. That's the first time we've seen Sylph picked up, and she gets immediately banned.
Yeah, the poor SR immediately banned. We wanted to see her. Good, I think it's like cleanse and healing. She's a standout unit in that regard. Bok doesn't want to deal with it, just wants to deal with one healer. We saw 2 healers, a little bit too much for maybe his play style, and instead we're going to go for this interesting comp where, it's kind of grinding out with Celin. So another grindy matchup, I think, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe he's going to go the distance.
Is that all you got?
Yeah, absolutely could. It's going to be decent chunk of damage coming out. Obviously, we don't get to see the Lumi Water D-Ting because it got banned away. So we are going to be as you mentioned, a little bit more grindy. Is that that's a jackal Freya, right? That's not a revelation.
Yeah, not a
for my
revelation.
eyesight. Yeah, my eyesight is poor, man. I've
No worries, me
glasses.
too. That's why I threw the context on. But that being said, this is where Bach, I think, has shown that he's okay going for a super grinding matchup. He also pre-bans the Veronica, meaning that's another unit, right, like Solence, where you don't have direct damage, but as long as you can kind of go through the Etherean effect, stay on top of the debuffs as you're seeing here, maintain turn meter, I think he can actually grind this one out. It may not be the most exciting match, but it could be a decisive victory if things go his way.
I think we just need to see how this plays out as things continue here. Because again, these matchups can kind of flip on their head at any given moment. What I will say is that I like Plume into these matchups as well, because Plume you can't dispel her stacking damage debuff, and it just stacks up over time. Yeah, the quills just become more and more of a nuisance as time goes on. It means that even damage that doesn't traditionally feel like it deals a lot can start to be really annoying.
Like those triple jackal guards, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's like the jackal guards just start to grind things out. So, the more and more actions that Plume takes, the more and more damage they're going to be taking. And even they've only got the Linglua this time around. They do have the Raymarie, which is interesting. Obviously, that Raymarie traditionally doesn't seem to get through in a lot of these matchups, but the quills are just building there on Plume. She is going and going and going, and just making it more and more annoying to have to deal with.
Exactly. That was very well said. I think that's the game plan you guys are going to see that Bach is implementing here, just providing so many debuffs that Ling is not going to be able to stay on top of it. Some of those debuffs are uncleansable. And on top of that, right, the Tiamat, not the best activator for units like Raymarie. So you're seeing a lot of slow tempo from the side of Watchum. Even though Tiamat and Raymarie are powerhouses in their own rights, they can't get a lot going with how tanky and annoying Bach's team is. So Watchum's going to have to make sure something aligns here to get, sneak in some burst damage. Otherwise, he is going to die a death of 1,000 cuts.
And get a heal coming out from the Linglua again, but you are starting to see the cracks forming just a little bit. Heavy debuffs on the side of Watchum, and again the quills building up over time. Not yet at their max stacks, but still starting to become a bit more of an issue as things go on. We'll see it. Really want to see what happens with the Tiamat transformation, how much damage that brings through. We do get a return stun onto the Freya here, which is a nice little win here for Watchum.
Hey, every little bit helps, right?
Absolutely. Here we go for Tiamat. She is a lot of damage onto Freya, actually. That was a lot of damage onto Freya.
Yeah, that's exactly what he needs. That S1 damage from that Tia coming through big time. In fact, I think actually he wants to stay untransformed as long as possible, because that's where the real burst comes through. Otherwise, you have that Fusho, which is a nice counter, especially to transform Tiamat. But Solence back to the Jellyfish. Skill 3 activated once again. You see these annoying debuffs kind of plaguing Watchum. Jackal guards adding up.
Like you said, it feels like it'll be a death by 1,000 cuts type of situation here. Just really hinges on what the Tiamat can do, you feel, and they are picking out the weak link at the exactly. They are picking out the weak link at the moment. There's a lot of damage going down onto the Freya, and she looks like she is within a couple of hits of going down.
You see a little bit of shield sustained there from that Solence, but the damage, he's very, very low. That Tia is kind of waiting behind the wings. Maybe can secure a kill depending on what happens. That's exactly what Watchum is looking for.
Yeah, I mean, the bit of damage, the Jackal Guard starting to tickle a bit more here. And you can see that the HP bars are slowly dropping down on either side, realistically. Lily will jump in, though, and they are going for the Freya.
Oh, the execute!
Freya is gone!
That is big for Watchum. Now, he is getting whittled down. Ling, kind of his only source of sustain, still farther back on the bar. I don't know if it's early enough for Bach to land any significant kills. You see the damage coming through. There is still some Ammers in play, so we'll have to see how Bach navigates around that. But being in a 4v3 situation, Watchum is looking kind of nice now.
Yeah, definitely so. Ultimate's not yet available, but you can see the Plume doing her best to just keep stacking it where she can. Raymarie, that's a nice return. We have the buff effect available as well. I really feel like this is going to be it for the Plume as well.
Yeah, Plume is now taken out.
Yeah, that's pretty big. But I think we will potentially lose the Raymarie here to the Solence. Still some low HP bars.
The Amber, yeah. Shiny Amber, by the way.
The Amber, sorry. The shiny Amber baited me. I couldn't see it because it was too shiny.
Yeah, no worries. This triple amber is going to be a lot, and maybe that's kind of the counterplay against Bach's sort of style. The grind down style is you have to deal, you know, you do okay damage stacking up between the plume, but now you got to deal with potentially, you know, like 3 extra lives, and I don't know if he has enough fuel in the tank to really outlast this.
Obviously, Silence can be pain as the game goes on, but again, like Fushu's not exactly like the ultimate healing sustain by herself.
And watch him there, opting for just S2.
Yeah, we've got waiting to get our S3 back up for Silence, but yes, not looking great here. I think we're due a transformation soon as well on the Tiamat. We're not far away from that. We'll see the Amber get out, and we are starting to now focus down. If the Silence goes down here, you really don't feel like, I don't feel like there's going to be much left in the way of gas in the tank for Bach, and watching just absolutely powering with this bruiser composition, just playing these longer fights excellently. You can see the power of the Ling Luo. You mentioned it a couple of drafts ago, like people really value Ling Luo in these comps, and it has been a standout pick. I mean, the Silence S3 is going to come through again, but it's just not going to do enough at this
not
stage.
Enough.
Yeah, the damage just not feeling like it's there. The Jackal Guards we thought maybe would do more than they actually would.
He needed more time, but between the Jackal Guards, maybe those timely stuns on those Ray Marys onto those Freyas, Bot watch him enough time. And like you said, he's been navigating these bruiser versus bruiser matchups beautifully. When he can kind of scale it back and bring it back to like the older metas is where watching is really showing his strengths.
Once the healing is starting to become, I think arena effect is coming into play here, so healing starting to become less and less effective. But nonetheless, damage also starting to ramp up too. So Fushu doing what she can, but she is just dead. I mean, she's gone.
Yeah, got hit by that unfortunate counter into that S3 rebuttal, and there it is. Oh my goodness, watch him taking it, scoundrel.
Absolutely nuts. Like that, Bach looked so dominant in the first matchup here. I was not expecting him to get fought back by Watchum, but Watchum just absolutely dominated in these bruiser matchups. Really coming in clutch. And you know, I've got to say, I'm really impressed with how he navigated the more complex fights. Like those bruiser matchups can be a little slow, you know, in that way, but they do have a lot of complex decision making involved in those turns. You've really got to think about who you want to focus. You've really got to think about cooldowns on everybody, which cooldowns you're navigating, the shell cooldowns, which shells have been procced. There's a lot going on in those matchups, and it does become more and more difficult to kind of get through. I got to say, massive congrats to Watchum. Huge deal, and the healing just shows you the difference between the two types of healers that were available there. The Ling Luo just an absolute powerhouse, especially in these longer fights with the whale song stacking up, or the whale press stacking up. It's just, you know, really becomes a major issue if you can't get her out of the fight early.
Yeah, well said. I think that's kind of the tale of both game 2 and game 3. Bach had a game plan, but both times kind of outdone by the massive amounts of healing Watching brought to the table. And even though he's a creative style player, sometimes you just got to go back to the books and do that typical bruiser lineup where you have very tanky units, Ray Maritia, backed up by powerful burst healers like Ling, and it worked.
Well, massive congratulations to Watchum, by the way. You know, he now secures his place in our top 4, and that means the top 4 that we're going to see in our winners bracket is INM, Bread, Solos, and Watchum. So the 4 players. What was it?
Yeah.
Did you hear me there? Sorry, I thought I cut out. But no, it's Watchum joining Solos, Bread, and INM in that top 4, and it does mean that Watchum will be taking on Solos in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, so you're going to see we have like 2 more offensive players between the likes of Iron, who had such a strong game 1 showing. He's going to have a little bit, I think, of a tough matchup against Bread, though. We saw Bread tackle the revelation, aggression from Yongyo, so that's going to be an amazing one. And similar here, watching very tank down, very typical, whereas Solos show that he can flex into that big Messiah damage. Yelly as well.
Yeah, and obviously, as you guys know, we now have our top 4. So that means that we have 4 players locked in to the top 4 of the international qualifiers. They are going to be going through, I believe, to the grand finals. They will have to still fight their way through the upper bracket and the lower bracket see who we crown the champion of this qualifier. That $1,000 on the line, as well as the bragging rights, the prestige of being the #1 on the server. And obviously, as we move into the second half of this tournament, it is an upper bracket and a lower bracket format. So we'll have 2 upper bracket round 1s. They are best of 3s. The winners will advance to an upper bracket final. The losers will go down to a lower bracket round 1. When the upper bracket they play and go into the lower bracket final, that guy will then face the loser of the upper bracket final, who then will go on to the lower bracket final, and then that will then move on to the grand final, which is the best of 5. We'll have a look. We'll be able to show you that a little bit later on. Now, if you guys are watching and you want to claim 200 crystals, I believe, and 100,000 Etheria coins, you can go and grab EWS 2025 Global. Make sure you shove it in. I did it today. Grab my rewards already, so I'm ahead of the game. Sorry guys, I got it before you guys did, but I was testing it out. But you guys can go and grab your rewards in game right now. Use the EWS 2025 Global code in game in the settings menu, and you'll be able to get yourself some free loot just by having watched this tournament. Car, really excited about this. You said we got two offensive players. This is 2 more defensive players. This is really feeling like a throwback to the Invitational in June or July of this year, where we had that kind of setup. The sort of the top 4 really was literally turn 2 versus turn 1 on both semifinals. It was ended up being the turn 2 players that came out on top, but obviously a lot has changed in the meta, and you can see those revelation players, those turn 1 more aggressive players, still being really strong. We will have a look though, before I get you to answer, we're going to have a look at some of the highlights of this final game of the series. Let's take a look. There you have it. That concludes our quarterfinals here. Car, I'm going to bring it back to that question before we round off and head up towards our upper bracket finals. Aggressive versus sort of defensive turn 2 players. We've got a couple of those matchups coming your way. From what you've seen so far, what are you kind of loosely favoring heading into this?
I still think until, we add those brand new addition of units that were just released, right now, I think turn 2 is still favored. As you see, even the kind of cleave style players, with the exception of Yongyo, have a fallback where they're still able to tank down, but then can pivot if the pre-bans aren't, in favor. Maybe we'll see some control pop out, but you were right. Reminiscent of previous tournaments. That being said, there is still a lot of draft interactions going on where the cleave aggressive style players can kind of pivot between the both. So slight edge towards the turn 2 players like Bread, but I think anyone can take it in the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm looking forward to seeing how that top 4 plays out. Like I said, we are now entering into an upper bracket and lower bracket situation. So we have a total of 5 more matches coming your way. 4 best of 3s, and the final will be a best of 5. There is no winner's bracket advantage. So the benefit that you get from getting to the winner's bracket is that you just have to play 1 less game. So you get a bit more of a rest in between the upper bracket final and the grand final, but it will be a strict best of 5 to crown our champion for the international server qualifiers, the EWS 2025 World Summit. So yeah, kind of interested to see how that one goes. And obviously the players, INM, Bread making his way through. Bread, to me, feeling like a good favorite again. Like, I think he's been playing really well. And we have solos and obviously Watchum. So really cool to see Watchum back on the
big shout out to Watchum.
Big shout out to Watchum. Now, guys, we are going to take a very short break, a quick intermission. And when we are back, we'll have the upper bracket rounds ready to go.
I just wanted to have a drink in the Faltering District. But it seems you're the one showing no respect.
Stop her! Don't let her in!
closed isn't a good enough reason to turn away a guest. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me. Where is Santique?
Report. First assault team has sealed all exits of the bar.
Report. Second assault team has confirmed the target's position. Closing in now.
Looks like my performance has drawn some special guests.
The show's over. Santique, surrender and confess your crimes.
You really think you can take me?
The snow falls as the horn of the winter crown sounds its call. Some have been poised for this moment, waiting to reclaim the throne. Others thought victory was guaranteed, yet were unaware they had already been outsmarted. The winter battlefield is charged with uncertainty and unforeseen variables. No one can claim an unassailable fortress. No one can simply pluck this rhyme tiara. This grand spectacle is never short of stories. Let's take a bet. This time, who do you believe will stand in the final? Etheria?
Deep within every heart, the seed of nightmare lies dormant. When it sprouts and blooms, sheds every false dream, and forces you to see everything about yourself. Inferiority, cowardice, fear. Once the nightmare takes hold, there's no escape. Give up the struggle. Cry your heart out, Xingyu. Offer me everything you are, and you'll fear no more.
Why do you always
She
cause trouble?
doesn't seem
You
smart
shouldn't
enough
be
to
working
learn
at a
anything.
bank like this.
This will
You're
only
not
bring
suited
shame
for
to
it.
Mr. Kokardi.
I'm sorry.
Don't cry, Shinya. I will protect you.
Sister?
Don't always try to be
Everything is
strong
done
alone,
step by
okay?
step.
We're friends.
If you have any
I'll help
problems,
you.
you can always come to me.
in you.
Mistakes aren't scary. What's scary is doing nothing. Come with me, Shenyu.
Mr. Kokardi. Fear, terror, they're valid. Because I want to do well. Because so many people are hoping I'll succeed. They've never truly given up on me. So, I will never give up either. Palin, the nightmares you've conjured end here.
I just wanted to have a drink in the faltering district. But it seems you're the one showing no respect.
Stop her! Don't let her in!
Closed isn't a good enough reason to turn away a guest. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me. Where is Santique?
Report. First assault team has sealed all exits of the bar.
Report. Second assault team has confirmed the target's position. Closing in now.
Looks like my performance has drawn some special guests.
The show's over. Santique, surrender and confess your crimes.
You really think you can take me?
The snow falls as the horn of the winter crown sounds its call. Some have been poised for this moment, waiting to reclaim the throne. Others thought victory was guaranteed, yet were unaware they had already been outsmarted. The winter battlefield is charged with uncertainty and unforeseen variables. No one can claim an unassailable fortress. No one can simply pluck this rhyme tiara. This grand spectacle is never short of stories. Let's take a bet. This time, who do you believe will stand in the final? Fiamelia?
The lament of death has never ceased in this world. The stars have granted us new life, guiding us home. We listen with compassion, with prayer, with mourning. Some offer hymns to bless the living. But I toll the bell to soothe the departed. I weep for the wandering, rootless souls, for the agony of the fallen. I listen. I respond. In this realm of life and death, I shall lead the departed souls to the far shore. Together, we rebirth.
Deep within every heart, a seed of nightmare lies dormant. When it sprouts and blooms, it sheds every false dream and forces you to see everything about yourself. Inferiority, cowardice, fear. Once the nightmare takes hold, there's no escape. Give up the struggle. Cry your heart out, Xingyu. Offer me everything you are, and you'll fear no more.
Why do you always
She
cause trouble?
doesn't seem
You
smart
shouldn't
enough
be
to
working
learn
at a
anything.
bank like this.
This will
You're
only
not
bring
suited
shame
for
to
it.
Mr. Kokardi.
I'm sorry.
Don't cry, Shinya. I will protect you.
Sister?
Don't always try to be
Everything is
strong
done
alone,
step by
okay?
step.
We're friends.
If you have any
I'll help
problems,
you.
you can always come to
believes
me.
in you.
Mistakes aren't scary. What's scary is doing nothing. Come with me, Shenyu.
Mr. Kokardi. Fear, terror, they're valid. Because I want to do well. Because so many people are hoping I'll succeed. They've never truly given up on me. So, I will never give up either. Palin, the nightmares you've conjured end here.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2025 EWS Etheria World Summit Regional Qualifiers, the International Server Regional Final. Wow, that's a long title, but it tells you everything you need to know. We are at the International Server Regional Finals, the Global Server Regional Finals, and we are now into the top four. I'm Excoundrel, joined by Car 6. We've just got through those quarterfinals, and we are now into that top four. Before I bring Car 6 in, though, there is a code that you guys can redeem on your screen, EWS 2025 Global. I believe it's 200 crystals and 100,000 Etheria coins. So plenty of resources to keep you going in game. Car 6, though, we are heading into our top 4 and got some spicy matchups as well. Remember, all these guys have got the pressure off their shoulders now. They are officially top 4, so we'll be making it through to our grand finals next year, but still a lot to play for.
Yeah, it's always interesting. Now that we're in the top 4, let's see who did their homework, was watching the other matches, and maybe can get some tech to give them that slight advantage that they need during that draft phase. Some players were more telling in terms of what they like to flex into. Otherwise, players like Watching, which we just saw, very, very tried and true, just sticks to kind of like the tank down style. So very curious to see how they adapt and if they actually were watching each other's matches.
Yeah, and you can see this is what the bracket currently looks like. INM going to be taking on Bread. INM battling back against Ronnie Plays, and that was a really, really intense best of three as well. Ronnie, yeah, really, really good one. He's not an easy guy to beat as well. Bread is actually dismantling Young-Yo. I mean, Young-Yo obviously a bit of a different player, but Bread had his number all the way through. Solos coming back against Dark with his signature Doki Doki using that Codex of Magic, and then another fantastic, even a little, if it's a little bit slower, still a fantastic series on Watchum taking on Bok. Our first one, though, is going to be that Bread versus INM matchup. So that is going to be really fun to watch. I'm excited to see that one come through. The aggression of INM, we saw him really use that Yelly to his advantage in that series. So I'm kind of excited to see where he goes against Bread. Bread, kind of known as one of the best players in North America, one of the best players on the international server. So, excited to see Bread once again at the top end of this. He used Silence really well in his series too. So just another fantastic player. So I'm really excited to see this one again. These are best of 3s. We do have a lower bracket and an upper bracket situation going on here. So even if INM loses here, he does have another shot later on to keep himself in the tournament.
Yeah, a lot of room to breathe. And getting through that loser bracket, like we keep saying, right? No inherent advantage for the winner side other than you get to play one less match. That being said, I think Bread is situated very nicely here. He already had the reps against the most aggressive player in the entire tournament, Young-Yo, who actually was, if you guys are just tuning in, almost took out Bread's Ling, which would have given him, I think, a secure advantage, probably a secure win. Just barely missed out, pixels worth of health. After that, though, Bread made some great adaptations and really dismantled Young. So I think he's really situated here, X, to kind of battle those aggressive players.
Yeah, absolutely. Though INM did look like he had a very good lineup, like really high spec stuff. I mean, he was going into Ronnie, who we know has got some great units. He's very good. He's a great content creator. He's got a load of great content out there about how to build the units. But we are straight into this pick and ban phase. Mio gets taken away from INM. I know that he was one of the few players to actually draft that in his first series today. And Tiamat going to be taken away from Bread, so no surprises there. Tiamat a favorite for Bread. Raymarie going to get picked up, the Plume and Lowen response, and now obviously Bread has the opportunity to lock in his protected pick, which will be the Fushu, it looks like. Maybe signaling that then INM needs to think about something like either the Ling Luo or just that he's going to have to ban the Ling Luo later on as well. That's something to think about.
Yeah, but I like taking away the Lily here because as the, maybe typically the slower, or I shouldn't even say slow, the tankier player, you need some kind of initiative, some kind of interruption. And so having that Lily, one, takes away, two, with that combination of the Mio pre-ban, right? Mio is very used as a tech piece to put your fastest gear on and sort of have that lock-in where you get that guaranteed first turn advantage. So Bread really situating himself to be very flexible here in the draft phase. Now Iron is showing a lot of cards by picking that Heinrich on the ban protection slot. We've seen how strong he can be between the buff block, the wounding, but Bread still has room to make those sort of counter picks in play.
I actually really like the Heinrich in the protected slot here. I think it's a good pickup. Freya comes through as well. I think INM was running the Revelation Freya, right? So that is going to be a damaged Freya that INM's going to have in his back pocket. Holden now available here as well. Wondering if we're just going to see something like the Ling Luo locked in at the last here. I know it's not great into the Heinrich because of the wounding, but it is another sustain option. But then with Fushu being protected, then I don't know, maybe it's worth it. But it's actually going to be the Bazumi Aya. So it's going to be the Aya. So another sustain option, not quite the Ling Luo, but it is another
X, I think you're on a very good point there. They fulfill kind of that similar role, right, between either the shells or just Mizumi, that kind of have that push up where you have those debuffs that hit, and then you have that unit that can kind of push and interrupt and allow you to have that breathing room to answer back against the cleave, control, aggressive players. Speaking of aggression, we have Nahor here, who is a powerhouse nowadays, and it's something Bread is going to have to watch out for.
We get the Raymarie removed. There's no surprises there. She's been a real nuisance. I mean, when she was released, everybody said this unit is going to be broken, and you know, a few months later, still kind of is the situation where she's top of the list. Loan as well, another really high potential pick that's going to get taken off the board. So it's a Plume, Heinrich, Flare, Nahor lineup against the Holden, Aya, Fushu, and Lily lineup. But it is a very fast Freya who's going to go immediately into the buff, straight into a super fast Heinrich as well.
Yeah, and unlike Yangyo that we saw from the side when he was fighting Bread, this time you see a Dark Moon and a Jackal Guard, so less upfront damage, more utility. So Iron not necessarily needing to burst down this early phase.
Now we're going to have the Plume act here. Going to buff strip away as well. Bit of a return damage here as the Jackal Guard coming through. It's the Dark Moon Heinrich, so as you mentioned, extending those debuffs on the enemy team. But the Aya comes through.
That cleanse straight into that turn meter. And now we have that Fusho going to get her skill 3 activated. There were some debuffs still present as Aya's cleanse didn't get, you know, look how many debuffs are still present from that Heinrich. And now you have that Nahor looking to kind of be a threat. But Holden, great pickup from Bread there, gets that, I think that was a big S2.
It was indeed, but we are going to go for the Nahor S3 here to see how many people get locked up. The entire team does get locked up.
Feeling drowsy?
Yeah, and between the Fusho, Aya, your direct cleansing is very minimal. And this is where Iron definitely differentiates himself from a cleaver like Yang, where Yang really wants to kill you within one phase. He's okay playing the long haul. Now, will this pay off? I'm not sure, because the damage, not quite significant behind, you know, the Nahor plus Heinrich. That's really all you have, and then kind of the chip damage from Plume Jackal Guards. He's really going to have to work at this while he controls.
Yeah, exactly. And there isn't actually any sort of meaningful sustain either. Like, we have a... It's the Codex Nahor, so you know, there's a lot of lockup here, but you're not really doing anything with that time. Like it's not really getting you anywhere right now. Like as you mentioned, we don't exactly have a huge amount of damage coming out from this INM lineup. Like we are just looking at chip damage and lots of debuffs, which is great, but the sustain is obviously coming through in the form of Freya, but you actually have to deal damage or meaningful damage to make any sort of use of that. And as you mentioned, the Heinrich not really built for damage either. Like this is just a very big debuff kind of control team, but ultimately not really going to be threatening the side of Bread in any significant way.
That's right. It's really going to come down to if Iron can get, once again, the resets onto his skills to get those freezes continually going. Because any breathing room that he gives Bread between the Aya you saw there, able to kind of get a little bit of healing. The debuffs are still heavy, but unless he gets some significant advantage, any slip up could be it, where Bread will just, you know, take over the match from there.
You're getting a lot of control coming through though at the moment, so you can see like a lot of kind of lockdown happening on the side of INM, making sure that Bread can't take any meaningful actions either. So we're kind of in a bit of a weird stalemate where you've got about 50 billion debuffs on the team that can actually deal damage, but they're also just getting locked up continuously. You have loads of buffs on the side of Iron, but really not dealing any damage. Neither do they have any meaningful sustain either. And so it's just a little bit of a sort of a game of war. But I will say those Jackal Guards are starting to hurt more and more, especially onto that Holden.
And those buff blocks are really stopping. You saw Iron opt to not press that S2 on Lily, not going to get full advantage from like her twin trick speed up. So Iron's really putting in Bread into a tough spot here where he's about to lose his hold, and the Jackal Guard enough to finish. And from here, maybe that's the leverage he needed. Aya, even though she was cleansing, she was out of that freeze, he couldn't make any meaningful headway in terms of healing, sustain, and getting to play the game.
Wow, that was a great game from INM. Like we thought, well, is he going to have the damage? We talked about this right at the start of the broadcast, and I think maybe worth exploring it again. There is this kind of meta that has evolved that has been more about pure control than doing anything else. Like it reminds me a little bit of like the old Obol comps where you would just have like right? Obol into Freeze or Kraken or whatever. Like some of the older comps that existed kind of reminds me a little bit of that, because all that INM did there was control the debuffs, make sure his team wasn't getting debuffed, using the Nahor to make sure no one was taking any actions, and just slowly whittled away with the Jackal Guards. That's what I think we were supposed to see in the Watchune matchup earlier today, but
with
we didn't
see
right?
it. Yeah,
with Bug. That's what I think we were supposed to see. It just didn't happen that way. But this time around, we actually got to see it from INM. That was kind of like the Jackal Guard whittling away. Your enemy can't take any turns. They can't act. yes, they've got sustain, yes, they've got damage, but they're not actually using any skills. They can't do that. And then the Jackal Guards and the Plume stacking damage debuff, that's what just starts to become more and more of a nuisance. And then once you take out the only the only meaningful threat, then like that's it. Like there's nothing you can do beyond that point.
Very similar, definitely in terms of like grinding down. However, this is very reminiscent of the old super control style. You see him really utilize that Nahor very well. There's other characters that have been introduced like Navette that also can do some control game plan. And I think Iron, what I'm really impressed with a Scoundrel is, you know, I mentioned that I'm going to put some respect on his name now that he showed his sort of aggressive cleave style in his first game against Ronnie. But now he's showing us he can even pivot into like a full control style. So this guy really, really can compete with the best. And not only that, very versatile in terms of just kind of, you know, baiting out his opponents with a draft. You take those early powerhouse units and then you flex into something entirely different.
Yeah. Absolutely. We're going to see a bit of a shake-up here, by the way. So we're going to see the Raymarie get locked in by INM this time around. The low one's going to get banned away. The Mio still stays a ban from Bread. So this is what I mean by, you know, knowing particular players have got certain characters that they really like and have built really well. INM being a Mio target here. Mio can be a nuisance. It's a difficult character to deal with. Has a natural high base speed, so I can act really quickly. But look at this, INM switching things up again. He did do this versus Ronnie and got punished, right? So INM switched up in the second game and got punished versus it. Wasn't able to pilot the same comp to the same efficacy. But what I do like about what we've seen from INM so far is we haven't just seen him go back to what worked in terms of Revelation. He went to a kind of a control debuffer comp. And then he's now transitioned back in towards maybe more a traditional Tiamat comp. Doki Doki is going to be the protected pickup with Holden, Plume, Fushu. Imagine if you're running Tiamat, unless it's a bait, I imagine you're going to want to go for the Ling Luo here, plus another sustain option because you've got the Raymarie. So you're probably looking at a double sustain option to round out your comp for INM. So I'm maybe suspecting like Aya Ling Luo. Ooh,
nice.
Interesting. That's
I don't think we've seen him
interesting.
actually get through the draft phase yet, have we? We've seen him picked a few times,
We
but I
haven't,
think he's always been banned out.
He absolutely has. It will be Fushu that gets banned here, but actually Bread having to think about this one for the time being. There's Raymarie, there's Lumi Warden, he's going to get rid of the Tiamat, interestingly, but Raymarie stays up. But the Lumi Warden Deeting, so Lumi Warden Deeting, he's obviously sort of like kind of a very different version of Deeting, more defensive, more control orientated. But interesting to see how he plays. This is the first time that we've seen him in the fight.
He's such a cool unit. He is fighting Plume, you know, as a defense scaler, but not really known for his damage anyways. That being said, if Iron can kind of, I guess, navigate this early game where he can sort of provide those buffs, he's going to have to play a longer game now, unlike the last with Control, because Raymarie is really his main damage dealer. So he's going to want to get those Torment stacks going, get that burst. But Brett already showing some early tempo. Look at the damage coming out onto that Lily. And we saw that Aya is not really a strong sustain unit. So can definitely get, sort of get, what do you call it? The game can run away from her healing potential if he's not careful.
Yeah, actually Lily being taken down considerably low here. And obviously we do have the Holden that's likely going to be moving next. Now, turn meter manipulation probably will change things out a little bit here. But yeah, Lily looking pretty low. We do have, yeah, we're going to get the ultimate coming through. That's a big one. How many people got taunted up? I don't know how many people actually got taunted by Luma Warden here, but obviously that is something that he can do.
I believe
to make
the taunt is on, I think it's skill 2. Skill 3, the speed down, and the torpor.
Yeah, skill 2. But this is the torpor, so it stops turn meter manipulation. But Lily's still getting, Lily's still getting chunked away here. We do have the sanction. Sanction is something that also helps out here. Basically reduces damage by significant amounts too. So that can actually help protect your squishier characters by having that sanction buff on all allies too.
100%. He's a very versatile unit, but this Lily is getting hammered. Amber procced already, and I talked about this earlier, where Amber is not just for the carries. You put it on your characters like Lily, and now even though Brett should have a significant advantage, he's got to deal with her twice.
Raymarie is going to start being a nuisance. Raymarie is a massive nuisance.
Oh my
God. That's a big hit.
His whole team is low. Extinction effect. Raymarie not stopping. Watch the animation. A follow-up, and that's a full cleave scenario from Iron.
Gosh, that was big. And Iron takes down Bread. Bread will go down to the loser's bracket, but Iron dispatched him in a 2-0.
I'm flabbergasted right now. That was such a quick turnaround. I didn't think the Ray Mary was going to pump that hard. The Lily was looking a little scary, and Iron just coming out. As soon as that Ray Mary activated those torments, the back-to-back, it was like a domino effect. Once one unit went down, she just popped off and killed that entire Bruiser team.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a big win. Iron putting a lot of respect on his name here in this tournament so far, taking out 2 big name players just at the back of the quarterfinals and the upper bracket final, the upper bracket semi-final here. That was a big deal. Bread, known as one of the best players in North America, and Iron just dispatched him in the draft, dispatched him as well in game 2. Impressive gameplay, honestly.
Mama. Well, at least Bread is still having that, extra lifeline going down to the losers bracket. We were talking about making it through that early top 4 is the top 8 is really kind of the significant advantage. That being said, though, this is, Iron is now looking to be the favored. I was already impressed the first round against Ronnie, but to show a 2-0 that quickly against someone like Bread, this guy is he's the real deal.
Yeah, no, absolutely is. And obviously Bread still in this, still has that option to go through the lower bracket stage to make it all the way back to the finals. Again, there isn't any disadvantage from coming in the lower bracket when you get to that grand final situation, just that you have to play an extra match to get there. But now we're going to see Bread sort of make his way through that section. INM now going to find themselves into the upper bracket final, where he will be fighting one of the winners of the second matchup, which is obviously going to be either Solos or Watchum. Watchum very impressive in his quarterfinal too, but gosh, that was quick. That was, given that we'd had a couple of matches of these bruiser slogfests, that was a quick win for INM. Reminiscent of how he kind of came back against Ronnie as well in that quarterfinal, but he looked very impressive. So INM just looking absolutely brilliant here in this tournament thus far. Great to see Lumi Ward and D-Team come through as well. The Amber, to me, Amber has been the MVP shell. I really feel like Amber has been like across every game that I've seen Amber coming through. I feel like Amber's been a big deal, but we'll discuss that in more detail if we see a bit more. We're going to have to take a look at some of the highlights here from that last game. We'll see you in a moment. There we go, and that was a quick win for INM, making his way through to the upper bracket final. The lower bracket round 1 will now have Bread waiting for the loser of this next matchup, with the winner going on to face INM in that upper bracket final later on. Now, the way this is going to work is that we'll have this upper bracket round 1. We will then have the lower bracket round 1, I believe. We'll then have the upper bracket final, then the lower bracket final, and then we'll have the grand final. I believe that is the format that we're going in. Oh no, so we're having upper bracket final before lower bracket round 1. So either way, it's looking like it's going to be a really great set of games. We're now moving into that Solos versus Watchum matchup, and Watchum here, as you can see, coming in with a really interesting set of games. Very heavy on the bruiser, but really played those bruiser versus bruiser matchups really nicely.
Yeah, textbook bruiser player, doesn't mind going the distance, doesn't mind grinding it out. You might even see more Veronica, where his previous opponent, Bach, pre-banned it constantly. He could see some, like, even if you ban the DPS, the Veronica plus some support can take over, reminiscent of those older metas. That being said, Solos was a very flexible player, kind of like Iron, so Watchum's got to watch out. I think he can flex between damage, maybe even has some control that he's hiding in the backfield too. I'm very excited to see this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, coming into this, it's going to be a very big stylistic difference. Solos had a very interesting sort of draft strategy. Obviously, the Doki Doki being the absolute pinnacle pick for him. I'm wondering whether that even becomes a ban strategy for Watchum. Like, it felt like when the Doki Doki wasn't there for Solos, he kind of had a slightly weaker game plan. So definitely something to consider. Obviously, I think he also had the Messiah that was very strong. So like that was the Messiah that got banned out in the first matchup by Dark. So he does have a couple of extra interesting pickups, but it will be the Veronica and the Loan banned away. So we will have the Doki Doki available, but Ray Marie gets first picked away here by Watchum. Now Solos is going to respond.
Yeah, so that Veronica pick definitely good for both stopping watching from either doing some kind of grind down with Veronica solo, or we just saw that she can be effective as well as deterring fast aggression with her cut-ins, with her soul ward abilities. She is a unit that is definitely worth pre-banning. Now, that being said, Solos is now opting for the Deeting, which we were just talking about, the Lumi Warden Deeting. He did win his last match, but wasn't really the standout star, so maybe we'll see a little bit more of a showing this time alongside Plume, so could be a better showing for him.
Yeah, it's interesting because it feels like the Lumi Warden Deeting is not kind of the character that's going to kind of pop off for you, but he is going to make it very difficult for your enemy to dispatch the kind of characters that you care about. So that's kind of where I guess his benefit comes through. Yeah. But I guess also when you're not going into like heavy... All go.
We got a Fusho Ling X, and we saw before that combo, right? You have that raw sustain from Fusho, where anytime you get hit, turn meter plus healing, so it's hard to burst down. And then Ling, if you do get, some missing health, not only does she cleanse, but the big burst healing, those two together makes it very tough. And then alongside the likes of Ray Mary, Solos has his cut worked out for him, but Mio hasn't been able to make it through. So now we're flexing. This is what I was saying about Solos, where he has the ability to kind of flex in other styles. That being said, there's not a lot of damage depending on what Freya Shell was on. I don't know if you recall, but I'm very excited and curious to see his 5th pick to kind of round out his draft.
Doki Doki going to get taken up here, so that will be the Doki Doki that gets locked in. Lilium, we haven't seen any Lilium since the first match. I think INM was the one that was picking up Lilium in the first game, but we haven't seen any Lilium since then. But it'll be Mia. God, this is wild. The first Mia that we've seen all day coming out from Solos here as well. I don't even know what I'm banning if I'm watching here. I'm looking at this comp thinking, what's going on?
Yeah, and it's interesting because Mia's not just like a typical healer, right? She does have healing, some cooldown resets, things like that, but also some turn meter shenanigans. So if she is fast, she can do some cool stuff as well. I've seen some players like Yang pull off crazy things. That being said, we won't get to see the Lumi Warden Deeting, unfortunately, but Lilium as well. Characters we don't see too often here, kind of getting banned out as they're sort of the X factors in these sort of textbook matchups.
Well, here we go. It will be a Jackal Guard, so just a kind of a buffing, kind of supportive Freya this time round. As you mentioned, there's the Mia as well. We'll have the Plume acting. Everybody taking the first action here. We will have Mio available too. Obviously, Mio kind of like a sort of a similar to Nahor, but more turn meter manipulation and less focus on the freeze. Does also have the wound ability, like you mentioned earlier, which does make it very effective into things like Ling Luo.
That's right. And that was a beautiful place. You have enough turn meter push, you have enough initiative to kind of get going. That being said, the Doki gets through here, and this is not what Solos wants, to have this kind of, ability to go through. That being said, there was some debuffs landing X, so maybe from watching side, the overdrive play, we're going to have to see here. The Jackal Guard's adding up. About half damage is showing, and it's picking up quickly.
It's putting a lot of pressure on with the turn meter manipulation here as well. We will finally get to see the Fushu take action, which is good. Yet to see the Ling Luo pump out a heal, which is going to be important because that will, start to bring things back into play. We'll have to see if the CC lands. Most people resist it, but it purifies on the Ling Luo. That's the power of Doki Doki. And Ling Luo now able to pump her AoE heal out. So looking really solid, actually. Good recovery from the early game from Watchun. And obviously, as we know, the longer this goes, the more annoying Doki Doki is going to become. She scales really nicely in terms of providing her team the speed that they need. Obviously, that's
and even with Plume's
though,
debuffs, right? The healing and support is definitely favored on the side of Watchung, like you were mentioning. Mia definitely has some healing, but not known to be like a strong healer. Instead, he was valuing that turn 1 initiative, but I don't think it was enough, X, and this is where Watchung really shines. That Ray Mary is now going to start to pump, and every turn that passes, he just looks more and more favorable.
Absolutely. You just knew that if the Ling Luo got her ultimate off, it was not looking good for Solos. But the Mio ult will come down, bit of turn meter manipulation, trying to put them back in favor. But I mean, right here, you're gonna get another stack. Oh my God, they're all dead. That's it. They're all dead.
Off that one counter, there it is. Ray Mary cleave again.
That was great play from Watchum. I just, again, excellently playing around sustain kind of build. Love the Doki Doki pickup as well. Just, dealing with the fact that he knew he was going to head into some hard CC with the Mio. Felt like that was going to be enough. The cleanse onto the Ling Luo, pretty clutch, brings them back into play, gets everybody back up to full HP. Looks very good from that point onwards. So an easy quick win there for Watchum over Solos, and we now have a game 2 on our hands to see whether Solos can get back into it. If not, he'll be going down to face Bread in the lower bracket matchup, and then we will also be having the winners bracket final of Watchum versus Iron M as well. So we're actually kind of rattling through this upper bracket final pretty quickly right now, quicker than we were in the quarterfinals for the time being. But great start here for Watchum.
Yeah, very similar to the last round we saw between Bread and Iron, where, you know, it was a control versus bruiser. This time around, though, Watchum, not only he had the Ray Mary on his side, but also just had the Doki, the Ling, a lot more sustain, and was able to kind of bypass that early turn initiative that Solos really wanted to take control of, kind of like Iron. It didn't quite work out, but he does have another game to sort of adapt. So I think it's really on to Solos. Watchum doesn't have to change a thing, and I don't even know if he will change a thing regardless if he loses, because he is a textbook tank down is what he's showing us. It's really on Solos to make those sort of creative picks to kind of overcome this tank down wall.
Goodness, so let's see how Solos responds. We are obviously moments away from the second pick and ban phase here, but I mean, Watchum showing why he is such a well-respected player and why he's been involved at this top end of the competitive Etheria restart format for quite some time now. Kind of excited to see how he does here. I will have to beat out Iron M, who for me has looked the most impressive so far. I mean, Iron M really has felt like he's had a handle on most of his games pretty easily, but Watchum has also been really well methodically thought out. I think his drafts have been excellent, so if anyone's going to take the fight to Iron M, it's likely going to be him. Solos will need to be about it. I mean, I was really impressed with how Solos dug himself back out of that quarterfinal. He has the chance to do it here again. I think he drafted really well. I think he adapted his draft really well in that quarterfinal matchup. So yeah, and I'm kind of excited to see how he does that here.
Same here. Well said. I think Watchum is just showing, though, that not only can he fight other tank down, he has the answers ready if you try to flex into control like Solos did on 4 and 5. So maybe Solos is going to have to be more committal in terms of his game plan, as that wasn't, you know, the Mio plus Mia, excuse me, a little bit of a mouthful there. Flex on the 4 and 5 was not enough to battle the likes of Watchum. This time around, he has a Ray Mary again, Lowen going through, and the D-Ting taken from Watchum. So you can see kind of like a back and forth. They both want this new D-Ting character.
Yeah, absolutely. The Ray Marie gets locked in with the Lumwater D-Ting. We're going to see Lowen and Holden, and then, yeah, here we go. Solos going back to what's worked. It's going to be the Doki Doki in the protected spot. Watchum will go for potentially the Ling Luo here. Maybe picks up the Fushu. Fushu ban, so maybe Ling Luo, and then the Tiamat gets locked in. So, interesting comp being built up here. Kind of interesting to see whether the Lumwater D-Ting survives, or whether they get rid of the Ray Marie, or whether they get rid of the Tiamat. We'll have to see how the rest of the comp shapes up for Solos to kind of give that answer. But the Heinrich does throw a bit of a spanner in the works, and the Messiah. So Solo is just saying, well, I'm going back to stuff that I know has worked really well for me. And that's a pretty nuts looking team so far.
Yeah, and if you are a tank down player, that's a scary draft to be kind of facing down. You have a lot of strip. You have a lot of what do you call it, damage just obviously showing between the Messiah, the Lowen, the Holden can do a bit of damage, Heinrich, who knows what he's on, but all the control, all the initiative is on the side of Solos, and Lily is a nice pickup, but if that gets banned, we're going to face a very, very tough early turns.
Yeah, I wonder what you're banning here. I mean, I'm probably thinking about banning the Heinrich and the Messiah, but Lowen is also a really annoying pick to have to go into. It depends how much you think your Tiamat can survive the Messiah, because the Messiah's got so much defense ignore that actually it makes it really difficult to kind of have to ignore him when you're kind of dealing with these comps. So I'm kind of interested to see where the bans come through. Neither player rushing to bans, but it will be the Lowen and the Ray Marie coming through. So Messiah and Heinrich making it through here. Maybe with the Lily expecting that he can maybe outspeed.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe the Lily was going to get banned unless Solos is super confident he can take that turn 1.
Well, let's see where we land. It is Doki Doki. He's confident because he is a fast Doki Doki here.
Oh yeah, and this could be very rough for Watchum depending on how it goes. Heinrich straight into the Messiah.
Yeah, got a lot of damage coming down.
Cut in.
Oh, Lily cut
in. There for Watchum. Could potentially, now that the Heinrich debuffs have just been such a threat for all the players today. You have powerful buffs from the side of units like D-Ting. However, right? Okay. Goes for the taunt, does land it. Yeah, so you can't land the buffs, right? Because you have the buff block. So that's a great play. I was thinking maybe either push up the Ling, get some healing, but she's following up. I like that from Watchum. We got to slow down Solos right now.
That was a bit of a wild play, actually. I mean, obviously it's a pretty high chance that you land the taunt, but there is obviously like a chance that potentially. Oh no, I think the taunt is guaranteed. I think it's just I think it's the turn meter that's not. But yeah, the taunt is pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah, the taunt got cleansed though from the Doki initial stacks. So he was still able to do some crazy damage. So in hindsight, I don't know if there was a better play from watching with that Lily, that Amber proc already deeting now. Super low health, looking a little bit rough.
It is, yeah. I mean, obviously, the other play was maybe going for the ultimate and then just getting the sanction, and so that you can reduce damage based on Deeting's defense. But I mean, he's a better player than me. He obviously realized that wasn't going to be the path forward. Not looking too spicy here. We obviously do have the single target damage, so someone's going to die, and it will be the Ling Luo that goes down. That's a really nice choice here, and I think that Watchum is going to have to concede. I mean, Solos has proven that if you give him his Doki Doki lock-in, that's it. Like that is his absolute number one pick. I think Watchum probably has to concede at this point. Obviously does have the Amber on the Ling Luo, so
could
not
be using
100%.
the time though to think out his next draft, right? I think that's what a lot of players have seen. We've seen in the tournament. Even if you know you're losing, take some time to gather yourself. You're not out of it yet. Now he has the best of 3 scenario where he has to adapt. That being said, it was all coming up there solos. You even saw the wound there. Even the Tiamat couldn't get her full Amber. We were very excited about that Deeting play, the Lily getting a cut in, but of course we forgot, right? The overdrive, the Doki being one of the best cleansers, let Messiah, and not only that, you were talking about how good Doki was. We're seeing when Messiah gets through, this guy is tearing through his opponents like a hot knife through butter.
Yeah, it is one of the few bursters that is actually genuinely quite good against these kind of bruisery defense stacking comps, because he just has 70% defense ignore as part of his kit. So he can cut through that really easily, has passive ignore as well. So that's Solo's kind of doing exactly what he did in the quarterfinal, which was ultimately going feeling it out in that draft in the phase 1, then saying, okay, I need to go back to what's working for me. Locks in the protected Doki Doki, brings out his Messiah, which obviously was banned against him in the first game, and now gives Watchum something to think about heading into that next match. Do you actually just lock in the Doki Doki early on? Do you ban it? Or obviously we've seen that Watchum can play Doki Doki, so maybe there's a world where he actually just takes that, but definitely not likely giving that Doki Doki away in that protected slot game, knowing how fast it is, knowing the way it's played, given Watchum enough information to have to think about for this next match.
Yeah, and I think this is really the strength of players like Solos and Iron, where they're showing that they can do a lot of different playstyles against some of the best players in the world. So Solos was showing some control early. He can even obviously do the tank down, and he's showing Watchum, even if you take away my answers, now I'll cleave you. If you take too much cleave defense, I'll control you. So Watchum is now in a scary position, whereas maybe he's been identified as purely a tank down. We'll see if he has any adaptations, because I think he really needs them.
Yeah, definitely needs to have some level of adaptation going into this next matchup. And we'll see. It is the lower band. He's going to take the Raymarie early on here. We'll have the option to take his own Doki Doki, obviously, on this next phase, if Solos doesn't lock it in here. But if Solos locks it in here, obviously can't be protected. So some thinking in this draft phase for Solos to have as well.
Plume. With that low and out, like you were mentioning, we have a little bit more breathing room for our early 1 and 2. Solos has been very interesting in his first 3 picks. It really kind of it's hard to see, but his first 3 picks are always obviously just powerhouse units, but then they flex really nicely on 4 and 5. Didn't quite work out in the control. We saw in the last game that Doki steal, and then just that Messiah coming out on 5. There was too many things for Watchum to answer. Let's see if he can develop another draft like that, where you trap your opponent in between a rock and a hard place.
Tiamat coming in, and let's see where we go with Watchum's second and third pick here. Seeing the Tiamat comes in, the Lily, probably, you're not playing Doki Doki and Lily together realistically, so it is going to be the Fushu lock-in, having seen the Tiamat, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Solos just lock in the Doki Doki again. I mean, we know how good. Yeah, I mean, it is just the absolute pinnacle pick for him. It's his favorite pick. It has
It's really scary because Yeah. As a tank down player, you see the Tiamat, right? You think you're safe where, you know, you pick the Fusho and you can kind of, you're fighting a similar bruiser versus bruiser lineup. Solo's always just pivots, right? He'll take the Doki, then he pivots into like some kind of debuff, control heavy or damage heavy comps with that Heinrich on 4. This is what I was talking about. His 4 and 5 have always been very interesting. That being said, watching this time around, it's a little bit more favorable. I like that low end pre-ban that he had. So now he has more healing. I think you can probably ban the Heinrich, and with that Fusho on the lock, you're looking like you have an advantage against a Tia game.
Yeah, I kind of like that. I like the idea of getting rid of Heinrich here. You know, you don't exactly have a support network for Tiamat or for Holden that's going to keep them in the game for long.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, Heinrich
goes for the Holden ban instead.
Oh, that is interesting. So keeping the Heinrich up in this situation.
I guess maybe betting that Ling would make it through. And yeah, Ray Mary, as we've seen, is such a powerhouse that she'll probably draw the ban. That was quite a gamble, but you know, Watchung played well. I think it might pay off.
Don't blink.
Here we go. We've got the Doki Doki kicking things off here. So we'll move his entire team to the front. We have seen a couple of cut-ins, obviously, but moving most of his team to take this first shot. We'll get the Heinrich ultimate popped off. We'll also now have the Plume. Lily should cut in front of the Tiamat, potentially. Yeah, Lily and Ling Luo should cut in front of the Tiamat here. So does mean they should be able to sustain back up just a little bit, but it's still a good start here for Solos versus Watchung.
Yeah, and if that pays off, Watchung made such a gamble in the draft phase. Tiamat, unfortunately, was slower. You talked about the cut-ins. That means that Tia couldn't secure a kill there with that Ling Lo healing, and now Watchung is on his normal game plan where he can kind of sustain it out. The debuffs, though, were pretty significant, so if Solos can capitalize, he needs to do it right now.
Yeah, he's going to have to go for it. Obviously, Rahu's looking relatively low. Obviously, we do know this is the Codex Doki, so has the option to run a number of things, but keeps that turn meter option available. He is going to use it to try and buff people back up to the front of the queue, and he will get that, but the Ling Luo cuts in once again. That is going to be the wound here.
Pretty significant. That's a lot of debuffs landing.
It is. Got to be a little bit. We've got to be a little bit careful of Rahu, because if he goes down, obviously that kind of tears this comp apart. But we have yet another Ling Luo ultimate coming through. That should. Rahu
not
getting much.
Yeah,
because obviously the block. Obviously the block and the wound.
And Tia had enough to finish there. I like that gamble on the draft, but this Tia plus control, the flex on 4 and 5 for Solos is just working out beautifully for him every single time. It's just so tough to handle. I don't know if maybe the Heinrich should have been banned, but then you're kind of left in a worse spot because we obviously see the Ling Lo versus Heinrich is not enough to sustain, and there it is.
Well, we have got a lower and upper bracket final, but man, Solos, he did what he did last time. He felt him out in the first round and then just went back to what's working. You gotta. I feel like you have to respect his Doki play. He's one of the only Codex and Magic Doki users in the game. He doesn't immediately take advantage of the Codex, but it just gives him options on Doki. You know, like once you've used that turn meter advancement, you then have the option to do it again if you need to. If not, you can then just go for cooldown reduction on your skills. Like it's a pretty decent pickup. And like I said, I personally would have gone for the Heinrich ban. I know the Holden was threatening in its own right, but that block absolutely neutered anything they could do with the Rahu. Like it became impossible. He was getting no healing, getting absolutely nothing. The wound came through as well. Like it was rough, absolutely rough for the Rahu. So
it was crazy that the Ling, it's just too many debuffs for the Ling to kind of overcome. And despite that, she had those gigabytes. I think it was like 2S3, still not enough. Very well played there from Solos, really showing that he's like iron, flexible in the draft. You got to watch out for the 4 and 5. And you're talking about respecting the Doki. You're not wrong there, X. I think the problem is, though, unless you steal the Doki too early, in which a lot of these players don't want to do, because then they have to give up those earlier powerhouse picks, Solos puts it on the ban protect. So, I mean, there's not a lot of counterplay there, right? You kind of got to just fight it.
Yeah, but that wraps up our second upper bracket round here. And that means we are going to be advancing into the next round, which is going to be, well, I'm not entirely sure which one we're playing first, whether it's the upper bracket final or we're playing the lower bracket round 1. But if it's the upper bracket final, we're going to be seeing Solos going up against Iron. If it's the lower bracket final, we're going to be seeing Bread taking on Watchung. So yeah, we're gonna have a look at the highlights from this match first, and then we're going to be heading into our next matchup. So let's take a look at the highlights from this best of 3. Welcome back. We have just seen our 2 upper bracket rounds taken by storm by both Iron and Solos. Solos with a very methodical comeback, as he did in the quarterfinal, did it again here versus Watchum. Iron just demolished his way through his. And we are now seeing our next matchups ready to go. We have our upper bracket final, which is going to be Iron versus Solos. And then we're going to have our lower bracket round 1, which is obviously going to be Red versus Watchum. Obviously, all these top 4 players are now into our top 4 situation, so they are all in a great spot. But obviously, still a lot to play for, still a lot of stuff on the line. The grand final will be later on today, with the winner claiming the top spot on the global server qualifiers and also crowning themselves the champion and taking home 1,000 USD. So plenty of stuff left to play for in this tournament, Car. Kind of excited to see these matchups, though. Any kind of gut feelings based on what you've seen so far?
Man, I think it's just Iron, and I'm very impressed with both. The recent game, even though Watchum I thought played super solid, the players that just have that kind of flexibility in terms of draft solos, surprising his opponents on 4 and 5, has just really been proving to pay off. It's a little scary though, right? Because unlike Iron, it wasn't a clean sweep. 2-1 every time. He kind of has to give up a game midway through. But they're both showing that kind of flexibility, not just bruiser tank down purely, but having that flex in either damage or control is paying off dividends.
It absolutely is. Now, guys, on your screen, again, grab yourself the EWS 2025 Global Redemption Code. It is a time-limited code. You guys need to grab it while you can. I think it's 200 crystals and 100,000 Etheria coins, so plenty of extra resources available for you guys if you want to get your hands on them. So make sure you use that code. Jump into game. Get it right now. Go, because you haven't got a lot of time before it becomes invalid again. So make sure you grab that. But again, massive congrats to all the winners so far. I'm really excited to see how the rest of this bracket shapes up. I'm wondering which one we're going to next. I mean, obviously we have 2 options available to us. Haven't quite even told which one we're heading to. So I'm wondering whether we're going into the upper bracket final, which would be obviously looking at Solos taking on Iron, or whether we're going to be going to that lower bracket round 1 where we have Watchum taking on Bread. Both matchups are really good though. Like I'm really like the idea of both matchups here.
Yeah, and it's funny how it turned out, right? Both of the kind of flex aggro players are fighting each other. Then you have the 2 more typical tank down that have been very successful in the past, but are showing with these meta shifts, right? With the way new characters, the buff patches, things are definitely changing up, where it's not just a full bloodbath bruiser domination. So I love how it planned out in either match. I'm excited to see between our finalists here.
Yeah, it is a really good matchup, and I'm going to see it is going to be the lower brackets. We're going to go into the Bread versus Watchum matchup here. So we're going to see Bread fighting for his tournament life against Watchum, who also is going to be fighting for his tournament life. A best of 3. The loser will unfortunately bow out of the competition. Still in the top 4 though, so still can hold their head high. But obviously all to play for. They'll go on to the lower bracket final. The winner will then take on the loser of the matchup between Solos and INM. We could get a rematch up, of either of these guys, depending on who goes through.
What an upset between Iron knocking out Bread 0-2 or 2-0 into that loser's bracket. And just speaking on these 2 kind of players together, I know they've played in the past. Bread typically is very well known to play against bruisers, as he kind of innovates a specific style. In the Hyperlink Cup that we casted together, X, where Bread was our winner, he was known for this kind of no healer tank down style off the back of like strong shells such as Artisan. Now Artisan we're not seeing as much as we used to. It got a slight tone down. So I'm curious to see if Bread has some new mix-ups to fight other bruiser players, because it's been a while. There's been a lot of new changes that we've been discussing.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we've seen Watchum here really skilled at playing through those matchups. I'm excited to see whether he can kind of get back on the horse and kind of to navigate some of these more difficult matchups. I know that him and Bread have had plenty of fights together. Heinrich going to be taken away. Watchum has got a bit of Heinrich PTSD from the previous round.
Hey,
and
I
it'll
would
be the
too.
Fushu ban. I do too. Fushu ban comes through here from Bread. Lowen and Raymery locked in immediately.
No surprise, when those powerhouse units are available, you got to just take one or the other and let your opponent have the rest. A lot of times we see a respect going out where both first pick bans just go out between Lowen and Raymery. Just get them out of the equation, as they're kind of sometimes too much to deal with. That being said, Bread is now flexing into Holden. Aya. Bread loves the Holden, the Rahus, the Aya, that kind of sort of combo where you have 2 strong bruisers off the back of some supports. Very typical. Whereas I think Watchum is more he's more of the Tiamat Fusho. But without the Fusho in the picture, Brett is now opting for that Nymphonial, which we discussed, now has more opportunities to buff defense scalers like Rahu.
Yeah, seen a couple of really, Nymphonial used really well here in this tournament thus far. Actually been a surprising pick that's done some good things. Brett obviously being someone that was able to work it nicely to their favor. Kind of an interesting comp. Not a huge amount of actual sustain there with the Aya and the Nymphonial. Then they've got heavy on the damage with the sort of control damage with Rahu, Holden, and Raymarie. It will be the Lowen band and the Raymarie band. So we're looking at a Plume, Lingluo, Tiamat, Lily comp versus Holden, Aya, Rahu, and Nymphonial.
That's what I was saying, right? When you have the Lowen Raymarie, just get them out of the picture. We don't want to deal with those right now.
And it'll be Lily who takes that first turn.
Yeah, and the initiative here is not as important as we've seen in the other lineups, where it's typically like a tank down or more standard versus a flex aggro player. That being said, you're still seeing some pretty nice damage coming out onto that Aya, but I'm pretty sure we'll be able to sustain between the Nymphonial here, the Aya, and so it's going to be a longer matchup unless something crazy happens.
That shiny Jackal Guard tickling away at Aya, who's already down to half HP. Obviously, Nymphonial can shape things back up. We've seen that several times before. Actually, just going to see some buffs landing. No need to use the big heal from Lingluo just yet. Now Nymphonial going to start buffing things up as well. So she's going to start sort of pumping up the damage. Damage is going to ramp up just a little bit here. The shielding is quite nice too. Helps Aya get back on her feet and starting to pressure. Looks a little bit of pressure going down onto the Tiamat, but again, it's going to be a pretty slow one, as you said. That's a lot of damage coming back down onto the Aya, though. The Lily and Tiamat combo is going to be very scary as Aya gets taken down even further. Yeah. As we've seen with Plume, the stacking damage debuff can be really annoying. Here comes the Rahu ult, though.
Okay, not bad. Does proc that Tia, though. This could be bad for that Aya.
And it is bad for the Aya. She is just out of there. And Lingluo has her full heal available, which she is just going to straight up use right now. Not looking too good for Bread, as this is a very strong start for the Tiamat. And obviously we have the Lily Tiamat combo here as well. That is a lot of damage going to start pumping out over time. I don't know if this is going to be an easy comeback situation for Bread.
I don't think so. He's maybe not out of it just yet. He wants to feel out those next few turns to see if there's a possibility. But it's crazy that the Eye just took so much damage. I think underestimating the Lily Twin Trick into those Tia S1s, proccing maybe when we're not ready for it, and it was enough to finish out of turn order. Not only that, though, when you have the Aya, right, the Plume versus defense scalers, even if you have the Nymphonial buff with the new defense buffs, it's kind of tough to fight two defense bruisers against Plume. But the Aya was kind of maybe helping mitigate that. Now with her out of the picture, it's looking like an uphill battle for Brett for sure.
Yeah, a lot of AoE damage. Even the Rahu getting taken down pretty low. I will say though, Tiamat is getting bumped down, but I believe the Amber still sitting there, so should keep them healthy if needs be. And we do have the Lingluo stacking up the Whale Prayer as well, so going to be getting a lot of passive healing. Yeah, I mean, Plume's taking some serious damage here, but I still think that's right. In an okay spot.
Okay, ripping another skill 3, and this time around these debuffs should stick.
No harm in a quick look.
Do have that Artisan. No S3 though, we just proc that. Rahu looking pretty low here, but look at the damage, not bad. If he can get some follow-ups, Brett needs a little bit to kind of even out this match.
Oh, he's just going to use the S1 to try and get the proc. Then we, I think this is going to be a dead Rahu. Yeah, he knows it. Dead Rahu at this point in time. And that is a nice first win here for Watchum. Bread gonna have to go back to the table. Looking a little bit under the weather compared to what we saw from the Hyperlink Cup Bread a few months ago. But end of the day, anything can happen in a tournament situation. Sometimes you're just kind of getting matched up into the matchups that you don't want or you haven't prepared for. So, Bread ultimately, still playing well, still playing at the top end of this entire service. They're still having a great time. But Watchum just navigating with the comps that he knows that he has best. And another easy pickup. That's kind of like one of the most classical Tiamat comps you can even look at, like Plume debuffing everybody, Lily twin tricking it's like the ultimate comp for Tiamat realistically.
And those work out because they have these powerhouse turn 1 units like the Ray Mary and the Lowen that demand the ban. So that way the combo of Tiamat Lily comes through. And we're seeing here as well, X, that the old powerhouse units such as Rahu Holden, more specifically Rahu, are just not having a good showing today. Really, really low win rates, just not being able to pump out the damage or sustain that they used to. Could be because of the artisan nerfs, could just because of the newer units that are coming out, forcing or dictating a different style of draft. Like we say, even though Ray Mary and Lowen didn't make it through, they still demanded the ban, meaning previously, right, the Tiamat Lily would have not maybe been a combo.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for Bread, he might have to sort of think about how he wants to go into this Bruiser matchup. So you kind of know what you're getting with Watchung, right? Watchung hasn't shown anything other than just the Bruiser at this point in time. So for Bread, he's going to have to think about, okay, like, I really need to think about that and deal with it primarily. I like the way he's adapted here. The Lily gets taken off the table. He's going to go for Plume and Fushu immediately. And so that's going to be sort of putting pressure immediately putting pressure on the sort of the Bruiser style comps.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a big change up, and that's what he needs here. This time, like you said, taking the Lily out of the equation and stealing the Fusho. And now, even though he knows Watchung wants the Tiamat, he's much more situated to fight her. The Rahu is picked once again, and I think in this kind of lineup, it's actually a little bit better. Not only does he have the Plume on his side, right, but he's going to have more sustain so he can kind of combat longer matchups or not have, like, losing a unit early like he did in Game 1.
It's going to be the Rahu in the protected slot. That's kind of interesting. And I haven't really felt like enamored with Rahu in what we've seen so far. He hasn't felt. I don't think Rahu's won a single matchup that we've seen him in. I don't think either. And not to say that he's bad. It's just that
he has the Plume and he counterpicked it against the Tia. And as you were discussing, right, Watchung isn't really a player known to flex hardcore on 4 and 5. So I think it's a safe bet that the Rahu is going to pull his weight in this one.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. And the Doki Doki coming through as well adds an interesting dynamic to the ban phase here. So kind of looking forward to that. Veronica getting her way back into the draft though, so that is another change that we haven't seen a huge amount of. And there we go, the Luma Warden Deeting. That's not something that we've seen a massive amount of today. Obviously, we've seen a little bit of it, but not really used to its full effect, like you said. But there's the Heinrich PTSD coming through. I wonder if that's going to tempt Watchung enough to go for the ban.
Right, he leaves that unpre-banned Heinrich for 1 game and immediately comes out. He does have the Ling Lo on the lock, but we saw against his previous opponent that Heinrich was able to overcome the amount of the cleansing that Ling Lo can provide. So this time around, he's going to respect it.
He's got too much existing trauma when it comes to Heinrich. He doesn't want to have to deal with that. We're going to get into this game once again. Let's see how Watchung can do. Bread will need to bring himself back if he wants to stay in this tournament.
I really do like Bread's lineup, though. I'm not sure how effective Rahu will be, but in the past, right, when you have Rahu in these kind of lineups, he usually does a very good job, barring nothing like some freak accidents with too much burst, maybe an errant counter coming out from Tiamat where we're not expecting it. But typically, right, Rahu against these bruiser lineups, if you get decent RNG, will be able to win, especially with the element advantage showing. I'm not sure Veronica, especially and Lumi War D-Team, can kind of throw a wrench into the plans of Bread. We discussed his kit earlier, a lot of sustain, a lot of defense, has provokes, so maybe he'll be kind of the X factor.
Interesting, holding the Dispel for a little while here. I like that, just threatening the fact that the Dispel is always going to be a threat, just choosing to build up the plumes with the AoE for the time being. So I like that idea, like waiting for a more opportune moment to get more value out of Plume's ultimate. Given that you know that you're not looking to deal damage in the next couple of turns, realistically, know you're going to go long with this. Just maybe looking for a better time to actually land that Plume ulti.
Exactly, and that was a lot of damage coming out there from the Rahu. Getting mitigated big time, though, from the Veronica S2, provides some decent damage and some shielding. And exactly like you said, Excoundrel, these kind of matchups, you really play slow. You want to get as much value as you can out of your skills, as that's really going to be those slight, minute advantages that tip the scales in your favor, right? Because these are going to be long, grindy matches. So you need to get those little wins when you can.
So we're looking better for Bread this time around, though. Everything looking very healthy. We will actually bring up some shielding and some healing over time coming out from the team. You don't often actually see that skill get used, but obviously Dishoom kind of worried maybe about his sustain for the time being. Ling Lu will finally get the chance to use her ultimate, bring everyone back up, but actually we'll get the transformation immediately. So maybe a turning point here for Dishoom as he gets a bit of damage down onto the Bread's team.
Yeah, a little back and forth. Definitely neither player getting any units taken out, so it's not going to be decided just yet. You're going to see now maybe some value from the D-Ting is where he can kind of shine after those early phases. And now that Tiamat's activated, that burst healing from that Ling definitely paying off. That being said, Bread's side is still super tanky, though, and we talked about the power of Plume as the match progresses.
I see.
It's going to be one of those long ones. We're probably looking at the arena effect coming into play here as well.
Yeah, it's definitely these takedown players.
Yeah, it's going to be a grindy battle between these two guys. We will actually see. I think Plume decided to try and go for some debuffs there. Obviously, it's a bit of a game between the Veronica and the Plume. Yeah. Because obviously Veronica's waiting for the best moment to go for a buff steal, and then obviously Plume's waiting for the best moment to go for a buff, buff remove. So it's a bit of a game between the Veronica and the Plume in that situation, but actually looks like really come out on top is Matchum, because he's got all of those buffs kind of stacked up on the majority of his carries. Probably got a good steal off there as well. So looking like a good spot, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and that Rahu getting provoked, as well as that cooldown increase on the skill 1 is going to stop that big S3 from happening at an inopportune time. So watch him actually okay if he can keep this Tiamat alive. I think the damage will slowly overwhelm Bread.
Better watch out.
Yeah, and obviously you can see that right now the Tiamat looking pretty healthy. Still has the Amber available as well. We do have the Fushu ultimate coming back out as well, so it's going to keep him in an even better spot. Oh, actually, that's on the other side of the screen. But yeah, we go. Tiamat's going to start chunking away once again. Still in a good spot with her own. We do have some stacks coming to building up slowly. Like I think that's 6 stacks built up on the Rahu, so actually starting to deal a decent amount of damage now.
Yeah, we do get a counter. I don't know if the Rahu got the assist there. He does get it. It is enough to proc the Amber, so that's a good start for Bread.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Actually, if that Tiamat gets taken out, you're sort of looking at a very low damage profile on the side of Watchum. So got to really think about it. Nice Plume ultimate as well, like trying to actually remove as many of those buffs as physically possible. Potentially a good opportunity for Veronica soon, though, because we do have a lot of buffs on the enemy team that could be taken away. So maybe Veronica looking for her moment, but with Doki Doki in play, it's now looking more and more likely that you're not even going to see that many turns coming out from Watchum's teams, because as we build up enough stacks on Doki Doki, the turn meter is just advancing that much more quickly for the side of Bread.
Yeah, sure. And you're kind of seeing the strength of Rahu, despite being provoked. And, a lot of times he is getting cleansed there by that Doki, but the damage from the assist just really pays off. All your supports, all your healers have that potential to just have that 50-50 nuke chance, and Rahu is really awake right now. D-Ting trying to keep his team alive, getting that defensive buff, getting counter for his trouble, but Ling Lo, if she gets taken out here, it's going to look real bad for Watchum.
Yeah, well, let's see if Ling Lo gets an opportunity to take her next move. She's looking at what Veronica's going to do in this situation. Well, not that many buffs to steal in this moment either, so not exactly like her S3 is going to be a big deal, and she's not actually going to use it. It will be an AoE that doesn't quite take... Oh, but the assist comes through from Rahu, and that is going to be Ling Luo that is now down. Obviously, we haven't even seen Tiamat get out of the Amber in this situation, and I think, unfortunately, at this stage, it's going to be very, very hard for Watchum to get back into this game.
And the Rahu's just away, getting the assists, getting the counters. Watchum now has to try to get a lucky kill on this Rahu. Oh my god, but there's that S3. It was getting mitigated by that D-Ting S1, trying to push back the skills, but it finally came back, and that could be all she wrote.
I think that's going to be, he's going to bow out of this one, realizing he's been rumbled, and it is going to be Bread finding his way back in. Great adaptation from Bread to get himself back into this fight. Really, really impressive stuff. And yeah, got to say, these two guys both battling it out in this lower bracket matchup. Obviously, the loser will exit the tournament. The winner will go on to the lower bracket final. And these guys definitely taking it all the way. Now going into this final game, Bread showing that he can bite back against Watchum here. I think it really is either or. Like, both of these guys really depends on the draft. Really depends on where they land up. But been thoroughly impressed with both of them across this tournament so far.
That's right. And I think there will be a slight advantage for Watchum now that he lost the last game. He'll have that first pick advantage if he wants it. And additionally, you were talking about, the Bread answering back. And I think that's kind of the Bread we saw in the Hyperlink Cup, where those are where that's the exact kind of lineup where he wants to be, with his Rahu or his Holden backed up by a bunch of support. And his opponent is actually, playing a typical bruiser, where he's the one with the flex Heinrich to draw out that ban and put him into that spot that he is so comfortable in.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to this next draft as well. I think that's going to be really telling to see what's being focused on. I mean, Doki Doki been the silent MVP of this whole tournament, it feels like. I really feel like Doki Doki's been an absolute beast in every matchup that we've seen her in so far. I wonder what the win rate of Doki Doki is actually. I think it must be close to like 100%. Like it's very high for Doki Doki this tournament. She's kind of come out the woodwork. I mean, obviously back in beta, Doki Doki was considered absolute S tier in almost everything, and then she kind of got a couple of nerfs coming into the global launch, and then people overlooked her. Looks like she's creeping back into the meta now. She's a very useful character to have when you're in a very control-heavy meta as well. And we are going to see the Heinrich banned immediately. So again, going back to that strategy of taking him out before the draft even takes place. Tiamat actually banned this time around, and Lily going into the protected slot for Bread. So that's very interesting, a very quick draft so far as well.
Yeah, this time the Tiamat is banned out. So you've seen Watchun really likes that Tia combo. So we're going to see, I want to see what kind of sort of carry bruiser that he opts for here, because the low end's got to expect that she may not make it through unless he gives Bread a must ban scenario on 4 and 5. Veronica on the lock could be a little scary. I'm not sure if I like that there just yet, as Bread has 2 picks to kind of counter pick the Veronica, which he's very susceptible to.
Yeah, and I haven't really seen Veronica's full potential so far. Like, people are very, very good at playing around her at the moment. Like, we've seen it multiple times, just like Veronica holding onto her S3, looking for the best possible moment to steal buffs, and people are just like, I'm not gonna buff that much. It's like, so it's or I'm not gonna build a team that's kind of structured around buffing. So it's kind of an interesting one where they're really playing around the Veronica nicely. But we're gonna see the Mitsumi Aya again, not a character that I've been enamored with in this tournament so far. I know the power of it, just hasn't seemed to have found its moment here, but Holden coming through, definitely been a pretty strong pickup, and that'll get locked in for watching Kakardi and Lilium making their way. That's a scary looking DPS lineup for Bread. I mean, that's an all-in DPS lineup here. Raymarie, Lilium, and Kakardi. Who do you ban in that situation?
That's a nice lineup from Bread, definitely showing a little bit more flexibility, not just your typical bruisers, but he's showing the aggression there. Lilium and Kakardi are going to be must answers. Raymarie, though, getting taken out, and so now you're going to have to fight that Lilium or the Kakardi kind of coming up. He does have some AoE, so depending on what Bread bans, that Born going to remove that S3, and now you just kind of have that Holden S3, the low end S2, and depending on what happens, I think the Kakardi could run away with it. The problem, though, is that Bread has no actual sustain, so he's got to come out big off the back of that Lilium.
Let's see where we land up in this game. This is going to be interesting. Lilium, obviously, given the Trin trick almost immediately. Now we're going to see how much burst damage comes out here. Ooh,
pretty good, but
close.
Not enough to seal the deal. And he's on the Void Effect Shell, which means he lost some damage, where you'll see other players use Tiger Yin. But the reason is, if you don't have Lily, right, having that stealth or not targetable ability is very important for units like Lilium, but it did cost him the secure.
We're going to see Fushu pop in. Will hopefully put things back into a relatively good spot, although that is a very low HP low end for the time being.
Yeah, she might get taken out right here off the first S3. No, that's the power of the Fu Show. Look how low her health is, but just the healing the barrier is enough to keep her alive here, and that could be very bad for Watchun.
Going to see a buff strip as well as some drops here as well. We are going to see the ultimate from Mitsumi Aya 2. And lower, and still keeping herself in the fight, has her AoE available. That's a lot of damage, taking down Plume similarly low. Lilium also dropping down pretty low as well. But again, look, tanking those hits at the low HP. Will eventually get knocked into Amber, but it still has the Amber available too.
Oh, that counter taking out Bread now on the ropes. My goodness, this low and living at 1 health, now being in the Amber protection spot. Watching running away with it. Kakardi, I don't think he has enough time. He really wants more. He wants his meat shields to buy him enough time to really ramp up. And I don't know if Lilium had enough tempo, enough initiative to really make things matter.
Yeah, the problem is here with the comp that Bread has, and we kind of said it in the draft, it's kind of an all or nothing comp. You don't achieve what you want to achieve very early on. You've got no comeback mechanics. Lilium dropping here. We're now looking at just Kakardi and Lily. They know it's done.
Oh my
Bread's gonna bow out,
goodness.
and Matchum is gonna take this and advance to the lower bracket final. So Bread, first player to bow out of our top 4. Not expected, just given Bread's prestige. However, he still is in that top 4. So, you know, at the end of the day, it was worth, you know, fighting things out here, but he still achieved a lot, still makes his way to the top 4 of the regional qualifiers, which is still the position that you want to be in.
But what a surprising turn of events. Watch him taking out Bread. And you got to imagine, right, if he wasn't on that Law of Silence, that Void, if he was on a more offensive shell, he would have knocked out that Lowen. The problem is you can't guarantee yourself that you're going to have that Lily, right? So having that Void effect usually will protect your Lily, and so she can get to play the game instead of getting provoked, locked down, or just killed. But yeah, you saw kind of where Lowen surviving bought him enough time to where it was really clear that, like you said, the all-in strategy wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, even then, I think Lowen was on Amber anyway, so even if it was an offensive shell, right, it's still stuck on Amber, so not going to get the one shot. I guess it would have stopped Lowen actually doing anything, I suppose, which is important, but either way, I mean, Matchroom played that incredibly well.
He did, yeah.
Well, we are done with the lower bracket first round, which means we are going to be advancing on right now to the upper bracket final as well. Now, obviously, we're going to take a quick look at some of the moments from this game before we move there, though, with Bread and Matchroom's really intense matchup coming forward. Matchroom really piloting these bruiser-type comps super nicely, and he obviously is going to be awaiting that outcome of the upper bracket final. But yeah, super happy for Matchroom. Obviously, you know, we didn't even know who he was. He had to message you to tell him that's actually me, and so it was great to hear from him. And he's now made his way all the way to the lower bracket final. I mean, he's close to getting into that final, close to going to the best of 5, and you know, pushing himself and seeing himself on that final podium. But for the time being, we're going to take a look at some highlights from that last match, and when we're back, we'll be getting up ready for the upper bracket final. Welcome back, everybody, here to the global server qualifiers for the EWS 2025 Etheria World Summit. We have had an incredible set of matches so far. We are now heading into the latter part of our tournament. We have the upper bracket final coming your way. That is going to be between INM and Solos, and then we're obviously going to have the lower bracket final, which Watchum just qualified for, and we're going to be finishing off with our best of 5 grand final. Now, on your screen, there is a limited time code. Make sure you log in and grab that right now. EWS 2025 Global. You're going to get yourself 200 crystals, and you're also going to get yourself 100,000 Etheria coins. Loads of resources to power you through some important module upgrades, maybe just contribute towards your next set of pulls, or more importantly, if you're using crystals, stamina refreshes, because they are the most important thing that you can use crystals for in Etheria. But there you go. We are going to be heading into our next matchup here. Really excited for this one. This is going to be a real standout match. I mean, INM just powered through all of his games. Solos, time and time again, found his way back in. Loses the first, adapts the draft. I mean, INM's got to be looking at us thinking there's no way I'm letting him play Doki Doki, right? Because he's only won with Doki Doki in the protected slot, so got to be looking at and thinking he's got to think about a strategy to deal with that. But yeah, very, very, very cool to see these guys make it to where they've made it to. INM has been the standout player for me, honestly, Car.
Yeah, same here. If you asked me at the start of this who would make it through, you know, like our top 4, our top 3 actually, and Brett is out, Ronnie's out, Bach is out. I didn't even know watching, like we were saying, the name mishap, but you know, watching being in there is definitely a surprise. But he is a strong player. Iron, like you mentioned, is a standout for sure. And I think Solos, the nice thing about these two fighting each other is going to be very different, I think, from the other drafts we saw, where we just came off of a double bruiser lineup. Both of these players will be vying for and seeing if they can get that first turn advantage. Both players have flex, both the cleave and the control. So it's really going to come down to a speed battle, which we don't see a lot, I think, in Etheria. Now, what might happen, though, is one player might acquiesce and just kind of be more of that sort of turn 2 style and try to overcome it via control and sustain, or sorry, cleansing and sustain. But I really want to see them kind of duke it out, at least in game 1, and see who can be faster.
Yeah, really kind of exciting. I mean, obviously, the Doki Doki we know is super fast, but we've seen a lot of fast plays on the side of INM as well. Both, again, like you said, both these players are super aggressive. Really interesting to see the aggressive players that have been the ones that made it through to the final. You were mentioning, like, it's always been a bit of a back and forth between turn 2, sort of bruisery type comps versus like the very heavy aggression comps that are looking to play around like the Yellies and the Messiahs. Looks like in this tournament, it's the Yellies and the Messiah type comps that are sort of making their way through. I will say, though, INM and Solos have shown that they have the adaptability to play lots of different styles, but obviously have had it's one of the few sort of, I guess, tournament participants that have broken out some of those more heavy burst style cleave comps. We're going to see INM lock in Lowen and Freya. Raymarie is the target, as has been for most people, first pick for Solos.
I like this early Freya showing is because Freya, not only can she be fast, but she also has that sort of buff where when you apply buffs, you get that additional bit of speed boost, and that could be a game changer. And here it might be happening, Xcander, like I was talking about, where we might actually see a contest between their openers, and whoever gets that first turn, usually in these sort of battles, is the victor. Let's see if Iron will try to challenge. He does have the Freya, but potentially if the Freya gets banned, you know, the Lily is super fast. I don't know if these players have played each other. They might have been watching that both players like to take that first turn advantage.
Remember, the Iron does also have Mio, which gets banned away from him pretty frequently. So I'm wondering whether that's going to come into play here for INM. Obviously, Doki Doki getting taken away is a big deal. That's going to be Santic. So Santic is the first. This is the first time we've seen him today, right? We haven't.
No,
seen
we saw him once. We did see him once earlier in the lineups, and I think he made it through. Actually, didn't have a crazy showing. But yeah, he did come out at least once.
Interesting. Okay, fine. So we have seen some Santic already. Must have been. I think it must have been from INM super early on in the tournament, actually. But interesting to see him make his way into the matchup here. Kind of interesting to see Hellkid getting brought out from Solos as well. So channeling his inner Young Yo to bring Hellkid to the lineup.
Yeah,
let's see what
that's what I like about Solos. He just has a lot of units. He has a wide roster, which is a very difficult thing to do because you have to invest in a lot of characters. You have to familiarize yourself with all the different play styles. But he's showing, right, a flex of bruisers, control, cleave, and that's what I really think is showing right now is where the players that are shining is they can flex and adapt to their opponent's drafts. Easier said than done, but it's really paying off.
Obviously, with Santic, you're looking at obviously boosting up Lilium, boosting up Freya potentially in terms of the crit damage and the crit percentage, but then you can also reduce critical strike rate of the enemy team as well, reduces their effect accuracy too, so has plenty of
skill cooldown resets, I believe, and some healing.
Yeah, got some skill cooldown resets there. Yeah, and also, you know, applies to shells as well, so you can actually hit shells with that too. So let's see where we end up. It is actually going to be the... Was that the what was taken out from the Lowen was taken out, I guess, from the Freya.
I was talking about the Lowen is definitely out of there. Was there a Raymarie pick maybe? I was too busy talking about the Santic, but here we go.
Raymarie is out of this. It's Lowen and Raymarie that got taken out here.
Gotcha. Okay, well, looks like Iron has sort of free reign on the initiative front. Gonna apply that big skill 3 here, and this is a beautiful time to apply it. Gonna provide his team so much survivability. Look at the buffs on the side of Iron. And Solos' comp is not really made to outlast. Lilium now getting up next, and that's gonna be bad. Doesn't quite kill the Born, though. Maybe Nahor can bring it back.
And we do have Nahor now. Actually gonna go for just a single target here. I was expecting him to try and maybe go for something bigger than that, but they are just trying to focus down the Lilium.
The skill cooldown resets X might have landed, and so we're seeing a bit of a change up. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to check the turns, but I believe that did happen if we caught it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we do have the Freya AoE ready to come through. That actually might even end up finishing up the Bjorn here. It's very low on his HP. He will drop, and this is looking pretty good here for INM. He's pushing Solos and bullying Solos in this first round. Solos hasn't really got a great way back in, and surely now going to just concede after losing the Nahor as well. Equally as impressive in his third matchup as he has been throughout the majority of the game and of the tournament even. And Solos just got battered in that first round.
Absolutely. I couldn't speak highly enough of Solos, but Iron is really showing to be the strongest player thus far. Don't count out Solos just yet. This guy is typically losing. I think every single set he's played today, he's lost at least one, but he tries to bring it back. But the problem is Excoundrel Iron is just so dominant, taking out the strongest players thus far and really showing that even in this lineup, I think he has maybe a potential speed advantage too.
Yeah, he dominated there, and I think Solos has lost every single first round game that he's had. So this is not out of the ordinary for him. This is some would even say potentially par for the course for Solos. But what it has shown is that INM actually immediately banned the Doki Doki. So INM came into this pre-banning the Doki Doki so that Solos can't get his hands on what has felt like his most important character thus far. And that
you've been shouting from the rooftops, X. I think banning that Doki on the side of Solos has been, it really showed there that that was his fastest unit. I believe we saw Solos outspeed, was it a Lily or something with his Doki? So yeah, I think you've identified that as one of his units that he's definitely known for. So Iron may be doing his homework watching, having other units that have speed. We talked about the Mio, even though she didn't show up. I think Iron is advantage, so Solos is gonna have to come out with something crazy right now.
Yeah, and the thing is that also he plays a very weird Doki Doki, right? Even that in itself is for me, that's like, that's threatening enough. Like Doki Doki with Codex and Magic is just not a typical Doki Doki build, and so you're like, that's weird enough for me to be like, yeah, I don't want to deal with that. Like either I pick it or I ban it, you know. So
sure.
Yeah, we're gonna change it up though. Solos has the option for first pick this time round, so can switch up how he operates. Obviously, then also gets the first restricted pick too. So you get the first pick and you get the first chance to lock in your restricted pick. So we're going to see actually no Doki Doki ban from INM here. And we'll see Solos. Actually, Raymarie is going to take the first pick this time around. Solos is going to take Freya in response and Lily. So Freya and Lily in response. I wonder, I mean, I don't think you can take Doki Doki after this. I think like that would be an absolutely wild restricted lock-in if you take the Doki Doki, Freya and Lily. Because you're really hamstringing your comp slightly, but we'll have to see how INM responds.
It's a little too much utility, right? Where you're leaving yourself at the mercy of a ban that kind of leaves your draft unfinished. That being said, Iron taking the Doki in kind, and with the Fusho showing that he's going to tank down. We're going to see Iron being the player. This is what I like about him, the flexibility. So he's going to be, the Doki's still there to threaten. If you aren't fast enough, he will take the first turn and punish you. But also with that Fusho, the Raymarie, he's going to have the ability to not only just go fast, but also kind of play a longer match. A Tsukiyomi X-Count, we haven't seen her yet today.
This is Solos wants to go real fast. Locked in Messiah, locked Lily, locked Tsukiyomi. Like it's just looking to advance Messiah to the front. Yeah, like he wants to advance Messiah to the front about 1,000 times. Veronica's going to come in as a pickup here for INM. Looking to see how he finishes this comp out with the Fushu, Doki Doki, Raymarie, and Veronica. I feel like you need some kind of damage. Tiamat is, they gotta be the go-to option in this situation. Obviously, likely ban the Raymarie, so you're running with like a Fushu, Veronica, Doki Doki, Tiamat comp, and Nahor coming up for Solos. So like a really interesting comp. It's actually going to force Iron to think about this a little bit more. Like Iron's really going to have to think about, okay, how do I actually deal with this? Like, this is interesting. I can't get rid of the Messiah. He's got plenty of utility support the Messiah. Maybe just getting rid of the Nahor is like, well, okay, I guess I'll just deal with how fast he is. He can't get much faster, but actually couldn't get rid of the Tsukiyomi. The problem is if you get rid of the Nahor,
this is the old school cleave where the Lily Tsukiyomi combo is very scary. You have two units threatening to push at the Messiah, and they don't have to attack you. So units like Veronica may not be able to cut in between to interrupt the game plan. So let's see what happens, but this could be a quick one if Solos' Messiah does enough damage.
I mean, seeing that Messiahs so far have been pretty threatening, if I'm completely honest with you. Now, it is going to be...
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, he's going to open with the ult from Freya. Not something that we see often. He's obviously just analyzing the... the turn meter and thinking that's the best move that he can make here.
Yeah, and it is well calculated, right? Because the Lily does the lap. You did see a huge push up for the Veronica, but luckily the Lily's still fast enough to get this game plan going. Now, the problem is now she gets to cut in between and sort of put up the S3 if Iron wants it to kind of mitigate that Messiah. The problem is the Nahor is coming up next, so let's see how this pans out.
Yeah, he's gone for it. Nahor maybe going for the ult, potentially.
It's just such a tricky lineup. You have unit after unit, and the Iron is doing a perfect job of having units that can kind of interrupt the flow from solos. You have the Doki also threatening to go next, which if she presses S3 before that Messiah, it could be very, very tough. So he's debating his options right now between the S2, S3 most likely.
Just going to go for the S2, the Doki Doki.
Yeah.
I see.
But I think this is okay with Iron because he likes this longer matchup, right? Being the turn 2 player, if Fusho gets to press S3, if he gets any sort of buffs before that Messiah, that's how he wins this game. That being said, the Messiah is finally going to come through. Let's see the damage.
I mean, Doki's dead, right? So Doki's dropped. That S2 was a good pickup from Nahor, so Doki's out of the picture. Not going to go much longer. We still do have the Fushu Tiamat combo, which can be really challenging to deal with.
Oh, yeah.
But looking pretty good so far. Honestly, if you solos, I think it's been a good response. Pretty low HP on the Nahor, so things can be leveled out pretty quickly, but does now have the ultimate ready as well.
Yeah, let's see the debuff. That's going to be bad for Iron because now the Doki is out of there, and you have Nahor able to control the field.
Yeah, not looking great if you're Iron in this situation. Now, like, we've got to can't count out the fact that we've still got a Fushu Tiamat combo. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage, but not enough. So, not enough just yet to do anything significantly meaningful. We do have the Veronica breaking out here. Obviously, the Tiamat does have the Amber as well. So the Veronica will get focused down once more. We'll break out of it, but it is now going to be the only option is the AoE, but nothing too crazy there. We'll actually bring the Veronica into, sorry, the Tiamat into the transformation here. Is that going to do enough damage? That does a lot of damage.
Yeah, I think the Messiah turns where he had S3. He didn't have the buffs that he wanted, and so the damage, even though it was significant, wasn't enough, and that gave the Tiamat the right timing to get that dragon form, the demon form interrupt off the back of that S2 Veronica. Iron is clutching back and trying to take this game for himself.
Oh, he's trying to focus down the Tiamat here with the Messiah. We are going to have the Freya coming through, which will do a little bit of turn meter manipulation, but not enough really because obviously Veronica.
Yeah, she has S3 back already, Scoundrel. Whenever you press those AoEs, this is why you don't see this unit a lot, or sorry, she's not allowed onto the field when you want to be the aggressor. Even though, like, Solo's kind of had an interesting first turn with that Nahor, where he really beautifully danced around the Doki, you're showing that the Messiah wasn't able to clean up, and the power of the Fusho Tiamat is enough to seal the deal for Mr. Iron M.
Wow, beautiful stuff from Iron M. Showed that he's got that adaptability to play multiple different styles. I thought when he lost Doki Doki that he was on the back foot, but we've seen time and time again, if you get that Fushu ult running with the Tiamat, it can get really scary. Also, just really saw the power of Veronica in this matchup as well. Just honestly just came into her own versus the Freya especially, and really, really powerful stuff from Veronica, kind of showcasing why so many people have been banning her and kind of keep trying to take her off the table. And I think just like ultimately piloted extremely well there by Iron M, and that means Iron M is now in our winner bracket upper final. So sorry, winner bracket grand final. So that is he's going to be in the grand final, waiting for the winner of. It is going to be Solos in a rematch against Matchroom. So Matchroom has the ability to get a bit of a comeback
Revenge
against Solos in the next matchup, but Iron M swiftly dispatching Solos here. Felt very, very convincing. Really, I mean, honestly, super impressive player. He's really impressed me, making a great name for himself heading into next year.
Absolutely. This guy is looking unbeatable, like a true threat. And honestly, his style actually reminds me a little bit about Kecker, where they have a lot of different, they have fast units, but they have flexibility where they have a lot of different play styles ready to go. Maybe the truest form of like a standard style, right? You saw Iron there take initiative in game 1 against a player like Solos, who also likes to go fast, but in game 2, was able to flex into the team at Fusho. But as you saw, the difference is he has enough tools to interrupt his opponent's game plan.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look back at some of the moments from that upper bracket final. It was a quick one from Iron M, but a convincing one. Let's take a look at the highlights. Welcome back, everybody. We are 2 games away, 2 rounds away from crowning our final winner here, our grand final winner for the global server qualifiers. And it's going to be someone taking on INM, and that someone is either going to be Matchum or Solos. We're in a rematch in the lower bracket final for these guys. Matchum just saw Solos go up against INM in that upper bracket final, with dispatch pretty quickly, and now has the chance to claim a bit of revenge in this next matchup. Again, obviously Solos comes in with the advantage, kind of did what he could, but now having seen taking that Doki Doki off the table, wondering whether that is going to be something that Matchum says, okay, I should probably do that from the get-go. Maybe that's something that I also need to think about, because INM did the same thing and he made it look relatively easy. So wondering whether Matchum's going to do the same thing here, Car.
Yeah, for sure. This is favorable for, Solos you saw did beat him. However, now you have a chance to reset, make some adaptations, and you watched kind of the game plan go through where you were saying Iron sort of really dismantled Solos' gameplay. The problem I foresee, though, is that Watchum is a little more textbook. He really likes his playstyle and doesn't deter too far from it. So maybe if he kind of identifies sort of a Doki scenario, maybe just make some minor adjustments to where he has more interrupts going through, then I think he has a lot of room here to correct sort of the sort of the mishaps that happened earlier in their previous round.
Obviously, Matchum, like you said, he's a bit more standard, maybe not as adaptable as someone like INM, who's shown that he's got the capability to do lots of things. But it doesn't matter, because Matchum plays what he plays extremely well, and like you said, just maybe picking up on some of the sort of the things that some of his competitors have been doing to try and take down Solos here. I mean, Solos has fought his way back into every game he's played apart from versus INM, where he very quickly got thrown to the wayside. So now Matchum going to have to take those learnings and take Solos on in yet another best of 3. Obviously, Solos coming in knows how he beat Matchum before, but if things change up, if the ban strategy changes, if the pick and bans kind of differ from what we saw previously, then maybe things will be a little different here. We will have to see. It's going to be an interesting matchup. Solos banning away the Veronica, the Heinrich getting banned here by Matchum. So this is looking relatively familiar from those previous games.
Yeah, both players. Solos really doesn't like to fight that Veronica. We just saw what happens when Veronica is present against him. And likewise for Watchum, he's had a lot of games where the Heinrich was just such a thorn in his side. Either he left it up and his solo Ling Lo could not handle the amount of debuffs he brought out, or he had to ban it, in which case something else more problematic came through. So having that pre-ban, I really like from Watchum's side.
Absolutely. The Doki Doki's getting locked in straight away into the protected slot. It will be the Lily and the Tiamat, the Fushu, the Lowan coming in on Matchum. So getting a bit of deja vu coming through here from these pick and ban phases for Solos and Matchum. Messiah on the table as well for Solos. I'm wondering whether that might even be the ban over Raymarie, just given the power that that particular Messiah has here. That'll be something for Watchum to consider.
Well, we see we need another power. I mean, we do have the Raymarie. But like you were mentioning, we've seen the Power Messiah. We've also seen Doki, so we have the Lilium also to threaten. So if you do want to ban that Raymarie, you can't just single ban out one of these damage dealers. And I believe Solos has shown us that is Doki. I think, I could be misremembering, but I think his Doki was faster than Watchum's Lily.
Yeah, I think it was. It was very fast. And Ling Luo, I was about to say Ling Luo feels like the pick here, but obviously if you lose Tiamat, you don't have as strong of a player on double sustain, but Lowen's still a very threatening pick in combination with these as well. So Lowen's going to go. Now you've got a bit more of a classic Tiamat comp here with the Lily, but you know that you're outsped by the Doki Doki. So that's the worry that you're going to have here. So Doki Doki's going to push Messiah and Lilium forward. So this could be a quick one for Solos, but if you can make it through the first 2 rounds, it might be in favor of Matchum.
One other scary thing is we haven't seen this interaction thus far, but the Lilium has that HP destroy. So even if the Messiah doesn't do enough damage here in this opening, which is looking like some big damage,
oh my gosh,
you have that Lilium HP destroy. However, I think that the Tiamat is so low that she may just proc that Amber early, which does reset the HP lock.
It does indeed, and she is very low. We do have the heal coming out. We do have a cut in here from Ling Luo. But it's just about whether the damage from Lilium is enough to take down. Depends on who she targets. I guess she could target and try and proc the Amber ASAP.
Either that or if she doesn't kill, okay, it is enough to proc it. Yeah, you're right, X. So we do proc that early, and her being lower health-ish is going to reduce the damage a little bit. Oh, that was still a lot going through onto that Lilium. And now you have that Fusho coming up, and Solos did not get enough value out of those early turns as he may have wanted.
No, he will have the Doki Doki obviously on the Codex and Magic potentially to do something here, but you can't choose between cooldown reduction and turn meter manipulation here. So that's something that you're going to have to consider. No low HP targets. He's actually going to go for the cooldown reduction primarily. Looked at where we are in terms of the turn meters. Happy to say, well, hopefully I can get another ult off on someone, but it is a very healthy set of HP bars on the side of matching for the time being.
That's right. Solos does have one more round with all the skill cooldown resets potentially. But like you were talking about, the Doki had to pick between certain options, at least for the Lilium. Messiah, though, will get a back-to-back S3. The damage enough to put himself in a 4v3 scenario. But the Tiamat, despite not having Amber, still looking a little bit low. And that was huge, getting the Lilium out of there. She was about to take a turn. And so this is looking like it could be Wachum's match.
Don't blink.
Still close, still lots to play for. We do have the turn meter advancement of this Messiah. It's going to put him almost in front of the Ling Luo. She will heal back up. Obviously, Messiah does not have his S3 available, so he's got to be a little worried about that. But obviously, right now, you're also seeing the stacking damage. Ooh. Actually, we do get a cut in from the team. Actually, just get another proc here. That might be Doki Doki going down. It is
damage.
Now it is just Messiah and Plume versus the world. I don't think Messiah is going to have enough here to get him through.
Yeah, even if I think that debuff, that Ling cleanse, the defense break, it still may have not been enough. And now you're seeing the power of this pretty healthy Tiamat just knocking down all the opponents. And I don't think this solo Messiah from Solos will be able to clutch it out.
Nope, he's going to just say, GG, no way I can do this with just the Messiah by itself. And Wachum managed to deal with the Doki Doki. First time we've seen Solos is Doki Doki dealt with nicely there. And again, very classic double sustained Tiamat comp that worked out. Not enough damage. The double Amber coming in clutch as well, really making it difficult. I mean, Amber is basically the direct counter to these types of characters where you're just like, you know, they're looking for the one-shot burst. They can do it with a very high, like a relatively high cooldown skill. And then you have the Amber, and you're like, it's kind of reset. So,
well, that's why I think the difference was Wachum with the pre-ban on the Heinrich, and then in combination, it was a little bit awkward, right, between the Messiah doing so much damage. Even though Linglo healed, you had that follow-up on the Lilium, who wants the HP destroy Tiamat as well, but she did so much damage, she actually just procced that Amber that you were talking about, and that resets everything, and that bought him the time to kill that Lilium, so she was almost like a non-factor. If maybe, I don't know if we could have adjusted. The problem is, when you have your units built a certain way, you have to, you know, press those turn meter pushes in order, and so it just didn't quite work out for Solos. I like that adaptation from Wachum.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and we're going to see this going into the next matchup here as well. Obviously, the winner of this will go on to take on INM in the grand final best of 5. If Wachum can do it, he will find himself matched up against INM for the first time in this tournament. And then that'll be a really interesting matchup if Solos can claw his way back. Because remember, Solos in every single matchup that he's won has always been 0-1 down at the start of that. So he still has the potential to make his way back into this. We can't count him out just from what we've seen here. He has that very easy potential to make a reverse sweep happen. So, you know, still lots to play for if you're Solos in this situation.
Absolutely. Solos, I wouldn't even put that as a mark against them, right? You could be iron and just cleave 2-0 against most opponents, but I think having that adaptability, that flexibility, you know, you kind of feel out your opponent, see what they do, and then you come back 2-1 them is also a sign of strength. So I think he is definitely still a viable factor, but in all honesty, Scoundrel, I kind of want to see Wachum tackle iron, as we haven't seen that yet, and maybe he is the secret to making the god bleed, as you could say.
Could be. You know, he pilots these bruiser comps really well, maybe better than anybody else that we've seen in the tournament so far. We are waiting to head into the next match of this, the next pick and ban phase, and we are already there now. So you can see there's a Heinrich ban and a Fushu ban, Raymarie, and there is going to be Lumaward and Deeting locked in for Solos, and Lowen and Plume already locked in for the side of matching.
Okay, so a little bit of a change up here thus far. You still see the Heinrich, and I like that. I want Wachum to stick with that. It might be a little different because this is game 2, and now the Fusho is not a factor, right? We've seen Wachum really like to rely on the Tia plus Fusho combo, but this time around, he still has the Lowen. That is probably going to draw out a ban unless he has something even crazier up his sleeve, but Solos may kind of opt to play a slower, more standardized lineup.
Ling Luo, interesting, not going for the Doki Doki lock in here. Maybe feels like it's not going to actually win him the game based on what he's seen so far. So it is going to be the Ling Luo lock in that side, and obviously we'll then have the option to lock in something else. And we'll then see Plume go for his lock in. That is wild. Not Awakened. You can't have Awakened Sanya in this tournament. So you are just looking at because normal Sanya.
Yeah, this character used to be, right, in the last tournament we casted, she was already kind of falling off a bit, but before that, she was one of the powerhouse healers, even more picked than units like Ling Luo. She might have a come up again with this Awakening, but I think what we're seeing here is Solos pre-ban the Fu Shou, steals the Ling, and puts Watch him in a scenario where, you know, he's a tank down player, he needs his sustain, and so he's going to have to opt for like the second string healer.
Yeah, and I guess he would like end up here with like a Tiamat, but Tiamat gets. I mean, this is what I was gonna say. If Solo just takes Tiamat here, like where do you go if you're watching? Obviously, you've got things like the Rahu available, which could still be pretty good. You know, one of the benefits that Sanya offers is she does actually have a Resurrect, which is obviously a big deal sometimes, but you do get resurrected on a very low HP, to be honest with you. Bjorn gonna get locked in though, so no Rahu will be the Bjorn. Definitely probably was hoping to get towards more of a Tiamat comp here, but Solo's piloting something very different and a difficult one to know what to ban on as well.
Yeah, we could just see another Respect Ray Mary Lowen ban, get the two powerhouse units out of the way. No, instead we're going to see a Plume ban from the side of Solo. So Lowen, for the first time in a while, is going to make it through. And so the damage from Born Lowen could be significant. It really depends how much sustained mitigation like Deaton can provide early, and if it can buy enough time for the Ling Luo Tiamat to take over.
I'll make them regret it.
Well, here we go. We are heading into this game, kind of favoring Solo slightly. I don't know. Maybe just it's the way he drafted, the way he adapted, feel like he's in a good spot, but things obviously aren't always 100% what they seem. You can never really tell until you get into game. I don't know enough about Bjorn and how he's doing. We are going to get the immediate health buff. Obviously, you don't get the full cooldown reduction if no one's dead on Sanya, so we're going to get the immediate health buff coming through from the Sanya's ultimate. We do now have Bjorn's option to use his ultimate. He's not going to bother with it just for the time being, though. They're going to try and focus down Tiamat as much as she can. She is at 3 stacks, though, so looking like she's entering to a spot where can be difficult. I think they've just stolen one buff from Ling Luo, like they stole one buff. But, you know, that's fine.
Yeah, no, circling back to your early analysis, I think you're on point. I think Solo's put Watching in an uncomfortable position where he has to pick units that he may not want, right? He doesn't have his top prio, Fu Shou, Ling Luo, Tiamat, but he has the backups, the Sanya, the Born, and he actually got Lowen through. So in these kind of bruiser lineups, you really can't tell what's going to happen until the match progresses a bit. We discussed this a little bit earlier where you take those slight advantages, trying to get the maximum value out of your big cooldowns, and this is where I think Watching actually shines. So even if he may be slightly disadvantaged in the draft, don't count him out, because I think he navigates the bruiser versus bruiser very well.
You can see the Lowen come through, obviously not banned this time round, and we do need to consider that is going to be a big deal, because obviously Tiamat taken down very low. She is close to transforming, and she will transform here just off that Sanya here, so we'll cut in and start to do a decent amount of damage. That is something to be considerate of, as Tiamat is a big damage dealer, but obviously Lowen right now,
she is pumping.
She is absolutely pumping. Obviously, has to get through the Amber, so Amber's still available on the Tiamat for the time being. But if they can proc that now, might be the best sort of situation they can be in. If they can get that Amber down,
get it with the Veronica S2. Yeah, that's an
exactly. Get that Amber down now. Obviously, you take away all the stacks. You take her out of the Dragon form. She has to reset from the beginning. That's the best possible scenario. One hit of Dragon form into Amber. That's a great spot for you to be in.
Exactly. Is what I like about Watch him. He's really shown himself to be the bruiser player, where all these other phonies are just adapting the playstyle. He sticks to it. Now, even though the characters may not be the top tier, I think he is navigating this beautifully off the back, of course, of Lowen, though. She is proving that, you know, she deserves those bans we've seen many times in the past drafts.
Yeah, Lowen's a super scary picker. They're trying to focus down the Veronica here, but Sanya actually pumping out a lot of healing for the time being. That'll be Lumi Warden. He will use the ultimate just to start reducing damage, but obviously not actually applying it right now because Tiamat's still stuck in the Warden at the Amber phase, so she is going to be a sitting duck when she pops out of that for the time being. We're also going to get another ultimate coming up from Sanya. Big amount of AoE heal, giving everybody a maximum HP increase. We do now see Tiamat that comes out of her Amber phase, but she's buffless and also not looking pretty good in terms of her own stacks. She is on the chopping block, and Bjorn is going to try and push her down. And I think even here as well, with the Lowen threatening, it's not looking great if you're Tiamat.
Yeah, that low and lockdown, the damage just really adds up. It's twofold. You get the counter rebuttal damage. Also, the provoke is just really keeping her at bay. Without that Amber, Solos is looking he's looking really, really rough. He does have that hold in, but I don't know if he's going to be enough here, especially with this Veronica also supporting the team.
Even if we get a transformation from the Tiamat, I'm not expecting to see a huge amount coming out from her. She's lost the Amber already. They are just slowly whittling away for this time being. We do have Lumi Warden. Again, I have to agree with you. I haven't been super impressed with Lumi Warden. I haven't really felt the efficacy of that pick thus far. And you can see Tiamat is hanging on with an absolute sliver. We do have Ling Luo, though. She doesn't have her ultimate available, but might get a little bit of healing onto the Tiamat.
Just a little bit of healing. The problem is when, Tiamat's health is low, her damage is also low. So it's not a good look for Mr. Solos. And circling back to the D-Ting, I think it's just, in these bruiser lineups, he doesn't always get the max value he requires. You want to bring him into maybe sort of like a mixed comp where he can get value out of like the torpor as well as the defensive capabilities, but you're just kind of seeing him get outpaced in these damage lineups.
Really great buff steal, by the way, and that will be the Tiamat going down now. No real major damage to speak of. Holden now absolutely buffless. And we are going to see Bjorn finally rip that ultimate, and that's a huge amount of damage. It's not looking great for Solos here. Watchum is in a commanding spot in this lower bracket final.
Yeah, leaving that low and maybe a mistake Solos will soon regret, but it's looking everything Watchum just playing very, very well. Even with this Sonya, which most players do not pick anymore in favor of units like Ling Lo, like Fu Shou, he's showing that he has the backup string ready to go, and he can still play them to great effect. That Veronica really just playing around, like you said, the S3 holding off until, buffs come out, getting that big steal, despite the hold in S2 trying to keep it at bay. It's looking like everything Watchum.
Yeah, I mean, I think when he loses Watchum in this, he's gonna call it quits here. I think that was kind of the writing on the wall once the Tiamat had gone down. Very, very impressive stuff from Solos to make it this far, but Watchum books his place in the grand final here against Iron M, and that is going to be a very interesting best of 5. What an incredible matchup, though. Watchum really just skillfully displaying his comeback versus the guy that beat him earlier on today. Really sort of figured out how to navigate Solos and also perfected the way that he was playing his own comps.
And I think that kind of highlights the power of either, a best of 5 where you have those extra matches compared to best 3, or a loser's bracket, right? Because if there was no loser's bracket, Watchum would have been one and done out. But you're seeing he made those kind of adaptations he needed to beat an opponent that previously had his number.
Yeah, I mean, incredible stuff from Watchum. Really, really great stats. You can see like massive amount of shielding, loads of healing, 83.8% of all the healing done in that game on the side of Watchum with the Sanya. Not even dealing a significant amount of damage. You can see like actually the damage well in favor of Solos, but it was just the sustain that came through. Also with less actions as well. Like he was obviously getting controlled a lot more by Solos, but even just those actions really counting. Not enough damage on the side of Solos to actually punch through that really heavy sustain lineup. And Loan again proving to be a real nuisance when she's let through in these pick and ban phases.
Yeah, what a scenario, what a showcase for showing why you need a lot of time to just respect ban the low end, just like players have been respect banning the Ray Mary. When she gets to play her game plan, she locks down and does so much damage to boot.
Let's see some of the finals from this lower bracket, or the highlights, sorry, from this lower bracket final to see how Watchum has booked his place in that upper bracket grand final versus Iron M. Welcome back, everybody. We are heading into the grand final here on the global server qualifiers. I'm super excited about it. We've had a full day of Etheria Restart competitive content, and we are finally seeing our top 2 players come together. Now, before we get into it, log in, use the EWS 2025 global code on your screen right now. 200 crystals, 100,000 Etheria coins. You can get loads of stuff done with that. Make sure you're using your crystals and your stamina, though. It's the most effective way to use them. And obviously go and upgrade some modules. Maybe you'll hit like a plus, I don't know, plus 15 speed module, and you'll be laughing your way to the bank. So guys, go and make sure you log in and get that stuff done. But now let's focus our attention on this grand final. INM, who's come all the way through the upper bracket, now going up against Watchum. Now, of course, there is no reset. There is no upper bracket advantage. So INM has to go into a straight best of 5 versus Watchum. The only advantage that he's got is that he's played one less game, and he's also been able to see Watchum's performance versus solos to get a little bit more information here. So that is some of the advantages that he has coming into this, but it is now a straight best of 5 to determine the regional champion for the global server.
Well said, Scoundrel. I think Iron definitely is the favored one. Not only did he watch those last rounds where Watchum kind of made those adaptations to take out the opponent that previously beat him, but he's just been looking unbeatable, only dropping one game at the very start to Ronnie, who was another strong player, but 2-0ing Bread, 2-0ing solos. This guy is looking to be the player to beat. And, you know, in the best of 5, I'm not counting out Watchum. This is the match I wanted to see because I think Watchum is the one player, right, that Iron has not had, he's not been tested against just yet. So if someone could beat him, it might be Watchum.
You know what, Ronnie's probably looking back at this thinking, man, I got seeded horrendously. Like I took one
but
game
you know,
of the
he's
guy
the
that's
only one to
absolutely
take
clean.
a game, so it might have been, it was a nice lineup, right? Because otherwise this Iron guy would be perfect 2-0s all the way through.
All the way through. Now, like you said, you know, it could be that we are going to be looking at a potential winner in the form of Watchum. Maybe he's got what it takes to take down INM, but INM has really been super impressive so far in this tournament. I mean, really adaptable, showcased that he has a lot of different skill sets, a lot of different comps available to him. So regardless, he is the guy to beat. Watchum comes in with a bit more practice, a bit more competitive experience maybe under his belt, especially in this tournament, having to play that extra set of matches. But INM comes in as kind of like, you would probably argue the favorite. The upper bracket winner has to be the favorite going into this grand final. So Watchum kind of has that underdog mentality going in. This is going to be a best of 5 though. So we're going to have up to 5 games here. The first player to get 3 will end up winning and being our regional finalist. They will win $100,000. Oh my god, I wish $1,000. $1,000, and they'll also get themselves the pride of being the #1 from the regional qualifier. A really quick pick and ban phase to begin with. Heinrich banned by Watchum. He's kind of decided he does not want to deal with that character in any of his matchups, and it'll be Raymarie actually pre-banned here by INM. So not something that we've seen a huge amount of, but it will be Raymarie that's getting the pre-ban.
Yeah, very interesting. You watch him, like you mentioned, staying to the tried and true, very similar to what he played against his previous opponent, and it worked out. So why change what's not broken? The problem is Iron is shown to be such a flexible player, and you're seeing here he identifies that Watchum really likes that Tiamat. Now, Solos tried to steal the Fusho Tiamat too. Didn't quite work out how he wanted, but I think things are going to be very different. Iron is seems like just, you know, a cut above the rest, but only time will tell, Scoundrel, if he really is unbeatable.
I mean, like I said, if there's going to be someone to do it, it's going to be Watchum. He's got plenty of competitive experience under his belt, great drafting, great adaptability. It will be the Ra who gets locked in with the protected Lingluo, protected Tiamat on the side of INM with the Fushu available. Obviously, the Fushu could get banned here, and it kind of makes Tiamat feel a lot less useful. The Misusumi Aya is going to be the final pickup. Maybe wouldn't even be surprised to potentially see a Sanya from INM, given that we saw Sanya be so effective in the previous game. Mio, though, will be the final lock-in. That is a bit of a spanner in the works. We've seen a couple of Mios come through. They have been targets for bans, so definitely worth thinking about if you're INM, but he still has to make his final pick. You can't help but feel if it's not going to be a sustain option, it's definitely a Fushu ban for Matchum.
Okay, yeah, and not opting to take another healer with Linglo out of there, instead going for more aggression. So if you ban the Fu Shou, right, the Tiamat may be kind of left out to dry, but you still have the form of Lily, Plume, Lillian making it through, so that is something for Watchman to consider. I like the tech piece of Mio to kind of show, right, I'm not going to let you take full advantage with Lily just getting to run the show. We saw the Lily Tiamat combo and how powerful it can be when she's just twin tricking those S1s out the wazoo, but Mio maybe will either draw to ban, no, I'm sorry, she's going to make it through because Lowen, you know, I think Iron just saw Excalibur the previous match how strong she can be locking down that Tiamat.
Yeah, Lowen going through, and then Lilium actually being the target for Matchum. So just worried about the single target pressure that Lilium can put out. Maybe worried that, you know, Mio doesn't survive that. Maybe Veronica is going to be an easy target for him here, but it's going to be an interesting set of matches. It is going to be Lily that is outspeeding though, so Mio not going to get the first shot. Obviously, Mios do love to go first if they can. And it will be the Veronica now that punches her way to the front, then followed by the Mio.
Yeah, did not get any skill cooldown resets. Iron actually opting with that Lily instead of S2, going for the S3, trying to land maybe some CD resets. It doesn't look like he got too much value out of it though. And so now, even though he was outsped, Watchum has some abilities here to take the initiative.
Yeah, a lot of damage coming down onto this Tiamat for the time being as well. Now, Fushu will get the chance to ult. That's going to start to slow things down a little bit. We should then have the Lingluo too. So I think ultimately in a good spot if you are going to just use the S2 as well from Matchum as well. So yeah, looking pretty good so far for both sides, realistically in a good spot for themselves.
Yeah, there's a lot of like kind of dancing around the skill activations. You're also going to see maybe watch out for things like wound and potentially try and unlock out a Tiamat. The problem I foresee though is when you have these sort of tech picks like Mio, she's getting some decent value out of here with the freezes, but a lot of times for tank down players, she can be a liability getting taken out and putting yourself in a 4v3 scenario if your opponent didn't respect it in the ban phase. So we'll see how this pans out.
We'll see a buff steal come through. Start to stack up those buffs on the side of Matchum. Tiamat getting taken pretty low, but obviously does have plenty of things going for it. We'll see an S3 coming out from the Lingluo now. Didn't really need it per se, but it's just going to pump it out. They are going to get a freeze. That's a really low percentage on the S1 on Mio. So actually getting quite lucky with the freezes coming out onto the Tiamat here. Not having a great time if you're Tiamat. I don't think you've taken a single action all game so far.
That Mio pick definitely paying off right now for Watchum, and that's exactly what he wants. This Rahu versus Tiamat a lot of times does favor, but you are fighting the likes of Plume. You have Lily as that kind of X factor where she can also provide a lot of buffs, but the Veronica, right? You talked about that buff steal earlier. And here we go, Rahu S3, letting it rip. Does do enough damage to proc that Amber, but now she's going to get that transformation and hopefully get some damage going for the side of Iron.
Yeah, we'll immediately drop out for the time being, but that's okay. Unfortunately, loses the twin trick as well. When you get procced into Amber, you lose everything. So the twin trick is now gone from that Tiamat as well. So again, not looking too hot if you're Iron and Matchum. Actually having a great opening round here. Has to be a little careful. Oh my god, that is nuts. That is nuts. The freeze comes through again. I mean, the effect accuracy must be through the roof on that Mio to be hitting these so consistently. That's crazy.
Still some luck involved though, right? And having those little bits of turn steals that freezes is so huge, especially when your lineup from the side of Iron is really reliant on activating this Tiamat over and over. So that's really what Watchum needed. The RNG is in his favor. Let's see if he can capitalize enough. If he can get that first game against Iron, that's going to be huge in this best of 5.
I think there's loads of stacks built up so far on the Rahu as well. That's 7 stacks that he's already built up so far.
I can't, it's getting cut off, but man, he is pumping. He is awake.
Better watch out.
He is, he's doing some, we're not seeing sleepy Rahu that we saw in the Hyperlink Cup. We're seeing
That's right.
Rahu that actually wants to do some real work here. And unfortunately, I think if Tiamat does,
he does.
I think I think Iron's gonna have to concede. I don't see a way back. I mean, obviously, kind of got the plume, but
Trust me.
So X, this is 2 games we've seen players like Solos try to steal the Fu Shou Tiamat to not great effect. It seems like Watchum kind of just has this bruiser lineup under his belt. He really navigates it beautifully. Now, I don't know. I think Iron may be going through the motions. Maybe there's a potential if he can knock out this Mio, he can kind of whittle down with the stacking quills, but I think he might just be feeling it out. You know, that damage does proc that Mio. Maybe I shouldn't count him out just yet.
yeah, and obviously we have the Fu Shou still going. And like you said, we do have the quills lining up. I just have a feeling that there's too many wrath stacks being built up on the Rahu now.
Too.
Yeah,
but landing that early Amber, if he can knock her out, put himself in a 3v3 where he can sustain off the Fushou, maybe. The problem is the Rahu has really shown he's still awake, and you still have that Veronica, right? Which can, the more the match progresses, she does good damage, always threatens those buff steals to reverse, you know, the effects of the battle, and then she can kind of close it out herself as well.
Yeah, I think there's always a way potentially, and INM's just thinking about maybe there's a way here that he can find a way back in with the Fushu and the Plume. I mean there is the Jackal Guard is stacking up damage, right?
It's adding up.
But it's just going to be tough. And obviously if Mio goes, a lot of the turn meter control goes out the window as well. But I mean Plume's taking really low.
Oh, and the Ling S3 going to keep that Mio alive even longer. Does get a bit of healing off. That Rahu getting more Wrath stacks. And here you go. Doesn't get the freeze, but gets the assist from that Rahu. I think those 2 early freezes against that Tiamat was that slight bit. Maybe he just needed 1, but that was huge for Watchum. So great tech piece. Iron not respecting it enough. And there it is.
Yeah, he's going to bow out and say, okay, done my piece. That's all I can do. And I think, yeah, ultimately, that was kind of what we expected. Having seen the early Tiamat go down, we kind of felt that that's probably going to be the way the game was going to go. But what a opening game from Matchroom here. You know, taking a game off Iron, who's been so kind of clean the entire tournament. Yeah. The extra practice, the bruiser perfection from Matchroom coming in big. And now he's going to go into the second game here with that advantage. Just 2 more wins, and he's going to crown himself the regional champion.
That's right. That was a huge win for Watchum, showing, you know, putting the numbers on the board early, taking that first game could be huge. Iron, I don't think is used. He did drop a game earlier against Ronnie, but for the past, 4 or 5 matches, he has been clean sweeping his opponents. So maybe this is kind of the nerves. Maybe Watchum is going to put him on the back foot. What I'd like to see, though, from Iron, right? We've seen Watchum be unbeatable. He even beat Brett in the bruiser lineup. He's shown that he can beat other bruisers if you try to steal his Fusho Tiamat. So I want Iron to kind of go back to the drawing board, what he was doing earlier, kind of just take those powerhouse units, maybe take the Raymary instead of ban it, and then instead trying to flex on the 3, 4, and 5 and catch Watchum either with a control lineup or a DPS cleave lineup. Yeah,
no, I think there's going to be kind of, I'd like to see some adaptation. Like you said, I don't want to see him just kind of stay in the same lane as Matchroom. I think Matchroom has got the bruiser comps to a T. Like, he knows how to play them. He knows all the variations that he needs to make it work. I want to see INM kind of flex a little bit, go, like you said, to somewhere else in his category. He's going to go.
What might be happening
immediately?
He might be saying, I'm going to do the same exact thing, maybe with some minor differences, but you just got lucky with that Mio, and this time around, it's going to be a different story. Because so far, let's see, he still pre-bans that Raymary. He's stealing the Fusho, has that Plume. Let's see what he puts on that ban protect slot.
Could be the Tiamat again. Could be kind of going down the same way and saying, I'll just ban the Mio this time round. I don't know. I mean, it is going to be the Tiamat, and it's going to be Lily this time. Okay, so I think he had Lily last time as well. So
he did, yeah, it's the same exact lineup.
Yeah, we're just going to get the Rahu and then the Mio, and then going to, that. Oh, okay, no, we got baited. We got baited as Lilium again.
I think he's confident that he liked his odds, maybe going to change the ban, and if he doesn't change the ban, maybe just saying, you know, I think you got a little bit high rolling luck on your Mio S1s. Either that or he's going to ban it. The thing, though, that is interesting is that Iron is taking this line of play despite... sorry, I shouldn't say despite, in favor, because it's a best of 5. So he has room here. Even if he drops this one, he still has room to kind of change it up in game 3.
Yeah, I actually think you're probably on to something here. That Mio did get very lucky. Realistically, the like 2 S1s in a row that froze, the S2 that froze at the start, like that's unlikely in most scenarios for a Mio, right?
Because if he doesn't believe that, then he is just going through the definition of insanity, right? Repeating the same exact thing, expecting different results. So I think he's identified that that was a winning play, just the RNG wasn't in his favor. So let's see. Iron, you know, thus far has shown that he is the player to beat. So let's trust in his kind of drafts and see how it pans out.
That is genuinely, you know, a reality, you know, when it comes to Etheria. Sometimes you do just have to deal with the slightly awkward RNG that isn't in your favor. Like there's always some level of RNG and buff application, You know, in damage dealt, in crit chance, there's always some level of it that you've got to deal with in Etheria. And obviously just saying he didn't feel like he was in a great spot last time round. Obviously a good start here. Lots of buffs though for Veronica to steal. So lots of things being built up. So Veronica can maybe look for them in the next run through. Also, obviously Rahu did get insanely lucky with the amount of wrath stacks that he generated.
Yeah.
So like he was scaling super quick as well comparatively.
Yeah, I got a few counters as well. I think he won a lot of 50-50 assists. He was watching was really high rolling. I don't want to say that was the only reason he won, but it seems like Iron is betting that if things are more averaged RNG, he has the advantage.
Looks like a good Veronica S3 option, to be honest with you. Yeah,
almost definitely.
I was gonna say that's
Iron
a
pressed every
great
button,
Veronica
and that's
S3.
what he was waiting. The problem though is you didn't really steal too much besides the soul ward. So
no, didn't get a huge amount there. Already looking much better for INM this time around. You've got a unfrozen Tiamat dealing chunk damage. I mean, that's dead Rahu. That guy's on like sub 1% HP.
Yeah, the soul ward keeping alive from the Veronica, but this is such a different story than you saw in game one. There's some sustain coming out for Iron. Rastacks building up, but let's see if Iron can kind of clutch out and get that kill on the Rahu. The shield's coming out. The Veronica S2 though, going to keep her alive much longer. Tiamat dragon form doing some decent damage. Rahu still alive.
Ooh, we're going to get the S3 out of the Mio this time round. Chunking away at the Tiamat. We're going to get the S3 coming out from the Rahu. So the Soul Ward being pretty good. We'll get the retaliation.
Yeah, those two counters, and then into the activation. This is a lot of damage. Luckily, her health was a little bit under half before that, so the damage wasn't too much, but this is looking real bad for watching. Anytime you have those out-of-turn counters, it really messes with your sense of like how much damage you're taking. So those two back-to-back counters into her activation, that may be a little too much for Watchroom to handle right now.
Yeah, I think looking much better for INM. And as you mentioned, just said, look, I got really unlucky in that last game. Like my comp was just better. And he's kind of proving it this time around. It's a much more difficult situation. Has to hope for maybe the freeze.
Gets the freeze on the S1 on the video.
He gets the S1 freeze again. If he can keep that up, it can be a big deal. Unfortunately, got way more HP to chunk out this time around. And to be honest with you, both Mio and Rahu are looking pretty low. Obviously, Rahu can't be saved twice in a row here. Yeah.
Despite that freeze this time around, it was just a lot more damage coming through. The Jackal Guard able to finish that. Rahu Mio being so low. I don't think the likes of Ling Veronica can clutch this out. And there you go.
Yeah.
Tied up 1-1 from Iron.
He's going to just gracefully bow out. And I think that's the right decision in that situation. But man, massive props to Iron to just say, look, I knew what I had was better. That what you just saw there was freak RNG luck on freezes. And with Rahu, like if that goes and like that 95% of the time, that's going to go the way I expect it to go. And yeah, played that exceptionally well. Love it when a player is confident enough in their draft to run it back, even when they lost with it. That shows you someone that really knows what they're doing in terms of how these things are supposed to play out. Someone that's really tried these matchups. And massive credit to INM to just run that draft back, saying, nope, absolutely certain that I just got unlucky there. I can make this work again.
Yeah, and the scary thing is, though, it kind of shows, I think, if you were just to analyze the match, right, all of us as casters, people watching at home, you kind of notice that I think it is true that Iron just had the favorable draft, like he was confident in his own style, and so now Watchroom is going to be the one that needs to make an adaptation. I don't think if Watchroom tries to stick to the same exact draft and we do the same two drafts from both players a third time, I think it's definitely going to be Iron favored. So now Watchroom needs to come up with a little bit of a different strategy. What do I do when my opponent takes that Fushu Tiamat? We saw him earlier pick things like, I believe, Born. He has some other options. I think we saw like a Sonya come out. So I'm very curious to see what he busts out. But now it's going to be, you know, the onus is on him to make some adjustments.
Yeah, I think that's the important thing is you've highlighted there is that they could run this back again and it's just going to go in favor of Iron once more. So, you know, this is now where Watchroom's like, okay, he needs to recognize that he probably did get quite lucky. You know, he looks back at that and think, okay, yeah, I actually probably did get quite lucky here. I now need to think about how I'm going to shift this up. I can't run that draft back again. I need to do something different. And so we are now heading into the draft. It's going to be a change up in terms of Tiamat ban from Raymarie. So Raymarie, the one that, Iron been the one that's going to make the first change. And it's going to be Fushu and Loan that gets immediately locked in by Dishum.
Watch him.
You know, Dishum is the name of a restaurant in the UK and London, and so I keep saying Dishum because it's a name of a
now
restaurant.
You got me hungry, scoundrel. But I think that was well put.
I know. It's a
this
really
is interesting.
good Indian. It's like a really good Indian food restaurant in London.
Wait, please. The reason
Dish.
I'm interrupting you is you're making me so hungry. I don't want to talk about food right now. But you know what? That does sound amazing. I go for some Indian. I was saying that I think Iron. This is actually the play I wanted to see in Game 2, where instead of pre-banning the Raymarie, you take the Raymarie for yourself. So your opponent has Loan, but you have that Raymarie that either needs to be banned out or she's going to kind of take over as we saw in the past. But now that he's up tied 1-1, he's kind of shifting it up maybe because Watchum had that first pick advantage. And now with that Tiamat ban, even though he has the Fusho, right? If you ban that Loan, what is Watchum going to take on 5? Maybe like that Born we saw earlier. And now Iron has that Nahor on 4. So this is going to be a completely different matchup.
Yeah, we're going to have a look here.
Oh, interesting. So he put the Holden on 4 and then the Nahor on 5. Okay, so we still have the Nahor coming through. Holden now, a kind of nice pickup unit, especially in units like Veronica, where he can maybe skill cooldown reset, and then you can press your buttons a little more freely. One of her counters, right? You want to make sure, as we've seen time and time again, when she presses that big skill 3, all that buffs, that hard work you did kind of gets stolen for your opponent.
Nahor being the final lock in here. Let's see what it's going to be. Ooh, interesting. The Lilium pickup comes through for Watchum. And so that is going to be the final comps locked in here. Bit of a change.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a Loan ban most likely from Iron, and then Lilium is going to have to fight the light. Oh no, Fusho gets banned out. Interesting. So he's going to have, hopefully he has an answer for Loan. We've seen when Solos, didn't opt to ban the Loan, she really took over the match. Raymarie, no surprise, getting banned out there. Lilium having, can't be crowd controlled, can't be turn meter pushed, is a nice boon to have, but against the likes of Holden, this could be still scary.
Absolutely could. Let's see where we're going. This is the third match of the series, and this is going to be pretty crazy. We're going to go potentially all the way to 5 games. Could you believe that? If we went all the way to 5 games, that'd be crazy.
It would be crazy, but the matches today have been so fast, I wouldn't mind it. We're already in the grand finals, X, and so going to the limit, I think I'd be excited for.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be well up for seeing that. I think what I'm interested though in is who is going to come out on top of this matchup. What do you think really kind of stands out to you? Which comp do you think kind of has the edge here?
I think it's Iron because of the Holden being able to potentially, right? And you see the damage coming through from these Jackal guards, really threatening that Lilium. And now that D-Ting has been able to activate, I'm not sure if Watchum is going to have the damage to punch through. You see these debuffs really sticking. Veronica being so early in the turn meter kind of set her back a bit. So we'll have to see. But once again, in these Bruiser versus Bruiser lineups, it's anyone's game.
Better watch out.
Low HP on the Liam, and Liam not having done a huge amount here, not looking great. I want to see if
does have
the ultimate now. Let's see where we go. Oh, it's a lot of damage onto the Hall, but not enough.
Yeah,
and
Tiger
unfortunately
went towards the D-Ting. Okay, doesn't land on the Ling. However, look how low that Lilium is, and now it's taken out. 3v4 scenario. You still have the Low-in with a healer up, but Veronica getting skill reset. Look at the debuffs stacking up. Even though Linglo's trying her hardest to cleanse them, this is looking very good for Iron.
It absolutely is. I think he is in a commanding position for the time being. And I think, ultimately, that'll be another thing to think about. Obviously, the low HP on the Nahor, there is always a comeback mechanic, but it doesn't look great for the time being.
Yeah, I don't think it's not looking too hot for the side of Watchum. The plume, the quills are stacking up. We've mentioned that many times before. This Lowen is just being controlled. The D-Ting, this is the one scoundrel where we're seeing the value, right? He had enough damage reduction, keep his team alive, kept that Nahor from dying, and then providing that lockdown onto the Lowen in reverse. Usually you see the Lowen locking down players. He is doing to her what she does to everyone else.
Clearing out immediately.
I think, yeah, once that Lowen goes into Amber for the time being.
I'll make them regret it.
But we've seen, right, Amber's such a huge tempo loss that when you're on the back foot, unless you're fighting someone like a pure cleaver where they're so squishy, a lot of times, even though you have that second life, you're just put back on the bar. You get all your, buffs reset. You can't do much in that first turn. So we'll see if it's enough here. She is pretty healthy, does still have a Ling low.
Yeah, I mean, Lowen can turn things around by herself if given the right space and time. Like you said, the tempo loss is big. We've also lost most of the buffs. The ultimate's going to come out here. It will take out Nahor. It's not all
I wonder if he
lost.
pressed
Yeah,
S2 to apply the debuffs. Maybe that was enough to kill the Nahor, but he opted to make sure he dies, because I think if he, left that alive at 1, it could be really scary. The problem is he's so far behind. I think you have to play a little greedy.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, and I think the other problem is that it is now just going to be ended. I think, unfortunately, not an easy comeback here for Watchum, and INM solidifies his second win in the series, and he needs just one more to crown himself the champion. Definitely the man to beat thus far. Watchum came out swinging here, but hasn't been able to get back on top of INM, who's been able to adapt his draft phase.
Man, I just want to go back to what we were talking about earlier. I'm so impressed that Iron, the first 2 games, despite that loss, stuck through it with that second draft, really showed, hey, that was just, that was a luck factor, and I had the better draft. I should win this 9 times out of 10. He did it, and then in game 3, he swapped it up on Watchum, not letting him kind of regain control and try things out. Instead of stealing units this time around, he picks that Nahor, kind of like a pseudo Heinrich, showing on 4 and 5 that he can still flex into those debuff units that Watchum has shown to have trouble with.
No, absolutely. I think you hit the nail on the head here. I think it just shows a really strong mastery as well of where he's at. He's basically saying, like, I absolutely know what I'm doing with my comps. Like, I know what a Mio should and shouldn't be capable of in that situation. And I think, like, ultimately was very happy to say that was definitely an error on sort of the RNG side. Nothing too crazy for me to worry about. So yeah, really good stuff from INM, and I want to see how we shift things up into this next matchup. It's Heinrich bad again and Tiamat bad again. So INM looking to take that Tiamat away, maybe take, basically put watching on a little bit of discomfort, like basically just saying, hey,
yeah,
like I want to make sure you're not comfortable on a standard bruiser matchup that you're happy with. And sort of saying, I want to force you into kind of a weird draft that I know I'm gonna back myself on.
Exactly. So either if he's gonna play the bruiser matchup against Watchum, has shown that he is the bruiser king, then he's gonna steal, right, the Fusho Tia. If he's not gonna have that, then he's gonna pre-ban the Tiamat, and like you said, put Watchum in an uncomfortable position, never giving him the prime units that he needs. This time around, though, Watchum does have a Lily. Holden also being stolen, so I like this. Watchum is changing it up. This time, he's taking the units that were effective against him in the previous lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. Fushu Lily gets locked in the protected spot, the Holden as well. Plume. It's interesting that Iron's really prioritizing Plume. I mean, obviously, we've seen people prioritize Plume early on in the draft. Lilith comes through, though. The first Lilith of the day, the anti-bruiser, and the Mitsusumi Aya as well. That definitely throws some crazy things up to think about.
Yeah, and I think that's why the Sylph is coming out here. Another answer to crowd control, a bit more sustain as well. Fusho is going to get banned out, and that could be very telling. Iron was quick with that one. Maybe identifying that, Fusho, if you don't have that mega sustain from Fusho, I can kind of come over the top with my lineup. The Lilith, we haven't seen. I thought we'd see that from someone like maybe Bread, but instead Iron is showing that he just has so many units built, can play so many different styles. Let's see if it pays off.
My turn.
Excited to see this Lilith in the void state for the time being. Let's see, Lily obviously the first to act in this situation, meaning that Lilith can't be targeted.
Yeah, that is huge against units like Holden, units like Lowen, right, that want to lock down your carry. Having that void effect means this first turn with her single target, she can't stop the threat that is Lilith.
Yeah, absolutely, and Lilith obviously can start to churn out. They are putting a bit of pressure onto Plume here, but Plume less bothered about this. We're going to see the Mitsumi Ayo drop her S3 down straight away. Lilith's now going to come into the party, and she's going to go jump in and use her ultimate. Let's see how much this does. That's a decent amount of damage. But obviously Lilith is tanky. You can then follow up with her S2 as well and go straight back into the void state as well. So feeling pretty happy.
Yeah. I think he's looking pretty good here. Definitely not out. Watching is not out of it. You see the damage coming through, but I think that ban on Fusho was beautiful. Sylph kind of maybe like a shotgun answer against Control, but you're seeing the what happens when you play bruisers. You don't have too much sustain. That being said, the low and pumping Plume at 1 health, finally getting takeout. So that's a 4v3 advantage for Watchung. Let's see if it's enough. Little defense up, little healing.
Sustain, but not a huge amount, like you said. We don't have a massive amount going for us. We're waiting for potentially a buff steal situation. This probably looks like the best you're going to get, and they are going to take that now pretty much straight away, put everything back onto the side. And obviously we do still have Lilith. It looks like, feels like she's been stuck in this void state forever. We do have the ultimate from Loan as well.
Another S3.
Yeah, exactly. And Lilith now finally going to do something, but it's just an S1, so it doesn't feel too great in this situation. Waiting for the S3 to come back into play, but Lilith is so slow that it's taking her for about 16 turns to actually get a turn into this. We will see the S3 coming out from Mitsumi Ayo, but yeah, still not looking great for the time being. The damage just not there from the Lilith to be threatening enough, and it's the Loan that's really proving to be a nuisance, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, unlike the previous match where we locked her down, when Loan is free to have, free reign, you're seeing why she's so powerful. So this time it's just not quite working. The Lilith tempo wasn't quite there. After that initial S3, right, her off turns are just not very good. And back-to-back S3s from Loan going through is just seeming to be too much to handle for the side of Iron.
To see if Lilith can do anything with her S3 again. Obviously, you get the S3 into the S2, but it's just not enough damage.
Oh,
like even
that's
if she
also
does,
a resist on the
that's not great.
Doesn't even land the bomb.
Yeah. Well, there you go. So we didn't get the stun. Yeah, not looking great. I mean, the Lilith, a little bit of a miss here. Looking at this side.
There goes the Aya. Now we just have a 1v4 Lilith. I don't think she can do it.
Yeah, and I think they're going to have to throw that one down. So Matchum comes back into this.
Oh my God.
And Lilith, again, was a bit of a wild pick. I mean, I like the idea, but it just ultimately was not what was needed here to get the job done. And so now we have one more match. It is literally a best of one to claim $1,000 and claim yourself as the global server qualifier finalists. So that is a big deal as well in this next best of one. But Matchum coming back, swinging back against INM, looking pretty crazy. This is absolutely insane so far. I've been really impressed with how these two guys have played. Real back and forth. The draft phase has been the biggest battle for both of these guys coming into it. What are you thinking? Do you think Matchum's kind of cooled at Iron's number? Do you think Iron needs to go back and just do something more standard? What are you expecting to see in this final game of the series?
I fully agree with what you're saying about both players back and forth. The adjustments, Watchum coming back now, tying up in this best of 5. I still think Iron has the advantage here. He gave himself the room, right, going up 2 games early. So now he has either the first pick advantage or he can try out something different in his draft. So I think maybe he's going to respect the low end potentially, or have enough like control like he had with that Nahor comp to lock her down. Because when you leave her up, right, every time we see this low end character take more than one S3, it's too much to handle.
I agree with you. I think Loan, to me, I was talking about Doki Doki earlier, but on reflection from this entire tournament, Loan has been the MVP. When Loan has been let through, you've really felt it. Obviously, there have been times where Loan has lost, but it really has felt like Loan has been the GOAT of the series so far. She really has been the sort of the MVP animus. The Mio,
this could be the change up
slot.
Yes, that Mio is now on the ban protect. Maybe this will help alongside the rest of his draft to kind of lock her down. That Doki comes out as Scoundrel. We've been talking about what a linchpin character this is for multiple players, but providing that turn meter, either that speed contest, the cleansing. She got buffed recently. She really does it all. The problem is, though, I think Iron is really going to go full aggression, just taking that Fusho so he doesn't have to fight it. But I expect on 5, we're going to see even more damage come through.
Yeah, I think so. And obviously, we've got no Tiamat that we can pick up. Veronica's going to get going over to the side of Matchum. So Matchum has Loan, Tiamat, Lingluo, Doki Doki, and Veronica. Kakadi, though, for Iron M. We have seen Kakadi be really strong. I've seen a couple of misses from Kakadi as well. Interesting to see this one come through. I imagine the Lilium gets banned here, and so the Tiamat's going to get banned. I guess the Lilium's going to be the target. Because obviously, you know, you don't want to have her one-shot your Doki Doki or one-shot your Veronica.
It depends. Oh,
Ooh,
wow.
Fushu,
I was saying maybe
okay.
Kakardi could be an option, but Fusho, watching him, identifying maybe that's the threat. Now, if he takes out the healing, right, he can maybe just have a little bit of chip damage. Lowen does make it through, so even if she's controlled, if Doki or Ling get some opportune S3s, then even Veronica can kind of close out these kind of matches.
This is it. This is the final match of
We
our
went the
qualifiers.
distance.
I know, we went all the way to the best of 5. With both these guys playing each other to their absolute best. It's Matchroom versus INM for the winner of the global server qualifiers for the grand finals in person next year. Both of these guys have already made it. Both of them are already going to be on that stage, but it is obviously for the prestige of being the #1 on your server. And it's going to be
money, potentially better seating, right? Yeah, this is for all the marbles, this scoundrel. I love it. We went the distance, but look at this. The Veronica damage really adding up. Now we're going to see maybe he needs to get some kind of momentum going. Iron is on the side that if he doesn't get enough like early advantage, the healing, the cleansing is just going to be too much to handle as the rounds progress. Kakardi also needs a little bit of ramp up time too. So even though he can't be attacked here directly from the likes of, you know, Lowen's strongest hits, only maybe S2, maybe some random S2s from Veronica, he still needs some time. So let's see if Watchum can take the early game lead. Oh my God. Oh my. Yeah, and I think you were talking about that exact interaction, right? Why maybe you thought she was going to get banned, but look at the damage still adding up. So he does get the advantage, but quickly gets evened out, and now the health lead is firmly on the side of Watchum.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good actually, because obviously we know how powerful Loan can be, and with the loss of the plume here, you no longer get the stacked locking up. You also have obviously used the Lilium S3, so we're going to be a little while until that comes back into play with no Lily on the board either. Icardi also not feeling super good. The S3 comes through. He's going to steal whatever buffs there are available. This is
just to make matters worse.
Yeah, I mean, Matchy was looking very strong here.
Okay, does get some turn meter. We have an S2, but with how just tanky his opponents are, he's going to have a lot of work ahead of him. Now, Linglo does push up with that like of Gigabyte, so if she gets some resets going, look at that. Lowen actually getting healed up. All those whale prayers really paying off. So he is able to sustain, and it's looking bad for Iron.
Oh no,
my God,
that's it. Surely that's it. There's got to be like gonna give him the last hit, hopefully, but he doesn't. He just concedes. And Matchroom, I know, Matchroom is the #1. He's the winner. He's the grand finalist. He's the best on the server. He wins the $1,000 and he takes home the grand prize. Unbelievable comeback from the lower bracket for Matchroom. What an excellent player, man. He had such performance, and honestly, you mentioned it. He just showcased perfection of that particular style of play.
Exactly. He did have a few tech pieces. Sometimes they worked, sometimes they didn't. But he is the one player, I think, out of all the rest that always really stuck. Maybe we would have seen that from Yang if he made it out of the first match. But players like that, I really respect, where a lot of times you'll see players that are flexible. That is a strength, where they play multiple styles, maybe who's in the meta. Watch him really show that when bruisers are in play, he is the man.
Yeah, absolutely. Massive congrats to Matchroom. I think looking at the start of the day, he's only improved in every series that we've seen him. He's started to become more and more effective. But massive congratulations, by the way, to the 4 players that did indeed make it through to the qualified list. The top 4 from the global server qualifiers will be going to those grand finals in 2026. So even if it was a loss for INM, he is still going to have his chance to come back in those in-person finals next year. Bread also bowing out early in this round, but it doesn't matter because he still made top 4. Solos, who obviously fell to Matchroom in the lower bracket final, he will still be making it all the way to the finals next year. And obviously, our winner, our #1 global server player, going alongside Keka for that position and looking to battle it out in the grand finals in one of the top 16 spots, it will be Matchroom. Massive pat on the back to Matchroom. Had a hard-fought battle, played the most games out of anyone today, and ended up coming through on top. Huge congrats to him, and I can't wait to see how he does in 2026.
1,000,000% off the top rope or maybe the bottom rope from the losers bracket, taking out the unbeatable champion in the form of Iron M. Watching really deserved it. I couldn't have said it better myself. Ex-Scoundrel, what a match. We went the distance like he predicted, and what a treat. I really like where the meta is sort of heading to, and we're even gonna get things are gonna get even crazier with the newest additions of characters. Really still shaking it up, adding more playstyles, adding more variety, and I think that's the spice of life we wanted in Etheria.
Absolutely. This is, I gotta say, massive props to the Etheria team for adding all the new characters they've added. I think it's brought a lot of differential play styles to the PvP meta. I think there's a lot of different ways you can approach the game now. I think they've done a really good job of building on those foundations and just making sure that there's a really varied meta to play with. So huge congrats to the team. But a massive, once again, congrats to those top 4 players that have advanced to the offline global finals. That is going to wrap up all of the matches that we have today on the international global server. The qualifiers have been done. We have our top 4 players. And for that, we say thank you for watching. Now, of course, make sure you stay tuned to Etheria's official YouTube, Twitch, and X Live channels. There will be more action coming your way. And of course, we will see you again at the global finals. We'll see you soon. Good night.